Chapter 613. After the golden Dharma idol sword was upgraded, its power increased greatly. Fang Chen then focused on breaking through to the spiritual whirlpool realm. There were still 2 months before the genius battle began. Fang Chen had to break through to the spiritual whirlpool realm in these 2 months. While Fang Chen was cultivating, Yang Xiujin was also summoned back. Yang Xiujin's cultivation had already stabilized at the first level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Yang Xiujin was entrusted with an important task by the Yang family. The entire Yang family hoped that Yang Xiujin could join the Five Elements Academy. Although Yang Xiujin was nothing compared to the many geniuses in the Five Element state, but the Yang family still had high hopes for him. All of the younger generation in Kaiyang City were nervous about the cultivators. Fang Chen was in seclusion within the Li clan manor and had yet to emerge from seclusion. At this moment in Fang Chen's courtyard, Fang Chen sat cross-legged with 9 streaks of true qi revolving around him. He closed his eyes, and the spirit qi in his sea of energy was constantly revolving. To break through to the spiritual whirlpool realm, he had to condense a spiritual whirlpool in his sea of energy. The spiritual whirlpool was where the spirit qi of a spiritual whirlpool realm expert gathered. It was very difficult to condense a spiritual whirlpool. Many warriors could not condense a spiritual whirlpool and enter the spiritual whirlpool realm in their entire lives. At this moment, Fang Chen was circulating all the energy in his body to condense a spiritual whirlpool. To condense a spiritual whirlpool, one needed to merge 9 streaks of true qi into one. Then, with the 9 streaks of true qi as the foundation, one could condense a spiritual whirlpool in his sea of energy. To condense a spiritual whirlpool, one had to do it step by step. Fang Chen was not in a hurry. What he needed to do now was to merge the 9 streaks of true qi into one. This was a long process. If there was an accident during the merging process, the true qi would disperse and all his efforts would be for naught. Fang Chen could not bear the consequences of failure. Therefore, he could only succeed and not fail. Merge. Fang Chen roared. The 9 streaks of true qi revolving around him spun faster and faster. In the end, they could not be seen with the naked eye. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly activated the spirit qi in his sea of energy and absorbed the 9 streaks of true qi. Hiss, hiss, hiss inside his qi sea. Spiritual energy surged and 9 streams of true qi rotated at high speed. In Fang Chen's mind, a detailed description of how to fuse 9 types of true energy appeared. It was information that Patriarch Bronze had given to Fang Chen. Back then, old Ancestor Bronze's cultivation had surpassed the true martial realm and reached the peak of the ancient sword continent. Ancestor Bronze had some understanding of how to fuse 9 strands of true qi. As Fang Chen controlled the 9 streams of true qi, the information that old Ancestor Bronze had told him echoed in his mind. He was slowly fusing the 9 streams of true qi. After another month, Fang Chen finally found the opportunity to fuse the 9 strands of true qi. At this time, the 9 strands of true qi truly began to fuse. Moreover, the fusion speed was extremely fast. This made Fang Chen very excited. After an entire month, he had finally found the opportunity to fuse the 9 strands of true qi. This was the time he had been waiting for. At this rate, it will take at most 7 days for the 9 streams of true qi to fuse into one. Fang Chen looked at the 9 streams of true qi in his sea of qi and said with a smile, the experience of old Ancestor Bronze had been of great help to Fang Chen. After 7 days, the 9 streams of true qi had completely fused together. Fang Chen felt that there was a buzzing sound in his sea of qi. Time's up, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, with a serious expression, he began to condense the spiritual spiral. Fang Chen controlled the fused true qi and began to condense the spiritual spiral. Condense. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. The combination of true qi and spiritual qi formed a vortex in his sea of qi. Hiss! Hiss! After the vortex was formed, the spiritual qi in his sea of qi flowed continuously into the vortex. Pure true energy continuously flowed out from within the folds of the vortex. Seeing this scene, Feng Chen's anxious heart finally relaxed. The appearance of the vortex meant that the condensation of the spiritual spiral was on the right track. All that was left was time. Perhaps it was because Feng Chen was well prepared, but the condensation of the spiritual spiral went smoothly. After about 8 days, Feng Chen had completely condensed his spiritual spiral. There was only half a month left before the genius battle. In Feng Chen's sea of qi, a thumb-sized vortex was spinning continuously. Feng Chen's aura had also increased to the maximum. At this moment, Feng Chen opened his eyes. He realized that his body had undergone an earth-shattering change. This was the spiritual spiral realm. Condensing the first spiritual spiral also meant that Feng Chen's cultivation had officially entered the spiritual spiral realm. He had become a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual spiral realm. Although it was known that there was a huge gap between the spiritual spiral realm and the condensing reality realm. However, only those who had truly entered the spiritual spiral realm would be able to experience for themselves how big the gap was. At this moment, Feng Chen felt that his entire body had undergone a huge transformation. Even his soul had reached the peak of the orange level. He was only 1 step away from the yellow level. Within his sea of qi, the spiritual spiral emitted a powerful energy. Is this the spiritual spiral realm? Feng Chen slowly stood up with a smile on his face. After 2.5 months, he had finally stepped into the spiritual spiral realm. After being in the 5-element state for about half a year, he had finally stepped into the spiritual spiral realm. The current me can fight against a martial artist at the 2nd level of the spiritual spiral realm. Feng Chen thought to himself. Feng Chen's breakthrough to the spiritual spiral realm caused his powerful aura to soar through the clouds. Instantly, the upper echelons of the Li family knew about it. They quickly arrived at Feng Chen's courtyard. There was a soaring aura just now. Could it be that Feng Chen has broken through? An elder asked. The soaring aura came from here. It must be that Feng Chen has broken through, the Li family leader said with certainty. At this moment, Feng Chen opened the courtyard door. Feng Chen, you've broken through, the Li family leader asked anxiously. Feng Chen nodded and said, I have. Ha ha ha, congratulations. The upper echelons of the Li family laughed. When Feng Chen was at the 9th level of the condensing reality realm, he was already able to fight against a martial artist at the 1st level of the spiritual spiral realm. Now that he had stepped into the spiritual spiral realm, there was a qualitative leap. Who knew how strong he had become? Just as everyone was laughing heartily, a soaring aura was also emitted from a certain area of the Li clan residence. Everyone's faces were filled with excited smiles. Without guessing, they knew that the one who had broken through this time was definitely Li Mingzhu. Ha ha ha, what a double blessing. The Li family leader laughed loudly. The Li family leader led the upper echelons of the Li family to Li Mingzhu's courtyard. Feng Chen also followed. When he saw Li Mingzhu, her body was filled with an extremely cold aura. Feng Chen could feel that after Li Mingzhu stepped into the spiritual spiral realm, she had become even colder. Mingzhu, have you broken through? The Li family leader asked. Li Mingzhu's body emitted an icy aura. Her expression was calm as she nodded. Feng Chen narrowed his eyes. He felt that Li Mingzhu was strange, but he did not know exactly what was strange about her. This girl has gone to the extreme, Ancestor Bronze suddenly said. Extreme? Feng Chen asked, puzzled. Yes, she chose to be extremely cold, Ancestor Bronze said. After listening to Ancestor Bronze's explanation, Feng Chen understood. This extreme method was not easy, but once one broke through, their strength would multiply. They would be much stronger than ordinary spiritual spiral realm martial artists. It seemed that Li Mingzhu had been well prepared. The happiest people were the upper echelons of the Li family. Within a day, 2 of the younger generation had broken through to the spiritual spiral realm. Although Fang Chen was not a member of the Li family, in the eyes of the Li family leader, there was no difference. At night, the Li family leader held a banquet for Fang Chen and the other 2 to congratulate them for reaching the spiritual spiral realm. For the entire night, the Li family mansion was very lively. After Fang Chen reached the spiritual spiral realm, he also knew what had happened in Kaiyang City in the past 2 months. Yang Xiujin had returned and his strength had increased. Lu Lianxue of the Lu family had also stepped into the spiritual spiral realm. At that time, almost all of the elites of the younger generation in Kaiyang City had stepped into the spiritual spiral realm. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the Battle of Geniuses. There was only half a month left until the Battle of Geniuses. Fang Chen was prepared to relax and adjust his body to its best condition before the Battle of Geniuses. The next day, Fang Chen and the other 2 appeared on the street. Countless martial artists were shocked. 3 spiritual spiral realm martial artists. It was really amazing. Fang Chen, how strong are you now? Li Xiaoka asked with a smile. Fang Chen grinned and did not say anything. The 3 of them were walking when they suddenly heard a commotion. They turned around and saw Lu Lianxue appear at the other end of the street. Lu Lianxue was wearing a green dress. When she saw Fang Chen and the other 2, she walked over with light steps. Fang Chen, long time no see. Lu Lianxue looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of gratitude. If Fang Chen had not helped her get rid of the goo poison, she might not have been able to step into the spiritual spiral realm. In short, Fang Chen was her great benefactor. Long time no see. Fang Chen nodded. Lu Lianxue's appearance caused countless martial artists to exclaim. Of course, even more martial artists were envious of Fang Chen. Kaiyang City's 3 goddesses surrounded him. Only Fang Chen had such treatment. There's really no comparison. Yes, even Yang Xiujin does not have such charm. Kaiyang City's 3 goddesses surrounded a man at the same time. This has never happened before. Many martial artists were discussing among themselves. At this time, Yang Xiujin was quietly watching this scene from behind the crowd. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. So what if he broke through to the spiritual spiral realm? Yang Xiujin exuded murderous intent as he said coldly. Because of Fang Chen, he had been sent to the Luoying Peaks to reflect on his mistakes. If not for the upcoming Battle of Geniuses, he would not have returned. He would never forget this humiliation. He dreamed of revenge even in his dreams. Now he finally met his enemy once again. Although Fang Chen had broken through to the spiritual spiral realm, Yang Xiujin was very confident that he could defeat Fang Chen and take away all the glory that originally belonged to him. Thinking of this, Yang Xiujin walked towards the crowd step by step. Chapter 614. All the martial artists retreated, opening up a path for Yang Xiujin. Yang Xiujin's face was filled with a cold smile as he walked towards Fang Chen. When he reached Fang Chen, he finally stopped. His pitch-black eyes looked at Fang Chen, revealing an evil smile. Fang Chen, I trust you've been well since we last met. Anyone could hear that Yang Xiujin's words were filled with icy, killing intent. Yang Xiujin, I remember that you were punished to face the wall for a year. It's only been a few months, but you've already returned, said Fang Chen. The most humiliating thing for Yang Xiujin was that he had been punished by his family to face the wall. Now that Fang Chen had said that in front of so many people, he was infuriated. Fang Chen, do you want to die? Yang Xiujin's body was emitting shocking sword intent. He was overbearing as he stared at Fang Chen. It was as if he wanted to eat Fang Chen. What, have you revealed your true face? Asked Fang Chen. Yang Xiujin's body was filled with dense killing intent. Although it was hidden very well, it couldn't escape Fang Chen's eyes. Yang Xiujin had killing intent towards him and wanted to kill him. Why should he care about the feelings of someone who wanted to kill him? Fang Chen, the humiliation you gave me that day, I'll return it 100 times over, roared Yang Xiujin. That day, I was able to humiliate you with my condensing reality cultivation base. Now, I can humiliate you with my spirit vortex cultivation base, said Fang Chen casually. Boom! A sharp sword, intense sword from Yang Xiujin's body. A long sword appeared in his hand as he coldly looked at Fang Chen. You three retreat, said Fang Chen to the three women. The three women retreated. They were also very curious as to what level Fang Chen's combat power had reached. If they were in the same realm, it would be very difficult for Yang Xiujin to defeat Fang Chen. Swish! The long sword in Yang Xiujin's hand fiercely swung out. The dense sword intent around him directly merged into his long sword. At the same time, Yang Xiujin's Dharma longsword also floated out. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's golden Dharma instantly floated above his head. The moment it appeared, all the martial artists on the street felt as if they were about to suffocate. He's too strong. That was what everyone was thinking. Hiss! At this moment, even Yang Xiujin realized that he was being suppressed by Fang Chen. How can this be? Yang Xiujin's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could Fang Chen's Dharma power be so strong? Yang Xiujin's Dharma was just an ordinary Dharma, with his Dharma with Dharma's human Dharma. Dharma Fang Chen's human level Dharma power suppressed Yang Xiujin's ordinary Dharma power, rendering him immobile. Phantom sword technique. Fang Chen used the phantom sword technique. Countless illusory swords shot out from the hidden star sword and blasted towards Yang Xiujin's longsword. Boom! The illusory swords and Yang Xiujin's long sword collided fiercely, making a shocking sound. After the deafening sound, Yang Xiujin could not help but take a few steps back. Fang Chen stood motionless, holding the hidden star sword. His strength! Yang Xiujin's heart was filled with shock. Fang Chen had just stepped into the spiritual vortex realm, but his strength had reached such a level. At this moment, Yang Xiujin did not dare to act rashly. Fang Chen stared at Yang Xiujin. He did not say a word, but the aura around him was fierce and domineering. The eyes of the three women nearby flickered with smiles. Many cultivators in the surrounding crowd were praising Fang Chen for his tyrannical strength. At this moment, Yang Xiujin put away his long sword and restrained his aura. He looked coldly at Fang Chen and said coldly, Fang Chen, now is not the time to fight to the death. Wait until the genius battle. I will take your life. Yang Xiujin finished speaking and turned to leave. In fact, in Yang Xiujin's opinion, Fang Chen was a freak. If he wanted to fight with Fang Chen, even if he won in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. There was still half a month before the genius battle began. If he got injured now, it would affect his participation in the genius battle. In Yang Xiujin's heart, the genius battle was more important than killing Fang Chen. The genius battle was a springboard. All the geniuses hoped to use this springboard to become successful and enter the 5-Element Academy. Therefore, Yang Xiujin temporarily endured and gave up on dealing with Fang Chen. Looking at Yang Xiujin's back, Fang Chen sneered and said, I'm afraid you will never have the chance to kill me. Fang Chen, who had reached the spiritual vortex realm, did not take Yang Xiujin seriously. He had never feared anyone in the same realm. Yang Xiujin's appearance was just a small interlude. Then, Fang Chen and the three women continued to walk side by side on the streets of Kaiyang City. When night fell, Fang Chen was in the courtyard, looking nervously at the little mouse on the ground. When he returned at night, Fang Chen discovered that the little mouse in the special space ring had changed. He hurriedly let the little mouse out. At this moment, the little mouse's body was covered with a purple halo. The little mouse seemed to be transforming. Hiss! The little mouse's aura was constantly growing stronger. Fan Qin could feel the little mouse's aura fluctuating. He constantly placed supreme grade spirit stones in front of the little mouse. The little mouse quickly swallowed the supreme grade spirit stones to replenish its energy. After an hour, the little mouse finally completed its transformation. During this time, the little mouse had swallowed more than 20,000 supreme grade spirit stones. However, to Fan Qin, who was worth hundreds of millions, 20,000 supreme grade spirit stones were nothing. After the little mouse completed its transformation, its aura changed greatly. Its body seemed to have grown larger. After the purple halo disappeared, the little mouse's bright eyes looked at Fan Qin. Boss. Intermittent sounds came from the little mouse's mouth. Fan Qin was stunned when he heard this. Then he was overjoyed. You can speak. Fan Qin was overjoyed and asked hurriedly. The little mouse nodded. After it completed its transformation, its strength had reached the spiritual vortex realm. It could finally speak. Fan Qin was very excited that the little mouse could speak. Boss. The little mouse had just learned to speak. It was not proficient yet. The Banxianshu also appeared at this moment. Its branches and leaves swayed, happy for the little mouse. Brother Mouse, it's great that you can speak. The Banxianshu smiled. After your transformation, has your blood become purer? Give me a few drops. The Banxianshu's words made Fan Qin speechless. No, the little mouse said softly. The Banxianshu was helpless when it heard this. The five-element state was vast and rich in resources. In a secluded place in the five-element state, there was no sunlight all year round. The air was filled with a strong evil aura. This was the headquarters of the Acheron sect in the five-element state. There were almost no martial artists here. Even if some martial artists accidentally entered this place, they would die without a doubt. This was because a king of the Acheron sect was here. The Acheron sect had 108 captains, 72 hall masters, and 36 protectors. Above them were the 8 kings and 3 supremacies. In Jinren Hantian's residence, Fan Qin saw the heart of a king of the Acheron sect being absorbed by his own golden heart. The 8 kings of the Acheron sect were very heaven-defying. At this moment, in the stronghold of the Acheron sect, an old man filled with an evil aura sat cross-legged on an altar. There was a terrifying array around him. The five-element state's genius battle is about to begin. Suddenly, the old man spoke. Below the altar, there were many members of the Acheron sect. Most of them were at the spiritual vortex realm. They were the subordinates of this king. When the Acheron sect was at its peak, every king had thousands of subordinates. Among these subordinates, there was no lack of spiritual vortex realm martial artists. These spiritual vortex realm martial artists were different from the 36 protectors of the Acheron sect. They were absolutely loyal to a certain king. Lord Spiritual Pupils King, should we take action? Asked one of the spiritual vortex realm martial artists. Haha, so many years have passed. How can we forget the enmity between the Five Elements Academy and our Acheron sect? Said the old man hoarsely. His words were filled with anger. The Spiritual Pupils King was one of the 8 kings of the Acheron sect. In that heaven-shaking battle, some kings had fallen, but there were also kings who had escaped. He, the Spiritual Pupils King, was one of those kings who had escaped. Of course, the price he had paid was one that he hadn't been able to recover after so many years. It was a very heavy price, but as long as he could survive, he would have time for revenge. You guys sneak into the genius battle and hunt down the geniuses of the 5-element state, said the Spiritual Pupils King hoarsely. Yes, Lord Spiritual Pupils King, said his subordinates respectfully. Don't be too strong, otherwise you'll be suspected. After giving his orders, the Spiritual Pupils King closed his eyes and continued to recover his cultivation. Seeing the Spiritual Pupils King close his eyes. His subordinates carefully retreated. No one knew that the Acheron sect's spiritual pupils king had set his sights on the geniuses participating in this genius battle. With the spiritual pupils king's power, he was still unable to contend against the Five Elements Academy. So he was indirectly weakening the Five Elements Academy's power, killing geniuses, so that the Five Elements Academy wouldn't be able to absorb any new blood was the only thing he could do right now. The genius battle covered the entire Five Element state. Countless geniuses competed for glory. Chapter 615. The genius battle was held in a very ancient and fragmented space in the Five Element state. Everyone, please search for the most complete novel. This fragmented space was a space that had been shattered by an almighty in ancient times. As time passed, the fragmented space came under the control of the Five Element state. Later on, the Five Elements Academy used the fragmented space as a place to select genius disciples. Therefore, the original fragmented space had been renamed the Bloody Battle Space. That's right, it was called the Bloody Battle Space. Within the Bloody Battle Space, there were countless inherited treasures. As long as one could enter, they would definitely receive the inherited treasures. Some people could even soar through the sky. Therefore, the Bloody Battle Space was very attractive to the geniuses of the Five Element state. The Bloody Battle Space was located in the most central city of the Five Element state. The Bloody Battle City was originally a dilapidated city. However, because of the Bloody Battle Space, it had become a city that attracted the attention of the world. This city was very dilapidated. Normally, no one would come here. The Bloody Battle City was also a city directly under the Five Elements Academy. Without the permission of the Five Elements Academy, no one could enter. Only when the Five Elements Academy opened the Bloody Battle Space would the Bloody Battle City be overcrowded. The genius battle was about to begin. All the forces in the Five Elements state had made their preparations. They led their respective sects' genius disciples to the Bloody Battle City. Kaiyong City, Li Family Mansion. The Li family patriarch stood in the square. Below him stood Li Mingzhu, Li Xiaoka, and Fang Qin. The three of them were the representatives of the Li family who would be participating in the genius battle. As for Li Xian and Li Qing, with their strength, entering the Bloody Battle Space would be suicide. The lowest threshold to enter the Bloody Battle Space was the spiritual whirlpool realm. Therefore, any genius who could enter the Bloody Battle Space was a genius of the spiritual whirlpool realm. The Li family patriarch looked at the three people in the square with a serious expression. This genius battle was unusual. The slightest carelessness could lead to death in the Bloody Battle Space. The three of you must be careful when you enter the Bloody Battle Space. Don't provoke the top geniuses, the Li family patriarch said with a serious expression. Fang Chen and the other two nodded. They also felt a bit of pressure coming from the Battle of Geniuses. In Mizar City, the three of them could be considered as top geniuses of the younger generation. But in the entire Five Elements province, there were numerous people that were stronger than them. They were nothing at all. Even Fang Chen wouldn't dare say that he could walk out of the bloody space unscathed. However, the temptation of the Bloody Battle Space was too great. Fang Chen had to go. Our Kaiyang City is very far away from Bloody Battle City. Let's begin our operation today, the Li clan leader said in a low voice. This time, the Li clan patriarch was going to personally escort Fang Chen and the other two to Bloody Battle City and watch them enter the Bloody Battle Space. The Li clan leader explained some details about the Battle of Geniuses to Fang Chen and the others, then led them out of the Li clan residence. Walking on the streets of Kaiyang City, the Li clan leader met the Lu clan leader. Li clan leader, how about we go together? Asked the Lu clan leader. Behind the Lu clan leader was only Lu Lianxue. She was currently disguised as a man. If you didn't know her personally, you wouldn't be able to recognize her. Seeing Lu Lianxue like this, Fang Chen was startled, but in the end he didn't ask why. The Li clan leader nodded. All right, let's go to Bloody Battle City together. The Lu clan leader smiled faintly. Then the group left Kaiyang City. After the geniuses of the two clans left the city, the Yang clan leader also personally led Yang Xiujin to Bloody Battle City. Bloody Battle City was very far away from Kaiyang City. However, they were all spirit vortex realm experts and could fly for a long time. Their speed was very fast. Several days later, they finally arrived at a plain not far from Bloody Battle City. During this time, Fang Chen and the others encountered many cultivators from various factions who were hurrying to Bloody Battle City. The 6 of them stopped flying and landed on the plain. "We're about to reach Bloody Battle City," said the Li clan leader in a low voice. The Lu clan leader also nodded and explained, "There are very complicated spatial currents in the sky above Bloody Battle City. We can't fly." Fang Chen was startled when he heard this. He lifted his eyes and looked at the sky in the distance. He suddenly realized that the space above the sky seemed to be distorted. However, in an instant he couldn't see anything. It was as if what he just saw was an illusion. "Let's go," said the Li clan leader. The group continued forward. Soon they saw a dilapidated city. The city walls were extremely dilapidated. Moreover, the city walls were built with mud. In this dilapidated city, there were countless cultivators. It was a sea of people. "Is that Bloody Battle City?" Fang Chen sensed that there was an oppressive aura around Bloody Battle City. Although they hadn't entered Bloody Battle City yet, he could still feel a trace of oppression. As if he sensed the change in the 4 of them, the Li clan leader said, "Bloody Battle City is a very special existence. This oppressive aura is emitted from the Bloody Battle space." Fang Chen was shocked. Just the aura emitted from the Bloody Battle space could make a spiritual vortex realm cultivator feel oppressed. What was it like inside the Bloody Battle space? Fang Chen and the others unknowingly entered Bloody Battle City. At this moment, there were cultivators everywhere in Bloody Battle City. Moreover, the cultivation of every cultivator was at the spiritual vortex realm. The entire Bloody Battle City was dark. Standing at the front were some of the strongest forces in the 5-element state. Small forces, like the 3 major clans of Mizar City, could only stand at the back corner of Bloody Battle City. The forces that came to Bloody Battle City were almost all major forces. Any one of them could easily destroy the 3 major clans of Mizar City. Fang Chen, who was standing in the corner, could vaguely see a few young figures with strong auras at the front of Bloody Battle City. They should be the elites of the younger generation of the 5-element state, Fang Chen said to himself. Fang Chen and the others waited for 3 full days in Bloody Battle City before all the cultivators arrived. One day, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. Then a strong wind blew and the sky changed color. Just as everyone was puzzled, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air from afar. Then a black figure instantly shot over from outside Bloody Battle City. When everyone saw the figure clearly, he was already standing on the blood-colored battle platform at the front of Bloody Battle City. "It's an elite from the 5-element academy," the Li clan leader said in a low voice. Fang Chen raised his eyes and stared at the expert from the 5-element academy. He could feel that this expert had an aura that could shake the hearts of people. "So strong!" Fang Chen exclaimed to himself. After the elite from the 5-element academy appeared, the noisy Bloody Battle City instantly quieted down. All of the martial artists gathered their gazes and looked towards this powerhouse from the 5-element academy. "I, the Bloody Spearman, am in charge of opening the Bloody Battle space this time," the Bloody Spearman said in a low voice as he looked around with his cold eyes. "The Bloody Battle space will open at noon tomorrow. Cultivators of the spiritual whirlpool realm below the age of 50 can enter. Other cultivators are not allowed to enter," the Bloody Spearman said coldly. Then, the Bloody Spearman explained some things about the Battle of Geniuses. There were no rules in the Bloody Battle space. Fists were the rules. As long as one was strong enough, one could kill any genius at will. This was the privilege of the Bloody Battle space. In the outside world, no matter how strong one would not dare to casually kill other geniuses. However, in the bloody battle space, one did not have to worry so much. If there was a disagreement, one could draw his sword and kill. This rule from the Five Elements Academy would undoubtedly make the battle of geniuses even more intense. In the bloody battle space, geniuses could do anything as long as they could achieve their goals. The Five Elements Academy did not care about the process. They only cared about the results. The battle of geniuses will last for 6 months. After 6 months, the bloody battle space will close. In the bloody battle space, you can fight for resources to your heart's content and work hard to improve your cultivation. Only the geniuses who survive in the end will have the qualifications to be selected by the Five Elements Academy, the Bloody Spearman said. His words were filled with a lofty aura, as if he was the ruler of this world. After the Bloody Spearman finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged on the bloody battle platform and closed his eyes slightly. He was waiting for noon the next day. Fang Chen retracted his gaze from the Bloody Spearman and muttered to himself, "I wonder what level the Bloody Spearman's cultivation has reached." Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, the Li clan leader said, "The Bloody Spearman's cultivation is at least at the top of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Of course, he could also be at the true martial realm." The true martial realm. Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. A true martial realm expert was considered a top expert in the ancient Sword Continent. We don't know whether he is at the true martial realm or not. This is because we have never seen a true martial realm expert, the Li clan leader said awkwardly. As the clan leaders, their cultivation had reached the spiritual whirlpool realm. However, they had never seen a true martial realm expert. This was enough to show how rare a true martial realm expert was. Since they had never seen one, they did not know whether the Bloody Spearman was at the true martial realm or not. In any case, the Bloody Spearman gave them the feeling that he was very strong. The Bloody Spearman could even turn them into ashes with just a flick of his finger. This was the strength of an expert from the Five Elements Academy. During the long wait, Fang Chen also secretly observed the geniuses from the other factions. In the end, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The Five Elements Prefecture was indeed worthy of its reputation. Regardless of the quantity or quality of its geniuses, it was countless times better than the Four Ridges. Fang Chen felt that he was so insignificant in front of the geniuses from the Five Elements Prefecture. However, Fang Chen was very confident that as long as he did not meet any of those abnormally strong geniuses, he would definitely be able to improve his cultivation in the bloody battle space. Night fell and then disappeared. As everyone waited anxiously, noon of the second day finally arrived. Chapter 616. The moment the Bloody Spearman opened his eyes, a blood-red light shot up into the sky, and the sky changed color. Everyone was shocked. The Bloody Spearman was too powerful. The Bloody Spearman glanced at the scorching sun hanging in the sky above Bloody Battle City. His eyes flickered as he looked at the crowd and said, "All the geniuses from the various factions who are preparing to enter the bloody battle space, stand at the front." Upon hearing the Bloody Spearman's words, the older generation of experts from the various factions retreated while the younger generation stood at the front of the square. "Fang Chen, enter the bloody battle space and take care of the two of them," the Li family patriarch said softly before retreating. Fang Chen nodded and brought the three girls to the front of the square. The front of the square was filled with the geniuses from the Five Element State. Fang Chen could only stand at the back. Not far from Fang Chen was Yang Xiujin from the Yang family of Mizar City. Beside Yang Xiujin were the geniuses from the ancient Soul Sect. They glanced thoughtfully at Fang Chen and began to discuss something in low voices. "I have said that only spiritual whirlpool realm warriors under the age of 50 are qualified to enter the bloody battle space." When all the geniuses stood at the front of the square, the Bloody Spearman's eyes emitted a cold aura as he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pointed his finger at the crowd. Bang! A figure instantly turned into a bloody mist, killing a spiritual whirlpool realm warrior with a raise of his hand. This was the dominance of the Five Elements Academy's experts. How dare you try to take advantage of a crisis when you are over 50 years old? The Bloody Spearman said coldly after killing the warrior. Clearly, the Bloody Spearman was furious that the warrior who was over 50 years old had disguised himself as a younger person and tried to slip through. He killed him with a single finger. The Blood Spear Taoists' actions shocked all the martialists. However, they didn't dare say anything. "I'll give you one more chance," the Bloody Spearman said coldly. As soon as the Bloody Spearman finished speaking, many martialists in the crowd lowered their heads and quickly left the genius martialist camp. They were the older generation of ancient martial artists that the big sect wanted to get away with. Although they had exquisite disguises, they were not worth mentioning in front of the Bloody Spearman. The Bloody Spearman killed an older generation cultivator with a single finger, showing off his power to the crowd. Some of the cultivators who had managed to sneak through felt terrified and took the initiative to retreat. Fan Chen glanced at the warriors who were trying to deceive their way through and shook his head slightly. What kind of joke was this? In front of the mighty figures of the Five Elements Academy, he actually dared to try and bluff his way through? He was truly courting death. Bang! Most of the warriors who wanted to deceive their way through took the initiative to retreat. However, there were still some who did not give up. They believed that the Bloody Spearman would not be able to discover them. The Bloody Spearman's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he pointed his finger again. Suddenly, a warrior in the crowd turned into a bloody mist. The Bloody Spearman did not even bother to explain. He just turned his gaze to the next person. The warrior in the crowd was terrified when he saw the Bloody Spearman stare. He shouted loudly, "I was wrong, Bloody Spearman. I will retreat now." "It's too late," the Bloody Spearman said coldly. He pointed his finger, and a ray of cold light shot out of the warrior's body. With a loud bang, the warrior died instantly. Next, the Bloody Spear Taoist pointed his finger out continuously. Every time he pointed out, a martialist would die. At the back of the square, the higher-ups of the various sects in the Five Elements state felt their hearts ache when they saw the scene. Some of the warriors who died were the higher-ups of their sect. They were killed by the Bloody Spearman just like that. However, they did not dare to voice their anger. Finally, after the Bloody Spearman killed a few warriors who did not give up and still wanted to deceive their way through, he retracted his finger. His expression relaxed a lot. At this moment, there were a few figures in the crowd. They were trying their best to remain calm, but their hearts were trembling. They were the spiritual Whirlpool Realm warriors under the spiritual pupil monarch of the Netherworld sect. They were already over 50 years old. However, before they came, the spiritual pupil monarch used a special method of the Netherworld sect to forcefully compress their bone age to below 50 years old. The spiritual pupil monarch was very confident. He said that even if the higher-ups of the Five Elements Academy came, they would not be able to tell unless the ruler of the Five Elements Academy came. Just now, when the members of the Netherworld sect saw the Bloody Spearman kill the warriors who had deceived their way through, their hearts were trembling. However, they forced themselves to remain calm. Now, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the spiritual pupil monarch was telling the truth. With the Bloody Spearman's cultivation, he would not be able to detect their age. When the Netherworld sect was at its peak, there were countless top-notch cultivation techniques in the sect. Among them, there were all sorts of unorthodox cultivation techniques. The spiritual pupil monarch used one of them. It was a cultivation technique that was almost extinct in the ancient Sword Continent. It defied the heavens and changed their fate, compressing their bone age to below 50 years old. When they entered the bloody battle space, their bone age would be restored to its original state. During this process, their strength would not be affected. After escaping with great difficulty, the members of the Netherworld sect heaved a sigh of relief. On the crimson battle platform, the bloody spearman's eyes were cold. He exuded a terrifying aura. After looking at the remaining geniuses, he said, "Next, I will open the bloody battle space. The journey to the bloody battle space is your fortune. It may also be your burial ground. As for what happens, it will depend on your fortune." After the bloody spearman finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. When he raised his hand, a blood-red aura emerged from his body. The blood-red aura filled the entire crimson battle platform. In the end, it enveloped the entire bloody battle city. Whoosh! 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 Fan Chen could feel that the entire bloody battle city had undergone earth-shaking changes. He knew that the bloody spearman was opening the bloody battle space. Many young geniuses widened their eyes as they looked at the bloody spearman on the crimson battle platform. At this moment, a blood-red bead appeared in the latter's hand. This bead emitted a terrifying blood-red light. When this bead appeared, the blood-red light gathered in the sky. The entire bloody battle city was filled with a blood-red aura. Countless cries of ghosts and howls of gods could be heard. Rumble. When the blood-red aura gathered in the sky, it actually started to change gradually. A minute later, a blood-red door appeared in the sky. A heart-shaking aura came from the blood-red door. The bloody battle space has been opened. All geniuses participating in the genius battle quickly enter. The bloody spearman held the blood-red bead in his hand and spoke in a deep voice. Immediately, the young geniuses standing in the front row pushed off the ground with the tip of their feet and leaped into the sky, plunging headfirst into the blood-red giant door. Immediately after, the geniuses leaped into the sky like a tidal wave and poured into the blood-red door. Fan Chen also followed the large group and entered. In the blink of an eye, all the geniuses in the square had entered the blood-red door. The blood-red bead in the bloody spearman's hand instantly retracted its aura. Then the blood-red door in the sky disappeared. The blood-red aura that had pervaded the entire bloody battle city also disappeared completely. Bloody battle city regained its peace. The bloody spearman's figure flashed and disappeared into the sky. The bloody battle space had been opened, and the genius battle had officially begun. All the geniuses would stay in the bloody battle space for 6 months. The bloody spearman could not wait there forever. After the bloody spearman left, many of the higher-ups in the 5-element state also left one after another. In less than a day, the entire bloody battle city became extremely quiet. Fan Chen felt a glaring blood-red light enveloping his entire body. He tried his best to activate the sword body to resist the fierce wind around him. When he felt his feet touch the ground, he suddenly opened his eyes. The blood-red light around him had disappeared, and he appeared on the ground. Is this the bloody battle space? Fan Chen looked around and found that the space was filled with an ancient aura. Moreover, at a glance, the space was extremely dilapidated, as if it had been shattered. A dilapidated space passed down from ancient times, Fan Chen thought to himself. He had already entered the bloody battle space. He looked around and found that there was no one around. It seemed that when they were teleported in, everyone was immediately teleported to every corner of the bloody battle space. He and the 3 girls separated. At a glance, there was no one around. Before entering the bloody battle space, Fan Chen had learned some information about the bloody battle space from the Li family. The bloody battle space had been passed down from ancient times and had been forcibly shattered. In this bloody battle space, there might be ancient giant beasts. Once encountered, it would be difficult to escape. Of course, in the bloody battle space, danger was accompanied by opportunity. As long as one did not die, there would definitely be opportunities. As soon as he entered the bloody battle space, Fan Chen sensed that although the bloody battle space was a dilapidated space, the density of the spiritual qi in it was simply shocking. This is the bloody battle space. Fan Chen's eyes were burning. He looked into the endless distance and thought to himself, The bloody battle space was a unique resource of the 5 Elements Academy. It was impossible to enter under normal circumstances. It was only when the genius battle began that one could enter. Since he had entered, no matter how dangerous it was, Fang Chen would have to give it a try. If he was able to enter the legendary 5 Elements Academy, then to him, it would definitely be something that was worth being excited about. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the Banksian shoe and the little mouse came out of the special spatial ring. Hiss! The Banksian shoe had just landed and directly took root in the sand, absorbing the spiritual chi here. It is indeed a dilapidated space passed down from ancient times. The Banksian shoe sighed. It was very excited as it continued to absorb the spiritual chi around it. Chapter 617. In the bloody battle space, Fang Chen stood quietly on the wasteland. The Banksian shoe and little mouse stood proudly beside Fang Chen. For them, the bloody battle space was a place of opportunity. If they could obtain an opportunity, they might be able to transform. The Banksian shoe took root in the sand and greedily absorbed the rich spiritual chi, while the little mouse looked around, looking for something to devour. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen prepared to move forward. According to the information in the book, there were 81 dilapidated cities in the bloody battle space. Because of the great war that broke out in the bloody battle space was shattered. Therefore, every night in the bloody battle space, a brutal evil aura would invade the land and envelop the entire bloody battle space. When the evil aura invaded the land, the safest place was the 81 dilapidated cities. Some weak geniuses would choose to enter the cities before nightfall to ensure their own safety. It was noon. Fang Chen carefully looked around and found that the wasteland in front of him was very wide and boundless. Let's find Lu Lianxue and the other 2 first, Fang Chen said to himself. He had to search for the 3 women and the dilapidated cities at the same time. Before thoroughly understanding the situation in the bloody battle space, he had to enter the dilapidated cities at night. However, just as Fang Chen was about to move forward, the Banksian shoe and little mouse spoke. The little mouse blinked and said, "Boss, I feel that there are some voices in the bloody battle space that are calling me. I have to go and find them." Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately nodded and said, "Will it be dangerous for you to act alone?" "Boss, don't worry. No one can catch me in the bloody battle space," the little mouse said. The little mouse also wanted to find its own opportunity, so it had to act alone. Fang Chen thought for a moment and finally agreed to the little mouse's request. Based on Fang Chen's understanding of the little mouse, although the little mouse's combat power was only at the 1st level of the spiritual whirlpool realm, even a 3rd level of the spiritual whirlpool realm warrior would not be able to catch it. Seeing that Fang Chen nodded, the little mouse left with a whoosh and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. After the little mouse left, the Banksian shoe told Fang Chen that it was going to look for the leaves that had fallen from the ancient celestial tree. This was very important to it. If it could find them, it could reach the celestial tree level. In the end, Fang Chen was the only one on the road. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds appeared in the sky. Gradually, the sky darkened. At this time, Fang Chen finally reached the end of the wasteland. He stood at the end of the wasteland and looked into the distance. He suddenly realized that there was a dilapidated city at the end of the wasteland. A black mass of warriors was rushing towards the dilapidated city. A city. There were 81 cities in the bloody battle space. Fang Chen finally found one. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen increased his speed and rushed towards the city. However, just as he was about to reach the city, 2 figures suddenly blocked Fang Chen's path. Seeing the people blocking his path, Fang Chen's face was extremely gloomy. This was because one of the 2 people blocking his path was Yang Xiujin from the Yang family of Mizar City. "Fang Chen, we meet again," Yang Xiujin said with a cold glint in his eyes. Yang Xiujin. Fang Chen could feel Yang Xiujin's murderous intent and called out in a low voice, "Is he Fang Chen?" A gentle and refined cultivator beside Yang Xiujin asked with an indifferent smile. Brother Hun, he is Fong Qin. The Yang family received news that Hun Yu was most likely killed by him, Yang Xiujin said softly. The brother Hun that Yang Xiujin mentioned was Hun Ju, who ranked third among the younger generation of the Ancient Soul sect, an overlord force in Ancient Soul City. Hun Ju's cultivation had reached the first level of the spiritual vortex realm, and he ranked third among the younger generation of the Ancient Soul sect. He had some friendship with Yang Xiujin. After entering the bloody battle space, he had coincidentally met Yang Xiujin, and the two of them had traveled together. When Han Yu heard this, a trace of displeasure appeared between his brows. A terrifying light shot out of his eyes. Swoosh! Han Ju's fists suddenly danced. Immediately, a majestic fist light shot towards Fong Qin. When he saw Han Ju's sudden sneak attack, Fong Qin's face darkened. He clenched his fists tightly and activated his early stage, tempered body, sword body. All the power in his body converged on his fists, and he threw a punch. Bang! When the fists collided, a deafening sound erupted. Dense spiritual energy instantly dissipated. When the spiritual energy dissipated, Han Ju's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. He hadn't expected that Fong Qin would actually be able to block his punch. The way he looked at Fong Qin also changed slightly. Brother Han Ju, I can handle this kid myself, Yang Xiujin said softly as he took a step forward. His eyes were bloodthirsty and cold. He wanted to take back the humiliation that Fong Qin had once inflicted on him 100 times over. Fong Qin, do you still remember what I said to you on the streets of Kaiyang City? Yang Xiujin said icily. So what if I remember? Fong Qin said, I said that when we enter the bloody battle space, I will definitely kill you, Yang Xiujin said darkly. He hadn't expected to meet Fong Qin as soon as he entered the bloody battle space. This made Yang Xiujin very excited. It was as if he could already see the scene of Fong Qin dying at his hands. I'm afraid you don't have the strength, Fong Qin said indifferently. Yang Xiujin's cultivation was only at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. In his eyes, it wasn't worth mentioning. Now, when he attacked with all his strength, his combat power was comparable to a martial artist at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Humph, I hope you can still be so stubborn later. Yang Xiujin sneered. He held his long sword, and the spiritual vortex in his qi spun. A majestic aura instantly spread out. The long sword in Yang Xiujin's hand drew a very strange trajectory in the sky. Countless rays of cold sword light shot out from Yang Xiujin's long sword. A fierce wind blew, and a sinister wind blew. As soon as Yang Xiujin made his move, he used a thunderous move. His swordsmanship had reached perfection. Even Han Ju, who was standing at the side, nodded in satisfaction when he saw Yang Xiujin's swordsmanship. Sword cultivators were worthy of being called the strongest martial artist in terms of attack power. Although Yang Xiujin's cultivation was not as high as Han Ju's and his strength was not as strong as Han Ju's, the swordsmanship that Yang Xiujin used was enough to threaten Han Ju. I'm afraid he can't withstand such tyrannical power, Han Ju said with a smile. He was laughing at Fong Qin's ignorance. Facing a terrifying sword cultivator like Yang Xiujin, he actually took out his long sword. Humph, are you challenging Yang Xiujin's sword principle attacks? Han Ju sneered. At this moment, Fong Qin saw the countless rays of sword light rapidly attacking him. The hidden star sword in his hand instantly displayed the phantom sword technique. The sword principle that Fong Qin cultivated was the illusory sword principle. When the sword force around Fong Qin spread out, the power of the illusory sword principle instantly exploded. A strong illusory aura directly shrouded Yang Xiujin, causing the latter to instantly fall into confusion. Yang Xiujin was shocked. He shook his head violently and came out of the terrifying illusion. He looked at Fang Chen with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. What a terrifying illusion, Yang Xiujin said to himself. Bang! 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 The illusory sword shot out from the hidden star sword fiercely collided with Yang Xiujin's countless rays of sword light. While Han Ju was still in shock, Fang Chen's illusory sword directly defeated Yang Xiujin's sword light with an unstoppable force. Yang Xiujin felt the web between his thumb and forefinger tremble. The long sword in his hand almost fell from the shock. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. Yang Xiujin steadied his body. A scarlet color appeared in his dark eyes. He was completely enraged. Fang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Yang Xiujin roared angrily. You can't do it, Fang Chen said disdainfully. At this moment, Han Ju, who was at the side, finally saw some clues. His sword power! Han Ju cried out involuntarily. He was thinking quickly in his mind. While Han Ju was in shock, Fang Chen's hidden star sword had already pierced one of Yang Xiujin's arms. Yang Xiujin let out a miserable cry. His eyes were scarlet. He wanted to kill Fang Chen, but he couldn't. Not only did he fail to hit Fang Chen, but Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced his arm instead. Blood kept flowing out. Seeing this, Han Ju made his move. His fists gathered a powerful force and directly bombarded Fang Chen. Yes, Fang Chen sensed Han Ju's attack. He pulled out the hidden star sword from Yang Xiujin's arm and immediately stabbed back. Bang! Fang Chen's hidden star sword easily neutralized Han Ju's attack. Han Ju defeated Fang Chen with a punch. He quickly came to Yang Xiujin's side and asked, Are you okay? I'm going to kill him. Yang Xiujin roared angrily. Han Ju helped Yang Xiujin up and whispered, His attack is very strange. Now is not the time for a decisive battle. Let's go. Han Ju glanced at Fang Chen and prepared to take Yang Xiujin into the dilapidated city. You want to leave like this? Fang Chen sneered and said coldly, If he was the one injured today, Yang Xiujin would definitely not let him go. Since they were destined to be mortal enemies, why would he let him go? Moreover, this was the bloody battle space. Even if he killed Yang Xiujin, so what? Fang Chen, don't push your luck, Han Ju said gloomily. You want to push your luck? You too wanted to kill me. After fighting, you felt that I'm not easy to kill, so you want to leave. How can there be such a good thing? Fang Chen's eyes were full of killing intent. He didn't hide it at all. I'm only going to kill Yang Xiujin. If you try to stop me, I'll kill you too, Fang Chen said coldly. Han Ju was infuriated. He wanted to fight Fang Chen, but he looked at the sky. Night had fallen. If they didn't enter the city, they would be in danger. Fang Chen, you'll regret this, Han Ju said coldly. The next moment, he took Yang Xiujin with him and leaped into the city in a flash. Seeing this, Fang Chen pushed off the ground, wanting to stop him. At this moment, the roar of a monster beast came from the darkness in the distance. Chapter 6:18. Mobile Reading. Fang Chen looked up. The sky was pitch black, and the dilapidated city was brightly lit. Many martial artists were looking in their direction. Under the pitch-black night sky, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard. At the same time, a majestic aura rushed towards them. Fang Chen knew that things were not going well. He could feel that the aura rushing towards him gave him a sense of danger. He gave up on blocking Yang Xiujin's soul perception and channeled his spirit qi. With a tap of his foot, he flew into the sky and headed towards the city. The dilapidated city was right in front of him. As long as he entered the city, the demonic beasts would not dare to enter. However, things were not as perfect as one would imagine. Fang Chen had just flown into the sky when a black shadow shot towards him from the pitch-black horizon. Bang! Fang Chen did not hesitate and threw out a punch. With a bang, the black shadow was sent flying by Fang Chen. However, in the blink of an eye, the black shadow flew towards him again. At this time, Fong Qin could see clearly that the black shadow was a golden-crowned eagle. A golden-crowned eagle at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Hiss! Hiss! An intimidating voice was emitted from the golden-crowned eagle's mouth. Its eyes emitted a terrifying aura as its enormous wings flapped wildly in the air, as if it were trying to devour Fong Qin. Evil creature. When Fong Qin saw the golden-crowned eagle attacking again, he let out a low roar and used the phantom sword technique. The hidden star sword slashed across, and the golden-crowned eagle's body was instantly pierced by Fong Qin's sword. The golden-crowned eagle let out a miserable cry. Its wings had been cut off by Fong Qin. Unable to fly in the air, it instantly fell to the ground. Because the golden-crowned eagle had blocked Fong Qin for a while, a large number of demonic beasts had appeared on the ground. There were many different types of demonic beasts. In the outside world, these demonic beasts were nothing to be afraid of. However, they had survived from ancient times and were constantly absorbing the aura in the bloody battle space. Over time, they had become terrifying ancient beasts. Ancient giant beasts were many times stronger than demonic beasts. The ancient giant beasts could instantly kill a large number of ordinary demonic beasts. Moreover, the ancient giant beasts were incomparably bloodthirsty. They had no thoughts and only knew how to kill. The roars of countless beasts filled the sky. Fong Qin was attacked by these ancient beasts. Although they couldn't fly, their attacks could still hit Fong Qin. Bang, 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 these ancient giant beasts were all at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Even so, Fong Qin was no match for them. We can't continue like this. Fong Qin used the Phantom God sword technique to block the attacks of the ancient giant beasts as he flew towards the dilapidated city. Just like that, it took Fong Qin an hour to reach the edge of the dilapidated city. He only needed a second to fly into the city. Phantom God sword art. Fong Qin integrated the sword aura into the Phantom God sword technique. He then activated the illusory sword principle and used his strongest attack. Under the dark night sky, a silver-white light shot out from Fong Qin's star-hidden sword and blasted towards the group of ancient giant beasts on the ground. Suddenly, the ancient giant beasts retreated. This was the moment. Fong Qin found an opportunity. With a flash of his figure, he flew directly into the city. At this moment, in the city, Han Ju's eyes revealed a sinister smile. He clenched his fists and gathered all the strength in his body. When Fong Qin was not paying attention, he threw a punch at him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Fong Qin was caught off guard and was blasted out of the city by this punch. He landed on the ground and was instantly surrounded by the ancient giant beasts. Damn it! Fong Qin's eyes were scarlet. He glanced at Han Ju in the city and fell into a chaotic battle. If I don't die, I will kill you. Fong Qin's angry voice came from the group of ancient giant beasts. That will have to wait until you survive. Han Ju sneered. He stood in the pool and enjoyed the hunt outside the city. Bloody space. After the baptism of time, when night fell, the outside world was in chaos and ancient giant beasts would appear from time to time. As for the 81 broken cities, they were the safest. Every time night fell, a powerful restriction would appear around the dilapidated city. Even the ancient beasts did not dare to approach the dilapidated city. At this moment, Fong Qin, who was in the middle of a group of ancient beasts, was besieged on all sides by the beasts. However, Fong Qin did not give up. He displayed his golden giant sword and a majestic sword aura surrounded his body. He constantly performed the Phantom God sword art. He fought against the ancient giant beasts and approached the city. As long as he could enter the city, he would be able to survive. There were many warriors in the city. They shook their heads when they saw Fong Qin trapped in the group of ancient giant beasts. The one who attacked is Han Ju of the Ancient Soul Sect. Who is that kid? How did he offend Han Ju? I heard that the kid is a genius from Mizar City. He offended Yang Xiujian, who has a good relationship with Han Ju. He will definitely die if he is surrounded by ancient giant beasts. Many warriors shook their heads. They did not think that Fang Qin could survive in the group of ancient giant beasts. Han Ju and Yang Xiujin's eyes were full of smiles. Outside the broken city, Fang Qin tried his best to resist the attacks of the ancient giant beasts. Time passed bit by bit, and he was almost unable to hold on. At this moment, he took out the Thunderbolt talisman. He injected spiritual energy and activated the Thunderbolt talisman. Suddenly, a thick lightning snake descended from the sky and bombarded the group of ancient giant beasts. Roar! Countless giant beasts let out furious roars. Fang Qin took advantage of this opportunity to use the Phantom God sword technique with all his strength. He stabbed the ancient beast closest to him, and then he tapped the tip of his foot and stepped on the ancient beast's body. He leaped up, and with a whoosh, he jumped into the sky above the dilapidated city. Then he landed in the broken city. Roar! Countless ancient giant beasts looked at the broken city and roared at the sky. Within the dilapidated city, countless martialists were attracted by the thunderous roar. Their gazes all turned to look outside the city. They were dumbfounded by what they saw. Fang Qin, who was battered and exhausted, stood quietly on the street. His eyes were filled with a scarlet color, and murderous intent filled his body. How can this be? Han Ju was shocked when he found that Fang Qin had returned to the city safe and sound. The hearts of the other martial artists were filled with shock. They did not need to worry about the attacks of the ancient giant beasts after entering the city. Fang Qin held the hidden star sword and walked toward Han Ju step by step. When Fang Qin arrived in front of Han Ju, his killing intent soared to the heavens. "You can die now," Fang Qin said coldly. When Han Ju punched him out of the city, he had already made up his mind to kill Han Ju. "You are really lucky to be able to escape from the group of ancient giant beasts. However, do you think you can kill me with such strength?" Han Ju recovered from his shock and sneered. The atmosphere was very heated. The battle between Fang Qin and Han Ju was about to start. Hearing Han Ju's words, Fang Qin stared at him and raised the hidden star sword in his hand. "I will use this sword to cut off your head," Fang Qin said. "I am afraid it will be your head that is cut off." Han Ju sneered. "Then you can try." Fang Qin growled. His body was full of sword force. In the next moment, his golden giant sword Dharma power was activated. The power of his human-level Dharma power was shocking. The Phantom sword technique. Fang Qin performed the Phantom sword technique. This was the first time Fang Qin attacked with all his strength after his cultivation reached the spiritual vortex realm. Not only did he want to kill Han Ju, but he also wanted to kill him quickly. Seeing Fang Qin attack first, Han Ju sneered. He clenched his fists and performed the Ancient Soul Sect's unique skill, Ancient Soul Fist. Han Ju roared. His fists were surrounded by fierce evil spirit. When the evil spirit reached its peak, it transformed into two illusory fists. "Go to hell!" Seeing the two illusory fists appear, Han Ju roared. His fists were mixed with the illusory fists and blasted toward Fang Qin. The Ancient Soul Fist was the Ancient Soul Sect's unique skill. Its power was needless to say. Han Ju performed the Ancient Soul Fist right from the start. It was enough to show how much he valued Fang Qin. "It's no use." As he spoke, Fang Qin's hidden star sword had already smashed the two illusory fists. It then slashed at Han Ju's fists. Puchi! The hidden star sword carried a domineering sword chi and directly cut off Han Ju's fists. Han Ju let out a miserable cry. No. Han Ju let out an angry roar. He was unwilling to accept this. How could a nobody be so strong? It's too late. Fang Qin did not give Han Ju a chance. He exerted force in his palm, and the hidden star sword pierced Han Ju's chest. Han Ju opened his mouth to speak, but found that he could not even speak. Fang Qin killed Hanju with one move. His strength shocked all the warriors. At this moment, all the warriors in the dilapidated city were shocked. He killed Hanju with one move. Has his cultivation reached the second level of the spiritual vortex realm? A warrior exclaimed. He's too strong. If I were to face him, I wouldn't even be able to withstand one move. Hanju provoked someone he shouldn't have. He even lost his life. Fang Qin pulled out the hidden star, sword amidst the shock of many warriors. Hanju's body fell limply to the ground and lost all signs of life. A genius of a generation had died in Fang Qin's hands just like that. If he was given another chance, he would never go against Fang Qin, even if he was beaten to death. This also reflected the bloody nature of the bloody battle space. If you did not kill others, others would kill you. Therefore, you had to make a move and kill everyone who wanted to kill you. The average strength of the geniuses in this city was at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Fang Qin killed Hanju with one move, completely shocking them. They looked at Fang Qin with eyes full of reverence. After killing Hanju, Fang Qin looked coldly at Yang Xiujin. Are you prepared to die? Fang Qin asked coldly. Yang Xiujin's heart was filled with fear. He had thought that he could kill Fang Qin after entering the bloody battle space. Now, it seemed that he had been too naive. Fang Qin, we are both warriors of Mizar City. How about you let me live? Yang Xiujin knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. If I don't kill you, I can't guarantee that one day I will be plotted against by you, Fang Qin said. As long as you let me go, I can swear that I won't attack you, Yang Xiujin said anxiously. In the face of death, what was dignity? As long as he could survive, he would do anything. However, Fang Qin did not give him a chance. If you do something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. As soon as Fang Qin finished speaking, the hidden star sword flashed and Yang Xiujin fell to the ground unwillingly. Chongqing Bookstore Primordial Swordmaster only represents the views of the author. Qingshi see you. If any content is found to be in violation of national laws, please delete it. Our position is to provide a healthy and green reading platform. Chapter 619. He had not wanted to kill anyone, but the enemy had forced him to do so. Yang Xiujin and Hanju's deaths were entirely their own fault. If Hanju had not plotted against Fang Qin when he flew into the broken city, Fang Qin would not have killed him in a fit of anger. After killing Yang Xiujin, Fang Qin put away the hidden star sword and found a quiet place to sit down and rest. In the long night, people would occasionally look at the place where Fang Qin was sitting. Their eyes were filled with respect. Now, Fang Qin had become the king of the city. When the second day arrived, countless martialists left the city in search of their own opportunities. And in a corner of the city, a fat man with a big head and big ears was looking at Fang Qin with a smile. Fang Qin opened his eyes and saw him. "Brother Fang Qin," the fat man said with a smile as he dragged his bloated body towards Fang Qin. "What's up?" Fang Qin asked. "Brother Fang Qin, I saw you kill Hanju and Yang Xiujin last night. I'm afraid no one in the first level of the spiritual vortex realm is your match," the fat man said. "I have a piece of news that I want to share with Brother Fang Qin. What do you think about it, Brother Fang Qin?" "What news?" Fang Qin asked with a frown. "Brother Fang Qin, I found a strange place not far away. If we work together, we might be able to enter that strange place," the fat man said. Fang Qin's eyes flickered when he heard this, and he looked at the fat man. "Brother Fang Qin, don't misunderstand. I'm sharing this news with you because I don't have the confidence to enter that strange place. You are the strongest in this city, so I want to work with you," the fat man said. Fang Qin nodded and said, "We can work together, but once we enter the strange place, it will depend on our own abilities." "All right," Fatty nodded. Then, under the lead of the fat man, the two of them quickly left the dilapidated city and rushed towards the strange place. A few hours later, Fang Qin and the fatty appeared at the foot of a mountain. "It's here," said Fang Chen, looking at the mountain peak. The fatty nodded and said, "That's right, it's here." That mountain peak doesn't seem simple. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Fang Chen could clearly feel a majestic sword intent surging from the mountain peak. This sword intent gave him a sense of shock. Fang Chen looked at the mountain peak and studied it carefully. Finally, after looking around for a while, Fang Chen and the fatty prepared to enter the mountain. When the two of them reached the mountainside, they suddenly heard the roar of a demonic beast. Then a flamingo circled above their heads. "It's a demonic beast," Fang Chen shouted. Ancient giant beasts usually came out at night. Those that came out during the day were demonic beasts. The flamingo was covered in thick flames. It spread its wings and circled above Fang Chen's head. Its eyes stared at the two of them, as if warning them. "This mountain peak is the flamingo's territory," said the fatty. He felt a terrifying aura from the flamingo's body. This flamingo was at least a demonic beast at the peak of the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Whoosh! The flamingo suddenly opened its mouth and spat out flames. Then, in the sky, they turned into flamingos and swooped down towards Fang Chen and the fatty. "Brother Fang Chen," the fatty shouted in horror. Fang Chen suddenly activated his fire concept. Thick flames surrounded his body, and he punched out. Bang, 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 wherever the fist passed, the flamingo illusions were instantly shattered by Fang Chen. Fang Chen was shocked to find that the flames spat out by the flamingo could be absorbed by his fire concept. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hiss, the fire concept quickly absorbed the flames spat out by the flamingo. In a short while, the flames were completely absorbed. At this time, the flamingo finally realized the strength of this human ancient martial art practitioner. It shrieked and spread its wings. A firestorm instantly descended from the sky. Phantom sword technique. Fang Chen used the phantom sword technique, and the hidden star sword pierced towards the flamingo. Bang, 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 the hidden star sword collided with the firestorm and let out a deafening sound. The flamingo was unable to kill Fang Chen, and Fang Chen was unable to defeat the flamingo. One man and one bird faced each other. When the fatty saw this scene, he quickly rushed towards the peak of the mountain. Fang Chen's illusionary god sword technique was incomparably powerful. Coupled with the concept of fire, Fiery Bird's firestorm had no effect on Fang Chen at all. Just as Fang Chen and the flamingo were facing each other, the flamingo in the sky suddenly shrieked. It spread its wings and flew towards the peak of the mountain. A furious aura erupted from its body. Not good. Fang Chen shouted inwardly as he charged towards the mountain peak. At this time, the fatty was holding 2 bird eggs in his arms. His face was full of smiles as he prepared to take the eggs away. The reason Fiery Bird had gone berserk was because of these 2 eggs. This damn fatty. When Fang Chen saw this, he could not help but curse. You took away its bird eggs. How could it not be enraged? Brother Fang Chen, save me. When the fatty realized that he was being targeted by the flamingo, he hurriedly threw away the 2 bird eggs in his arms. However, he was still attacked by the flamingo. If not for his strong defense, he would have been roasted into meat by the flamingo. Fang Chen waved the hidden star sword and blocked the flamingo's attack. When the flamingo saw this, it let out an angry roar. However, it still retreated and left the mountain with the 2 bird eggs. The flamingo knew of Fang Chen's strength. It could not defeat Fang Chen and could only retreat. Damn fatty, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. After the flamingo left, Fang Chen could not help but curse. Hee, that was a mistake. The fatty laughed. Fang Chen ignored the fatty and inspected the mountain peak. After a round of inspection, Fang Chen discovered that at the edge of the mountain peak, there was a huge sword stabbed into the ground. The surroundings of the mountain peak were filled with extremely dense sword intent. The reason why Fiery Bird had settled down here was because there was a faint fiery aura coming from the huge sword stuck in the ground. Could it be an ancient expert's training ground? Fang Qin inwardly guessed. The various signs here indicated that this mountain peak should be a training ground. Sensing the dense sword intent in the surroundings, Fang Chen's sword aura was automatically released. In Fang Chen's mind, the contents of the beginner scroll of Sword Dao Quintessence appeared. He sat down cross-legged and entered a state of enlightenment. Brother Fang Chen. The fatty turned around and was about to speak to Fang Qin. However, when he saw that Fang Qin had entered a state of enlightenment, he was a bit speechless. No wonder he's so strong, the fatty muttered. After that, the fatty began to search for treasures. When he had first discovered this place, he had felt that it was incomparably strange. Other than the dense sword intent, there had to be something else. It just so happened that while Fang Chen was in a state of enlightenment, he could go search for it. As Fang Chen entered a state of enlightenment, his mind was filled with the contents of the beginner scroll of Sword Dao Quintessence. Fang Chen had taken the first step of the 5 steps of Sword Dao. In the first step, Fang Chen had accumulated a lot, and his sword aura had already reached perfection. Using the sword aura, Fang Chen could easily control the surrounding power of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. The sword aura around Fang Chen's body was constantly rotating, and there seemed to be signs of a breakthrough. At this time, Fang Chen also had a trace of enlightenment in his heart. He was going to step into the second step of Sword Dao and cultivate sword intent again. The first step of Sword Dao was sword aura, and the second step was sword intent. Back then, before he had obtained the beginner scroll of Sword Dao Quintessence, Fang Chen had already cultivated sword intent to the 3rd minor realm. From this point, one could see Fang Chen's talent in Sword Dao. When Fang Chen was about to cultivate sword intent again, the golden heart in his body began to beat rapidly, and waves of invisible aura flowed out from it. The golden heart was incomparably mysterious. It had accompanied Fang Chen all the way and had played a crucial role. Now, the golden heart was active again, and it seemed to be helping Fang Chen to step into the second step of Sword Dao. Dong! The golden heart beat faster and faster, and in the end, it could not be seen with the naked eye. Chapter 620. This process lasted for a few hours. In the end, Fang Chen felt a boom in his mind. At that moment, all the sword force had been transformed into sword will. By recultivating sword will, Fang Chen had reached the second step of the sword principle. After the sword force had been completely transformed, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and shot out 2 terrifying sword will. Sword will surged around his body, and his aura was extremely terrifying. A long time ago, Fang Chen had relied on his own efforts to condense sword will. He had even cultivated it to the 3rd minor realm. However, it was not until he entered Jinren Hantian's mansion and obtained the sword principle truth that Fang Chen learned about the 5 steps of the sword principle. At that moment, Fang Chen also made up his mind to recultivate sword force. The 5 steps of the sword principle was very important to the sword cultivators of the ancient sword continent. Now, Fang Chen had finally recultivated sword will. Although it was only the initial stage of condensing sword will and had not reached the 1st minor realm, its power had increased by a lot. So powerful. Fang Chen could not help but sigh, as expected of the 2nd step of the sword principle. Just the initial stage of condensing sword will, and he could already feel the vigorous power. Fang Chen slowly stood up. He felt that if he performed the phantom sword technique with all his strength, he could even defeat a martial artist at the peak of the 1st level of the spiritual vortex realm. Of course, Fang Chen did not have much confidence in defeating a martial artist at the 2nd level of the spiritual vortex realm. The spiritual vortex realm was different from the condensing reality realm. One could fight across realms at will. In the spiritual vortex realm, it was very difficult to fight across realms, unless one was a true genius. In the entire 5-element state, the only geniuses who could fight across realms at the spiritual vortex realm were the martial artists from the 5 Elements Academy. There were many geniuses who had entered the bloody battle space. Fang Chen's current strength was at most average. There was still a huge gap between him and those top geniuses. However, the good thing was that the bloody battle space would be open for 6 months. Fang Chen had plenty of time. At this moment, Fang Chen remembered the fatty who had come here with him. He turned his head and found no trace of the fatty at the top of the mountain. He frowned slightly and began to search for the fatty. Not long after, Fang Chen found fatty. At this moment, the fatty was at the edge of the mountain, cultivating on a very strange ground. It seemed that the spirit qi here was very suitable for his physique. Seeing this, Fang Chen did not disturb fatty. Instead, he nodded and began to search the mountain. Fang Chen was certain that this mountain peak must have been the place where a swordsman from ancient times cultivated. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to have such a strong sword intent. Now that Fang Chen had recultivated his sword intent, he wanted to explore the mountain. Fang Chen immediately rushed over to the massive sword. His palm gently grasped the massive sword as he tried to pull it out. Fang Chen used all his strength, but he could not pull the massive sword out. The massive sword was very heavy. Fang Chen was a little surprised. The spiritual spirals in his sea of qi rotated crazily. Fang Chen's strength had reached its maximum. However, he still could not pull the massive sword out. This made Fang Chen even more puzzled. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the golden heart beat rapidly. Waves of invisible aura quietly entered the massive sword from Fang Chen's palm. Crash! Suddenly, a deafening sound came from within the massive sword. Then, the massive sword rose into the air by itself. In the blink of an eye, a massive sword was suspended in the sky. This massive sword exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The majestic aura directly swept across the entire mountain peak. Fang Chen was shocked. His dark eyes stared at the massive sword. At this moment, on the distant plains, a man had just killed a demonic beast and was about to leave. Suddenly, he sensed the majestic sword intent. This sword intent is too strong. The man's expression changed greatly. He immediately looked up and saw a massive sword suspended above a mountain peak in the distance. Could it be the sword principal inheritance? The man's eyes were burning. His figure flashed, and he flew directly to the mountain peak in the distance. After a while, the man appeared in front of the mountain peak. When he sensed the overwhelming sword intent, he was even more certain that there was a sword principal inheritance here. The man was a sword principal cultivator. He knew very well what this massive sword represented. This inheritance belongs to Qing Wu. Qing Wu's face revealed a scorching smile as he said this. When Qing Wu stepped onto the mountain peak, he realized that there was someone else on the mountain peak. His expression was grave as he stared at the person in front of him. At this moment, Fang Chen also noticed this person. Fang Chen ignored Qing Wu. His eyes were fixed on the massive sword suspended in the sky. He could feel that the massive sword was resonating with his golden heart. What is hidden in the massive sword? Fang Chen thought to himself. Thinking of this, Fang Chen approached the massive sword. Stop! When Qing Wu saw this, he roared angrily and stood in front of Fang Chen. The massive sword belongs to me. You can leave. Qing Wu was in a good mood, so he did not want to kill anyone. He only wanted Fang Chen to leave. Hearing Qing Wu's words, Fang Chen's face darkened completely. This massive sword has no owner. I was the one who discovered it first, Fang Chen said. Does it belong to you just because you discovered it? You should know that this is the bloody battle space. You are lucky that I did not kill you. Qing Wu sneered. He did not take Fang Chen seriously at all. Qing Wu's cultivation had reached the peak of LV1 spiritual whirlpool realm. If he could obtain the massive sword, he might be able to break through to LV2 spiritual whirlpool realm. How could Qing Wu give such an opportunity to Fang Chen? Is that so? Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with anger. He was the one who discovered the massive sword first. Qing Wu wanted to take it, but he was lucky that Qing Wu did not kill him. "If you don't get lost, you can stay here forever," Qing Wu said coldly when he saw Fang Chen's expression. "Today, I'd like to see whose hands this huge sword will end up in," Fang Chen said coldly. "You are courting death." Hearing this, Qing Wu roared and a wild aura surged from his body. A long sword appeared in his hand. Green Lotus sword technique, slashing Green Lotus with one stroke. Qing Wu used his own unique skill, Green Lotus sword technique. Qing Wu was a disciple of the Green Lotus sect in Clear Wave City. The Green Lotus sect was a 4-star sect, similar in strength to the Ancient Soul sect. As for Qing Wu, he was the chief disciple of the Green Lotus sect. His cultivation had reached the peak of LV1 spiritual whirlpool realm, and he had cultivated the unique skill of the Green Lotus sect, Green Lotus sword technique. The Green Lotus sect was a sword Dao sect. Every disciple in the sect was a sword cultivator with outstanding attack power. When Qing Wu displayed the Green Lotus sword technique, his long sword was surrounded by a majestic sword essence. Under his control, sword light flashed. Countless streaks of green sword light transformed into a green lotus in the sky. As soon as the green lotus was formed, a majestic aura surged and swept across the entire mountain peak. When Fang Chen saw the green lotus, he sneered and displayed the phantom sword technique. The sword essence of the second step of the sword Dao instantly spread out. Under Fang Chen's control, it merged into the phantom sword technique. Bang! In the sky, the star-concealing sword enlarged infinitely. Finally, it struck the green lotus with the force of a thunderbolt, causing a deafening sound. After the green lotus came into contact with Fang Chen's star-concealing sword, the lotus leaves rotated as if it wanted to destroy Fang Chen's star-concealing sword. However, the latter was too domineering. With an unstoppable momentum, it directly shattered the lotus leaves on the green lotus. Crack! The lotus leaves shattered and the green lotus turned into nothingness. At the same time, Qing Wu's body involuntarily retreated a few steps. When he stabilized his body, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Fang Chen's cultivation was clearly at the spiritual whirlpool realm, but he was able to withstand his attack. "It seems that I have underestimated you." Qing Wu's gaze looked at the star-concealing sword in Fang Chen's hand. He believed that Fang Chen was able to withstand his green lotus sword technique because of the star-concealing sword. Qing Wu could tell at a glance that Fang Chen's star-concealing sword was a high-grade dark weapon. "Brat, after I kill you, your high-rank profound weapon will also be mine." Qing Wu's tongue licked his dry lips as he grinned. Initially, he had no intention of attacking, but after seeing Fang Chen's high-grade dark weapon, he had the intention to kill. How could a guy who had just entered the spiritual whirlpool realm possess a high-grade dark weapon? One must know that as the first disciple of the Green Lotus sect, he only possessed a mid-grade dark weapon. Although there was only a small difference between mid-grade and high-grade dark weapons, the difference was too big. "You want my star-concealing sword." Fang Chen also laughed. He was laughing at Qing Wu's ignorance. "I hate your smile," Qing Wu said coldly. In the next moment, Qing Wu's aura rose again. A powerful aura soared into the sky. Green Lotus sword technique, splitting mountains in 2 moves. Qing Wu executed the second move of the Green Lotus sword technique. This move was said to be able to split mountains. Rumble! After Qing Wu executed this move, the long sword in his hand rapidly enlarged in the sky. In the end, it turned into a sword shadow that was 10,000 feet long. Qing Wu held onto the sword hilt and slashed down at Fang Chen. If this move landed, not to mention Fang Chen, even the mountain would be split in half. Insignificant skill. Until now, Qing Wu had not even used his full strength. It was too much of a fantasy for him to kill Fang Qin with a mere green lotus sword technique. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. After the gray mist dissipated, Fang Qin stood quietly with the star concealing sword in front of his chest, blocking the attack of Qing Wu's long sword. Qing Wu's sword shadow instantly disappeared. The long sword returned to its original form and pressed down on Fang Qin's star concealing sword. Yes, at this moment, Qing Wu's heart was filled with astonishment. This kid could even block the second sword of his green lotus sword art so easily. With Qing Wu's strength, he would only use one move to deal with a martial artist who had just entered the spiritual whirlpool realm. Only under rare circumstances would he use the second move of the green lotus sword technique. Chapter 6:21. Reading with a mobile phone, the third sword, I will definitely kill you. Qing Wu's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent as he said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the third sword of the green lotus sword technique was instantly executed. Green lotus sword technique. Third sword cleaves the mountains and rivers. The third sword of the green lotus sword technique. Sword cleaves the mountains and rivers. As soon as Qing Wu executed his sword, boundless sword intent surged out from the long sword. The sword intent instantly transformed into the shape of the mountains and rivers. At the same time, Qing Wu controlled the mountains and rivers to attack Fang Qin. The mountains and rivers were filled with dense sword intent. For a guy who had just entered the spiritual vortex realm, it was already pretty good that he was able to execute the third sword of the green lotus sword technique. Go to hell! Qing Wu roared. The mountains and rivers shook as the sword intent soared into the sky. He originally thought that this sword would definitely kill Fang Qin. However, when the mountains and rivers came into contact with Fang Qin's hidden star sword, Qing Wu realized that he was too naive. Break! Seeing the ferocious mountain and river sword intent attack, Fang Qin roared. The hidden star sword in his hand pierced into the mountains and rivers in an unbelievable manner. When the hidden star sword pierced into the mountains and rivers, Qing Wu was shocked to find that the sword intent within the mountains and rivers was rapidly absorbed by the hidden star sword. In a flash, the sword intent within the mountains and rivers was completely absorbed by the hidden star sword. At this moment, the mountains and rivers collapsed. Bang! The mountains and rivers shattered. The third sword of the green lotus sword technique had failed. The shattering of the mountains and rivers caused Qing Wu to suffer a backlash. The shattered mountains and rivers bombarded Qing Wu. Fortunately, Qing Wu dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have suffered more than just minor injuries. Qing Wu stabilized his body. His eyes were filled with bloodthirsty madness. He looked at Fang Qin furiously. At this moment, he finally realized how powerful Fang Qin was. Brat, I admit that you are very powerful. You managed to block 3 of my swords, Qing Wu said coldly. Fang Qin glanced at the giant sword floating in the sky from the corner of his eyes. The giant sword had been floating in the air, as if it was waiting for the 2 of them to decide the victor. What else do you have? Fang Qin sneered. Qing Wu had said that he was going to kill him, but now he was still standing there, unharmed, even after 3 sword strikes. This was a slap to the face, a slap to Qing Wu's face. When Qing Wu heard Fang Qin's voice, his heart burned with anger. His eyes turned scarlet, and his body emitted a terrifying aura. Green lotus sword art, 4 swords strike the earth. The green lotus sword art had a total of 5 swords. As the chief disciple of the Green Lotus sect, Qing Wu was gifted in the sword Dao. However, he had only cultivated the first 4 swords. As for the 5th sword, Qing Wu had never succeeded in cultivating it. It was said that if the 5th sword was successfully cultivated, one would be invincible within the same realm and could even fight those of a higher realm. However, Qing Wu believed that the fourth sword was enough to kill Fang Qin. A majestic sword light shot out from Qing Wu's long sword, surrounded by an extremely majestic sword intent. The fourth sword was known as the sword cleaving the earth. A majestic aura swept through the entire mountain as Qing Wu's sword slashed out, bringing with it a powerful force as it slashed towards Fang Qin. Sword cleaving the earth? What a joke! Fang Qin sneered when he saw Qing Wu performing the fourth sword of the Green Lotus sword art. He rotated the hidden star sword and performed the illusory sword principle. Fang Qin cultivated the illusory sword principle, while Qing Wu only cultivated the ordinary sword principle. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Hiss, hiss, hiss when the illusory sword principle was performed. A strong illusory aura was integrated into the sword intent. The two combined and surrounded the hidden star sword. Then, Fang Qin performed the phantom sword art. When the hidden star sword collided with Qing Wu's long sword, a strong illusory aura immediately enveloped Qing Wu. At the same time, Fang Qin's sword intent completely crushed Qing Wu's sword intent. In the blink of an eye, Qing Wu's sword intent was completely devoured by Fang Qin's sword intent and disappeared completely. Without the support of sword intent, the Green Lotus sword art was just a joke. Fang Qin's hidden star sword collided with Qing Wu's long sword. The fourth sword of the Green Lotus sword art was instantly broken. Bang! With a deafening sound, a crack appeared on Qing Wu's mid-grade profound weapon. It was a crack caused by the high-grade profound weapon, the hidden star sword. The strong force hit Qing Wu and woke him up from the illusion. The first thing he did when he woke up was to retreat. Pucci! As soon as Qing Wu retreated, Fang Qin's hidden star sword slashed on the ground, creating a huge pit. Qing Wu steadied himself and looked at Fang Qin with fear in his eyes. Illusory technique. You practice the illusory sword principle. As a sword cultivator, Qing Wu instantly recognized that Fang Qin practiced the illusory sword principle. Only the illusory sword principle could be so terrifying. It could silently make the enemy fall into an illusion. If not for the fact that his cultivation was slightly higher than Fang Qin's, he would have been killed by Fang Qin's sword. Thinking of this, Qing Wu felt a trace of fear in his heart. At this moment, he finally knew how terrifying the person in front of him was. The fourth sword of the Green Lotus sword technique could not defeat this person. Moreover, his illusory sword principle is extremely terrifying. It cannot be defeated. Qing Wu thought quickly in his mind. After knowing that Fang Qin practiced the illusory sword principle, Qing Wu wanted to retreat. He could easily block the fourth sword of the Green Lotus sword technique with his own combat strength. If he added the illusory sword principle, even if Qing Wu attacked with all his strength, he would not be a match for him. As the chief disciple of the Green Lotus sect, Qing Wu still had the foresight. At this moment, Qing Wu was unusually calm. He was not impulsive. Only idiots would be impulsive. The only consequence of being impulsive was death. Qing Wu did not want to die. Qing Wu stared at Fang Qin and said in a low voice, "To be able to block the fourth sword of my Green Lotus sword technique, you are invincible in the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Now, do you still want to kill me?" Fang Qin asked. Qing Wu shook his head and said, "I am not a match for you." Before Fang Qin could speak, Qing Wu leaped and left the mountain in a flash. Fang Qin glanced at Qing Wu and did not chase after him. Qing Wu was not a threat to him. It was fine to not kill him. Moreover, Fang Qin was not a bloodthirsty person. He would not draw his sword and kill for no reason. After Qing Wu left, Fang Qin's gaze fell on the giant sword floating in the sky. At this moment, the giant sword was surrounded by a strong sword essence. The golden heart in Fang Qin's body was also beating rapidly. It seemed to be greeting the giant sword. After a while, the giant sword slowly descended and stabbed into the ground. Fong Qin stretched out his hand and gently grasped the sword hilt. Suddenly, an invisible aura emerged from the golden heart and entered the giant sword. Then, Fong Qin used a little force and pulled out the giant sword. Suddenly, a large amount of information entered Fong Qin's mind. Fong Qin knew that this was the inheritance of the giant sword. Holding the giant sword, Fong Qin carefully read the information in his mind. Flowing water, swordsmanship. From this information, Fong Qin learned that there was a sword technique called flowing water swordsmanship in the giant sword. Flowing water swordsmanship was a 6th grade sword technique. After a while, Fong Qin successfully recorded all the contents of the flowing water swordsmanship. At this moment, the giant sword in Fong Qin's hand suddenly disappeared. Seeing the giant sword disappear, Fong Qin was a little confused. However, he found the answer in the giant sword's inheritance information. This mountain was once the cultivation place of a powerful swordsman. The sword technique he cultivated was the flowing water swordsmanship. When he died, the giant sword was stabbed here, waiting for the fated person to obtain it. Any swordsman could try to obtain the giant sword's inheritance. However, the swordsman who could obtain the giant sword's inheritance must be able to resonate with the giant sword. Fong Qin's golden heart had resonated with the giant sword, so he obtained the flowing water swordsmanship. Once a martial artist obtained the flowing water swordsmanship, the giant sword would instantly disappear. After learning this, Fong Qin nodded slightly. The flowing water swordsmanship was stronger than the illusion swordsmanship. The flowing water swordsmanship was divided into beginner, small success, great success, perfection, refinement, and transformation. A 6th grade sword technique. The illusion swordsmanship was only a 5th grade sword technique. He had just entered the bloody battle space, and he had already obtained a 6th grade sword technique. Fong Qin was about to strike while the iron was hot and cultivate the flowing water swordsmanship when he heard the fatty's voice. "Brother Fong Qin, why is this place in such a mess?" The fatty woke up from his cultivation and asked. Fong Qin turned his head to look. In such a short time, the fatty's voice had grown even fatter. However, his aura seemed to have become stronger. "Someone came here and fought," Fong Qin whispered. "Oh, who came here?" asked the fatty curiously. "I also don't know. I only know that he used the Azure Lotus sword technique," said Fong Qin. "What Azure Lotus sword technique? Could it be the head disciple of Clear Wave City's 4-star Azure Lotus sect, Qing Wu?" "Perhaps," said Fong Qin. "I heard that Qing Wu cultivates the Azure Lotus sword technique. It's extremely powerful. How many of his attacks did you block?" laughed the fatty. Fong Qin shook his head, not answering the fatty's question. From his conversation with the fatty, Fong Qin learned that the fatty had obtained an extremely important inheritance. His cultivation had broken through to the late 1st level of the spirit vortex realm and was about to reach the peak. The fatty was extremely happy. If it weren't for Fong Qin, he wouldn't have been able to come here. He was extremely grateful to Fong Qin. In truth, the one who should be thanking him was Fong Qin. If it weren't for the fatty, Fong Qin wouldn't have known about this place, let alone obtain the flowing water swordsmanship. Of course, Fong Qin didn't say any of this. In the blink of an eye, the sky had already darkened. Fong Qin and the fatty prepared to return to the ruined city. After experiencing the siege of the ancient beasts, Fong Qin was still a bit nervous. Before he had absolute strength, he definitely couldn't stay outside the city at night. Hoo darkness enveloped the entire blood battle space. The sound of ghosts crying and gods howling filled the entire space, giving off a sinister and terrifying feeling. As for the ancient beasts hidden in the darkness, they also began to hunt. Chapter 6:22. By the time Fong Qin and the fatty returned to the dilapidated city, the sky had already turned completely dark. The cries of countless ancient beasts could be heard throughout the entire space. There were many martialists in the dilapidated city. The bloody battle space was very wide, and the distance between the 81 cities was very far. It was simply impossible to travel from one city to another in a day. Unless one was a powerful genius who was unafraid of the ancient beasts at night, they could travel between the cities without any scruples. Before this, some weaker martialists could only go out during the day to search for opportunities and return at night. If they found some hidden treasures or ruins, they could hide inside without worrying about being attacked by the ancient beasts. When Fong Chun returned, many martialists nodded at Fong Chen. This was the treatment that only the king of the city could receive. Fong Chen also nodded along the way. Finally, he returned to the place where he had rested before. However, at this moment, a sinister voice entered Fong Chen's ears. "You are the hope of this dilapidated city." When Fong Chen heard this voice, he raised his head and looked to the front. Suddenly, he discovered a delicate and pretty cultivator looking at him with a mocking smile. "Who are you?" asked Fong Chen. "Who I am is not important. What is important is that from today onwards, I am the king of this dilapidated city." This handsome martialist seemed to be a new martialist. As soon as he arrived, he tried to intimidate Fong Chen and make Fong Chen obey him. "What does that have to do with me?" asked Fong Chen. "Since I am the king of the city, I naturally have to enjoy the benefits of being the king of the city. Each of you has to hand over 100 top-grade spirit stones to me every day," said the handsome martialist coldly. Surprisingly, the martialists did not say anything when they heard the handsome martialist's words. They did not even object. Fong Chen looked around at the crowd and saw the fear in their eyes. It seemed that this delicate martial artist had already made a move before he returned. He had used his valiant strength to intimidate these martial artists. If Yi Shiwen hadn't come to provoke him, he would have been willing to let him be the king of the city. However, Yi Shiwen had actually come to provoke him. This was intolerable. "Why should I give it to you?" Fong Chen asked. "Because I am the king of the city." The delicate warrior sneered, as if everything was under his control. Fong Chen shook his head slightly and turned to leave. He didn't want to waste his breath here. Seeing Fong Chen ignore his words and turn to leave, a murderous intent appeared in the delicate martialist's eyes. "Brat, do you want to die?" roared the delicate cultivator. As he spoke, Fong Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The delicate warrior quickly walked in front of Fong Chen, and then blasted a punch at Fong Chen. "Kacha!" When his fist was about to reach Fong Chen, the latter suddenly opened his eyes and stretched out his big hand, directly grasping the delicate warrior's fist. Fong Chen exerted a little force, and the delicate warrior's fist made a cracking sound. "You!" Seeing that Fong Chen dared to resist, the delicate warrior roared angrily. He immediately exerted all his strength and performed his strongest attack. A long sword appeared in the delicate warrior's other hand. He then performed a sword technique and slashed at Fong Chen. Bang! Fong Chen blocked the delicate warrior's attack with his fist, and then said coldly, "You are far inferior to Qing Wu." Just now, when the delicate and pretty warrior displayed his swordsmanship, Fong Chen realized that his swordsmanship was exactly the same as Qing Wu's. From this, Fong Chen inferred that the delicate warrior should also be a disciple of the Green Lotus sect. However, his strength was much weaker than Qing Wu's. "Have you seen senior brother Qing Wu?" The delicate warrior's face changed slightly and he asked coldly. If he had escaped a little slower, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to return to the Green Lotus sect. Fong Chen said indifferently. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the delicate warrior's face kept changing. He said in a deep voice, "You are lying. Senior brother Qing Wu has cultivated the Green Lotus sword technique to the fourth sword. Trash, like you wants to kill senior brother Qing Wu?" The delicate warrior was completely enraged by Fong Chen. He exerted all his strength and performed the Green Lotus Sword technique. Unfortunately, his Green Lotus Sword technique was only cultivated to the third sword. He wasn't even afraid of the fourth sword, let alone the third sword. Before the delicate warrior's attack could be fully released, Fong Chen's big hand tightly grasped his long sword. The delicate warrior wanted to pull out his long sword, but he was shocked to find that Fong Chen's strength was so strong that he couldn't break free. "Damn it!" the delicate warrior cursed. Crack! His early body refinement sword body was activated, and a powerful force poured into his hand. In the next moment, the delicate warrior's long sword directly shattered. "You!" The delicate warrior's heart was filled with shock. Before he could do anything, he felt an extremely powerful force that instantly sent his body flying. Scram! After Fong Chen finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged and continued to rest. The delicate warrior's face was filled with terror. He looked at Fong Chen with dread and then walked to a corner, not daring to get close to Fong Chen. Early in the morning of the second day, the delicate martial artist left. Fong Chen opened his eyes and suddenly stood up from the ground. He was the only one left in the broken city. The others had all gone out to search for treasures. Fong Chen walked out of the city, looked around, and then quickly shot in a certain direction. At this time, the delicate warrior met Qing Wu in an open space. His face was filled with an excited smile. "Senior apprentice brother Qing Wu," called the delicate warrior. "What are you doing here?" Qing Wu asked the handsome man. "Senior apprentice brother Qing Wu, I found a broken city up ahead. I wanted to take it for myself and become the king of the city, but I was defeated by an unfamiliar warrior." "You have to take revenge for me," said the delicate warrior. "Oh, someone dared to attack my Green Lotus sect," said Qing Wu. "He said he even exchanged blows with you." If what?" asked Qing Wu. "If you had fled any slower, he would have killed you," said the delicate warrior. "It's him." Qing Wu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly. Yesterday, Qing Wu had fought an intense battle with Fong Chen. Although he had managed to escape in the end, he had also profited from his misfortune. He had successfully comprehended the fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art. This had allowed Qing Wu's strength to increase once more. Hearing Fong Chen once more, Qing Wu's heart was filled with hatred. "Let's go," said Qing Wu coldly. Seeing this, the delicate warrior smiled. With his senior apprentice brother Qing Wu taking revenge for him, Fong Chen would definitely die. Just as Qing Wu and the delicate-looking man were flying towards the dilapidated city, a cultivator flew towards them. "It's him." Qing Wu recognized Fong Chen at a glance. Immediately, Qing Wu waved his sword, and a Green Lotus sword light shot towards Fong Chen. Fong Chen, who had been flying at high speed, was forced to stop by the Green Lotus sword light and landed on the ground. Fong Chen saw Qing Wu, as well as the delicate warrior. "Brat, I was just about to go look for you." "I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me," said Qing Wu coldly. "Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to learn the fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art so easily," said Qing Wu confidently. The fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art was extremely powerful. It was enough to kill Fong Chen. "So what? You're still no match for me." Fong Chen was also very confident in his own strength. At the very least, he was invincible within the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Hearing Fong Chen's arrogant words, Qing Wu sneered. "Brat, I'll let you have a taste of my fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art." The fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art slashed the sky. As soon as Qing Wu finished speaking, he performed the fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art. Above the long sword, a majestic sword essence surrounded it. As the long sword slashed out, a crack appeared in the sky. It was like a crack in space. From this crack, an extremely dense Green Lotus sword essence emerged. Qing Wu let out a low roar, and his long sword slashed towards Fang Chen with the power of the fifth sword. Although he had just learned the fifth sword, he could already use it skillfully. The power of the fifth sword is not bad. Fang Chen looked at the power of the fifth sword of the green lotus sword art and nodded slightly. The power of the fifth sword was comparable to the sum of the power of the previous four swords. To be able to become the most powerful technique of the Green Lotus sect, there must be something special about it. However, he met Fang Chen. The Phantom Sword Art. Fang Chen performed the Phantom Sword art effortlessly. An illusory aura emerged, and the Hidden Star sword quickly shot towards Qing Wu. Bang! Bang! The sound of metal colliding was instantly heard. Immediately after, the majestic green lotus sword essence was instantly absorbed by Fang Chen's sword essence. Just when Qing Wu thought that Fang Chen would definitely lose, his fifth sword of the green lotus sword art was easily broken by Fang Chen. Crack! After the Hidden Star sword broke the fifth sword of the green lotus sword art, the crack in the sky disappeared. Qing Wu's long sword was directly sent flying, and his body was also sent flying. Fortunately, Qing Wu dodged in time. Otherwise, Fang Chen's Hidden Star sword would not have pierced his shoulder, but his chest. Looking at the blood constantly flowing from his shoulder, Qing Wu's heart was filled with horror. How is this possible? Qing Wu cried out involuntarily. At this moment, Qing Wu finally knew where Fang Chen's courage came from. It turned out that Fang Chen had completely ignored him from the beginning. Thinking back to the battle yesterday, Qing Wu realized that Fang Chen did not go all out to kill him. Qing Wu lowered his head, feeling extremely regretful. The fifth sword of the Green Lotus sword art could not do anything to Fang Chen. He had already lost completely. Senior brother Qing Wu. The delicate cultivator at the side could not accept this fact, so he shouted loudly. The invincible senior brother Qing Wu in his heart was actually defeated by Fang Chen so easily and was even injured. Qing Wu was helped up by the handsome warrior. He looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression, shook his head and said, "I have lost, and I accept my loss wholeheartedly. From now on, the Green Lotus sect has no grudges with you." After saying this, Qing Wu was ready to leave, but he was stopped by Fang Chen. Chapter 6:23. Give me the Green Lotus sword technique before you leave, Fang Chen said coldly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Qing Wu stopped in his tracks. His face was full of helplessness. The Green Lotus sword technique was the ultimate technique of the Green Lotus sect. He was unwilling to give it to Fang Chen. However, if he didn't give it to him now, he wouldn't be able to leave alive. After weighing the pros and cons, Qing Wu took out a book from his interspatial ring and handed it to Fang Chen. He looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression, then turned and left. Finally, the delicate warrior was scared out of his wits by Fang Chen and didn't dare to say anything. Fang Chen put away the Green Lotus sword technique and continued forward. While flying, Fang Chen was also observing everything below. When he passed by a certain valley, he suddenly discovered that there were some spirit fruits shining brightly below. Fang Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of these spiritual fruits. Mercury fruit, Fang Chen whispered. Then his figure flashed and landed in the valley. While Fang Chen was stepping on the mercury fruit, another warrior entered the valley. Behind this martial artist, there were quite a few martial artists of the younger generation. Looking at their clothes, they should be from the same sect. Senior brother, this valley seems extraordinary, a warrior said with a laugh. There's someone in the valley, another warrior shouted when he saw Fang Chen. It's the mercury fruit. Only the warrior called Senior Brother noticed the mercury fruit. His eyes were burning with desire. His figure flashed, and he instantly entered the depths of the valley. At this moment, Fang Chen had finished his exploration. He had gained a lot. There were opportunities everywhere in the bloody battle space. Fang Chen wasn't surprised to find the mercury fruit in this valley. The mercury fruit could improve the concept of water. Fang Qin needed to cultivate the flowing water sword technique with the concept of water. If his concept of water improved, it would be easier to cultivate the flowing water sword technique. Thinking of this, Fang Qin revealed a smile on his face. At this moment, Fang Qin heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Then he realized that someone was coming. "Kid, hand over the mercury fruit," the martial artist called senior brother said coldly. "Who are you?" Fang Qin asked. "Haha, brat, you don't even know about our Water Moon sect? How ignorant." A cultivator laughed. Fang Qin was shocked. Looking at the people from the Water Moon sect, his mind was racing. The Water Moon sect was a 4-star sect, much stronger than the Ancient Soul sect and the Green Lotus sect. It was said that the #1 person in the younger generation of the Water Moon sect was called Shui Yun. His cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the Spirit Vortex realm. Water Moon sect. Fang Qin frowned and said in a low voice, "Hand over the mercury fruit and I can let you go," Shui Yun said. "Brat, it's your bad luck to run into our Water Moon sect. Hurry up and hand over the mercury fruit." "That's right. If you dare to resist, you will die without a burial ground. You're Shui Yun." Fang Qin ignored the threats of the other Water Moon sect disciples and looked at Shui Yun. "Since you know I'm Shui Yun, hand over the mercury fruit," Shui Yun said. "I won't hand over the mercury fruit," Fang Qin said. "Do you want to die?" Shui Yun said coldly. "Senior brother Shui Yun, let me kill him." Just as Shui Yun finished speaking, a martial artist at the 1st level of the Spirit Vortex realm flashed and launched a fierce attack, wanting to kill Fang Qin. "You're courting death." Fang Qin activated his sword body and clenched his fist, sending a punch towards the martial artist at the 1st level of the Spirit Vortex realm. Bang! The 2 fists collided with a loud bang. At this moment, a mysterious knife appeared in Fang Qin's other hand. His palm suddenly slashed across the martial artist's neck. Crash! A look of horror appeared in the martialist's eyes. He wanted to touch his neck with his hand, but before his hand could touch his neck, his head fell from his neck. "Senior brother Shui Bing is dead," a disciple shouted. Shui Yun was a little surprised that he killed Shui Bing in one move. Seeing Shui Bing's corpse, Shui Yun's eyes turned completely cold. He said coldly, "Kid, even the heavens won't be able to save you today." Shui Yun finished speaking and launched an attack on Fang Qin. Bang! Bang! Shui Yun specialized in water cultivation techniques. Once he used it, it was like an endless stream of water that wrapped around Fang Qin's body. As for Fang Qin, he didn't dare to be careless when facing Shui Yun, who was at the 2nd level of the Spirit Vortex realm. He directly used the Phantom Sword technique. An illusory aura swept across the land as the Phantom Sword technique was used. The Hidden Star sword blasted towards Shui Yun at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The 2 attacks collided with each other, producing a deafening sound. Shui Yun's attack was thus stopped. He retreated a few steps, and Fang Qin also involuntarily retreated a few steps. Shui Yun's gaze towards Fang Qin changed slightly. "I underestimated you." After Shui Yun finished speaking, he once again used a fierce and domineering attack. After all, Shui Yun was a warrior at the 2nd level of the Spirit Vortex realm. His attack power was very strong. With a flip of his hand, it was as if he could destroy a mountain. However, Fang Qin's Dharma Laksana was released and the Phantom Sword technique was activated to the extreme. Crack! Shui Yun's large hand stretched out. Countless streams of water revolved around his palm, and he directly grasped Fang Qin's sword light. With a crack, Fang Qin's sword light was crushed by Shui Yun. Phantom Sword technique. Fang Qin growled, and the Phantom Sword technique was activated to the extreme. At this moment, Fang Qin felt a jolt in his mind. Immediately after, he realized that the Phantom Sword technique had entered the realm of intricacy. The might of the illusion god sword art in the minute subtlety realm had increased by a lot. Under Fang Chen's execution, he was actually able to block Shui Yun's attack. The more they fought, the more shocked Shui Yun became. This lad was only at the first level of the spirit vortex realm, but he was able to fight him to a standstill. Damn it, this lad must have some secrets on him, Shui Yun thought to himself. He had made up his mind to capture Fang Chen and see exactly what sort of secrets he possessed. After the phantom sword technique had a breakthrough, Fang Chen was even more fearless of Shui Yun. Although he could not defeat Shui Yun, he had no problem protecting himself. No matter how fierce Shui Yun's attacks were, Fang Chen countered them as usual. The phantom sword technique in the realm of intricacy was performed to the extreme by Fang Chen. Bang! Finally, after 15 minutes of fierce fighting, Shui Yun stopped his attacks. He stood quietly on the ground and stared at Fang Chen. In a cold voice, he said, "Lad, your strength has exceeded my expectations." "Your strength has not exceeded my expectations," Fang Chen said in a confrontational manner. "I'll give you one last chance." "Hand over the mercury fruit," Shui Yun said coldly. "Impossible," Fang Chen refused directly. "Attack together. Kill him." Shui Yun shouted upon hearing those words. Suddenly, all the disciples of the Water Moon sect exploded with powerful attacks and surrounded Fang Chen. Seeing this, a terrifying golden light shot out from Fang Chen's deep eyes. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a hazy aura appeared on the ground. In the next moment, Fang Chen disappeared. Shui Yun and the others looked around and suddenly realized that they were trapped in a formation. "This lad is an array grandmaster," the disciples of the Water Moon sect shouted. They recognized the formation at a glance. It was a spiritual level formation. "Break the formation," Shui Yun shouted. Then the disciples of the Water Moon sect joined forces and performed their strongest attacks. After a minute of continuous attacks, the formation was finally broken. After the formation was broken, they looked around and found that Fang Chen was long gone. "Damn it!" Shui Yun's face was gloomy as he roared angrily. It was the first time Shui Yun had suffered such a loss in the bloody battle space. He was unwilling to accept it. At that moment, Fang Chen had already left and was flying quickly in the sky. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, night fell again. At that moment, Fang Chen appeared in a mountain range. He did not return to the broken city. Instead, he planned to spend the night in the mountain range. After finding a secluded place, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged. "Brother Ding, when are we going to make a move?" As soon as Fang Chen sat cross-legged, he heard whispers. "What's the hurry? The bloody battle space will be open for half a year. Let's improve our strength first and then hunt human geniuses," Brother Ding said in a low voice. "Got it, Brother Ding. Let's go to that relic tomorrow." "That relic has been exposed. I think many geniuses will go there. We'll sneak in among them and take the opportunity to kill them," Brother Ding said. Fang Chen listened carefully in a hidden place. After listening to the conversation between the two people, he was certain that they were the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. How did they sneak in? Fang Chen was puzzled. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect sneaked into the bloody battle space to hunt human geniuses. Could they be plotting something? Fang Chen restrained his aura and thought to himself. Not far from Fang Chen, two surviving members of Yellow Spring's sect were in the middle of a discussion. "The seal that Lord Spiritual Pupil King gave us is really powerful. Even the ancient beasts can't get close to it," Brother Ding said with a smile as he looked at the seal around them. The reason why they dared to be so unrestrained at night was because of the seal that the Spiritual Pupil King gave them. Suddenly, another member of the Yellow Spring sect asked, "Brother Ding, is there really that thing in that relic?" Hearing that, Brother Ding's expression became solemn. Then he said, "That thing is most likely in the relic." They had been chatting and did not notice Fang Chen at all. The latter also hid very well. He was also very tempted when he heard the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect discussing the relic. Fang Qin felt that the two remnants of the Yellow Spring sect were powerful, and there was a very powerful seal around them. Fang Qin did not make a move. It was strange. The entire mountain range was filled with the roars of ancient beasts that night, but none of them came here. Fang Qin also cultivated at ease that night. Strangely enough, Fang Qin cultivated the Green Lotus sword technique to perfection in one go. This shocked Fang Qin. Then he took out the Flowing Water sword technique to cultivate, but he could not succeed in one go. After working hard for an entire night, he only cultivated to the beginner level. In the end, Fang Qin concluded that it was because of the Golden Heart. The Green Lotus sword technique was a top 5th grade sword technique, while the Flowing Water sword technique was a 6th grade sword technique. The Golden Heart allowed him to cultivate sword techniques quickly, but high-level sword techniques could not be learned quickly. When a trace of white appeared in the sky, the roars of the ancient beasts finally dissipated. At that moment, the two remnants of the Yellow Spring sect removed the seal and quickly left. As soon as they left, Fang Qin followed them. Fang Qin was also very interested in the relic that they mentioned. Chapter 6:24. Concealing his aura, Fang Qin followed the two remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. After about half a day, they finally arrived at a plain. There were many warriors on this plain. So many people. Fang Qin glanced around. Among these warriors, there was no lack of powerful geniuses. It seemed that there were quite a number of geniuses who knew about this relic. The two remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect were hiding in a corner, waiting for everyone to enter the relic. As soon as Fang Qin appeared, he heard a gentle voice. He turned his head and was surprised to see a familiar face. "Xiaoka, why are you here?" Fang Qin smiled when he saw Li Xiaoka. Li Xiaoka walked to Fang Qin's side, her face full of smiles. "I heard that there is an ancient relic here, so I came." Li Xiaoka was one of the 3 goddesses of Kaiyang City. She had the aura of a noble and was very beautiful. Fang Qin could feel countless burning gazes staring at Li Xiaoka. Fang Qin smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect to meet Li Xiaoka here. "Where is the entrance to the relic?" Fang Qin asked. There were many warriors on the plain. Fang Qin asked in a low voice what these warriors were waiting for. "The entrance is in the open space in front of us. These warriors are waiting for the sun to rise," Li Xiaoka said. Obviously, she had come earlier and knew more things. Fang Qin nodded and didn't say anything. At this moment, a burning gaze looked at Li Xiaoka and said, "Miss, I am Feng Yunzhong. I wonder if I can invite you for a chat?" Hearing the voice, Fang Qin looked up and saw a tall, thin man walking towards Li Xiaoka. This person was Feng Yunzhong. "I don't have time." Li Xiaoka rejected him without thinking. There was a hidden look in Feng Yunzhong's eyes. Anyone could see that he had improper thoughts about Li Xiaoka. Feng Yunzhong narrowed his eyes, glanced at Fang Qin, and said with a grin, "Miss, the person next to you has neither strength nor looks. If you stay with him, it seems that he will hinder your future." Fang Qin's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He stared at Feng Yunzhong. The surrounding warriors were also looking at Feng Yunzhong with interest. "I can be with whoever I want to be with." "It's none of your business," Li Xiaoka said coldly. Feng Yunzhong looked down on Fang Qin. Li Xiaoka was very angry. She turned her head and stopped talking to Feng Yunzhong. Feng Yunzhong was a little embarrassed, but soon after, a terrifying golden light shot out from his eyes as he vented all of his resentment on Fang Qin. "Brat, do you know who I am?" asked Feng Yunzhong. 45th on the 5 Elements States Hidden Dragon ranking. Fang Qin said word by word, "Since you know, then shouldn't you stay away from this girl?" Feng Yunzhong said coldly. His words were filled with threat. The 5 Elements State had a genius ranking. It was called the Hidden Dragon ranking. Of course, The people on the Hidden Dragon ranking were basically disciples of the various powers in the Five Element state, other than the disciples of the Five Element Academy. This was because any random disciple from the Five Element Academy could suppress a genius on the Hidden Dragon ranking. In the words of the Five Elements Academy's higher-ups, the so-called Hidden Dragon ranking was just a ranking of geniuses in the secular world. Even so, those who could enter the Hidden Dragon ranking were monstrous geniuses. There were a total of 50 people on the Hidden Dragon ranking. The condition for entering the Hidden Dragon ranking was that one's bone age couldn't exceed 50 years old. Otherwise, no matter how strong you were, you wouldn't be able to enter the Hidden Dragon ranking. And Feng Yunzhong was actually ranked 45th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. This was enough to show how strong he was. The surrounding disciples looked at Feng Yunzhong with burning gazes. To be able to enter the Hidden Dragon ranking, Feng Yunzhong had his own unique points. This lady can be with whoever she wants. Could it be that an expert on the Hidden Dragon ranking can casually force others to be with him? Feng Chen retorted. Hearing Feng Chen's words, the crowd was in an uproar. They looked at Feng Chen in shock. Who was this person? He actually dared to challenge Feng Yunzhong. Brat, do you want to die? Feng Yunzhong's expression changed drastically when he heard this. With your strength, I'm afraid you can't do it. Feng Chen retorted. Feng Yunzhong was an expert ranked 45th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. His cultivation had reached the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Although he was powerful in many people's eyes, in Feng Chen's eyes he was just SOSO. Especially since Feng Chen had cultivated the flowing water sword technique to the beginner stage. He was even more fearless of Feng Yunzhong. Although Feng Chen might not be able to defeat Feng Yunzhong, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape unscathed from Feng Yunzhong. Ha ha ha! Looks like Feng Yunzhong's deterrence isn't enough. At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and saw a man in white standing at the front of the plane, looking over. Zhong Yu, the 46th expert on the Hidden Dragon ranking. He was one rank below Feng Yunzhong. Zhong Yu, don't make sarcastic remarks, Feng Yunzhong said coldly when he heard this. However, after hearing Zhong Yu's mockery, Feng Yunzhong was completely enraged. He stared at Feng Chen and said, Brat, you've successfully angered me. Now prepare to die. Just as Feng Yunzhong finished speaking, his figure suddenly flashed, and he punched at Feng Chen with both his fists. Phantom Sword Technique. Feng Chen displayed the Phantom Sword Technique without hesitation. Countless illusory swords blasted towards Feng Yunzhong's fists. Bang, bang, bang. Feng Yunzhong's fists were very domineering. They directly shattered Feng Chen's illusory swords. Is that all you've got? Feng Yunzhong sneered and continued to attack Feng Chen. Green Lotus Sword Technique. Seeing that the Phantom Sword Technique couldn't do anything to Feng Yunzhong, Feng Chen displayed 5 swords of the Green Lotus Sword Technique in one breath. 5 powerful sword lights pierced towards Feng Yunzhong. Yes, Green Lotus Sword Technique. Feng Yunzhong recognized it. It was the Green Lotus Sword Technique, the Green Lotus Sword Technique. You're from the Green Lotus sect? Feng Yunzhong asked in a low voice. Feng Chen ignored Feng Yunzhong's words. He activated the Green Lotus Sword Technique to the extreme and directly pierced towards Feng Yunzhong. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the sky full of green lotuses, Feng Chen's sword light successfully blocked Feng Yunzhong's fists. At this moment, Feng Yunzhong looked at Feng Chen eerily. He clenched his fists tightly, and a wild aura emerged from his body. Everyone knew that Feng Yunzhong was completely enraged. He wanted to kill this person. However, everyone was shocked when they saw the powerful attack that Feng Chen had unleashed, especially Zhong Yu, who was ranked 46th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. He was even more surprised that a nobody could block Feng Yunzhong's attack. Moreover, this person's cultivation was only at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Brett, you can go die now. Feng Yunzhong bellowed. Both his fists punched out once more, causing the surrounding air to whistle. Flowing water sword technique. Fang Qin displayed the flowing water sword technique for the first time. The concept of water instantly emerged and merged into the hidden star sword. Then, like an endless waterfall, it fiercely pierced out. Seeing Fang Chen's sword technique, Feng Yunzhong felt very strange. The aura wasn't strong at all, but it made people's hearts palpitate. Boom! The hidden star sword collided with Feng Yunzhong's fists. The rich concept of water instantly rushed towards Feng Yunzhong, causing him to retreat a few steps. Feng Yunzhong steadied himself and looked at Fang Qin in surprise. Kid, although you're strong, it's too easy for me to kill you, Feng Yunzhong said coldly. Fang Qin heard this and sneered. You're at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm, and I'm only at the first level. If we're at the same level, I can kill you as easily as squashing an ant. Fang Chen's words were very arrogant, but at this moment, some of the surrounding warriors actually thought that if they were at the same level, this person might really be able to kill Feng Yunzhong. You! Feng Yunzhong was furious and immediately wanted to attack. However, he was stopped by Zhongyu. Feng Yunzhong, the relic is about to open. Let's talk about our grudges after we enter the relic, Zhongyu said. Feng Yunzhong thought for a moment. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to stop the battle. To him, the relic was more important. Kid, don't let me see you again. Feng Yunzhong glared at Fang Qin and said angrily. Fang Qin didn't say anything. At this moment, Li Xiaoke ran over and asked worriedly, Fang Qin, are you okay? Fang Qin shook his head. Although Feng Yunzhong was strong, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Feng Yunzhong was on the hidden dragon roll and was high above. He thought that Fang Qin was just a slightly stronger ant. An ant couldn't be compared to a genius on the hidden dragon roll. As for Zhongyu, although Fang Qin surprised him, he still believed in Feng Yunzhong. At this moment, he stopped Feng Yunzhong because he was afraid of delaying the opening of the relic. Noon was coming. As long as the sun hung high in the sky, they could enter the relic and search for opportunities. Chapter 6:25. Noon arrived, and the scorching sun hung high in the sky. When the scorching sun shone on the earth, a miraculous scene appeared. All the sunlight converged on a certain spot on the plains. Under the illumination of the sun, the ground caved in. After a while, Fang Qin discovered that a pitch-black passage had appeared. The entrance to the ruins, Fang Qin said to himself. Just as Fang Qin was staring at the pitch-black passage, countless warriors suddenly poured into it. Fang Qin also entered the passage. After entering the passage, Fang Qin instantly discovered that something was wrong. What is this? Fang Qin discovered that there were many warriors just now, but after entering the passage, all of them disappeared. An array. Fang Qin sensed for a moment and discovered that they had fallen into an array. This is an origin level array. Fang Qin said to himself. His eyes flickered as he surveyed his surroundings. An origin level array could only be set up by an array grandmaster. With Fang Qin's current strength, it was impossible for him to set up an origin level array. However, Fang Qin had already reached the critical point of being an array grandmaster. This origin-level array formation was not considered too difficult for him. Let's find the array base first, Fang Qin said in a low voice. After that, Fang Qin closed his eyes and began to search for the array base. Fang Qin's achievements in the Tao of array formations were not to be underestimated. After a while, he found the array base. This profound level array was a low origin level array. It was not complicated, and there were only 36 array bases. Fang Qin searched through them one by one. After about an hour, Fang Qin destroyed all 36 array bases and broke the array in one fell swoop. Rumble! After breaking out of the array, Fang Qin discovered that he was in a pitch-black palace. There were 3 prayer mats in the palace. Could it be that the inheritance is on this prayer mat? Fong Chin wondered aloud. Just as Fong Chin was speaking, a deafening sound suddenly rang out. Fong Chin turned his head and saw that it was the hidden dragon ranking expert, Fong Yunjong, who had broken the array. Ha ha ha! The legacy belongs to me, Fong Yunjong. Fong Yunjong grinned. No one knew that apart from being a martial artist, Fong Yunjong was also an array master. He was also very skilled in the Tao of array formations. How could he be faster than me? Fong Yunjong had originally thought that he would be the first to break the formation. But after seeing Fong Chin, he was flabbergasted. While Fong Yunjong was thinking, Fong Chin had already sat on the futon and closed his eyes. Scram! The legacy is mine! Fong Yunjong roared furiously. Then he attacked Fong Chin. Right at this moment, someone suddenly broke out of the formation. Before Fong Yunjong could launch an attack on Fong Chin, the warrior who had broken out of the formation launched a fierce attack on Fong Yunjong. Bang! Caught off guard, Fong Yunjong was sent flying by a punch. He steadied himself and stared at the person in front of him with a cold expression. Who are you? Fong Yunjong asked in a low voice. This person's cultivation had reached the second level of the spiritual vortex realm, but Fong Yunjong did not recognize him. His strength was similar to his, but he was not an expert on the hidden dragon ranking. Who is he? The person who will kill you. The warrior sneered. A thick black aura appeared around him as he launched a fierce attack on Fong Yunjong. Evil aura, Acheron sect. Fong Yunjong recognized the evil aura and realized that this person was a survivor of Acheron sect. Damn it! Fong Yunjong roared and launched a fierce attack on the remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect. Although Fong Yunjong wanted to obtain the legacy, if he did not kill the survivor of Acheron sect, he would not be able to obtain the legacy. Moreover, the survivor of Acheron sect was the enemy of the entire ancient Sword continent. Everyone had the right to kill him. Inside the palace, the two of them were fighting fiercely. On the other hand, a gray aura appeared around Fong Chin and enveloped him in an instant. At this moment, Fong Chen's mind was filled with information about the Tao of formations. He was like a small boat that was moving forward in the vast sea. The Tao of formations. Fong Chen had great talent in the Tao of formations, so it was easy for him to receive the legacy. After fighting fiercely with the survivor of Acheron's sect for 15 minutes, Fong Yunjong finally could not hold on any longer. His eyes were cold as he stared at the survivor of Acheron's sect. The blood of a genius on the hidden dragon ranking must be delicious, the survivor of Acheron's sect said eerily. Fong Yunjong's eyes flickered as he thought of a way to deal with it. Just as the survivor of Acheron's sect was about to kill Fong Yunjong, someone suddenly broke the formation. Fong Yunjong's face lit up. The person who broke the formation should be Zhong Yu on the hidden dragon ranking. However, when he saw the person who broke the formation, his face darkened completely. The survivor of Acheron's sect. Unexpectedly, there was more than one survivor of Acheron's sect. There was another. He could not resist one, and now there were two. He could not resist at all. Am I, Fong Yunjong, going to die here? Fong Yunjong's heart was filled with unwillingness. He did not want to die. Brother Ding, why waste words with him? Just kill him and then destroy all the geniuses, the survivor of Acheron's sect said with a laugh. Brother Ding nodded and waved his hand. Immediately, an evil aura swept toward Fong Yunjong. The latter was shocked and wanted to retreat, but he found that he was no longer at the corner. There was no way out. Just as Fong Yunjong was about to fight to the death, a gray aura suddenly enveloped him. In the next moment, he found himself trapped in a formation. What's going on? Fong Yunjong asked in surprise. I'll control the formation. You kill the survivor of Acheron's sect. A voice entered Fong Yunjong's ears. He turned his head and found that the person who spoke was Fong Chin. You set up the formation. Feng Yunzhong asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Why aren't you going?" Although Feng Yunzhong had a grudge with Fang Chen, he did not think too much at that moment. He directly entered the fog and fought fiercely against the survivor of Acheron's sect. Although it was only a short 15 minutes, Fang Chen had successfully accepted the inheritance. The moment he accepted the inheritance, he had already made a breakthrough in the Tao of formations and became an admired grandmaster of formations. And now, the formation that Fang Chen had set up was also an origin formation. Fang Chen needed to focus on controlling the formation, so he could only let Feng Yunzhong kill the survivors of Acheron's sect. "Brother Ding, we're trapped in the formation," the survivor of Acheron sect whispered. "A mere formation can't trap us. Let's work together and break it," Brother Ding said. Bang! Before the two of them could make a move, a fist suddenly appeared in the void and sent Brother Ding flying. Damn it! Brother Ding was furious. He looked up and found that there was no one in the formation. That human just now is hiding in the formation. "Protect me. I'll break the formation," Brother Ding said. "Okay," the survivor of Acheron's sect said. Then, Brother Ding began to break the formation with all his might. Because the person who set up the formation was controlling it, it was a little difficult to break it. While Brother Ding was breaking the formation, Feng Yunzhong began to attack. Because of the formation, he could silently appear beside the survivor of Acheron's sect. Bang! With a punch, the survivor of Acheron's sect was instantly sent flying. Just like that, after a minute, Feng Yunzhong found an excellent opportunity. He executed a domineering and fierce attack and directly killed the survivor of Acheron's sect. Seeing this scene, Brother Ding went completely crazy. "All of you are going to die." Brother Ding was furious. His body was filled with an evil aura and his strength soared. He punched out and the formation shook. "Hurry up and stop him," Fang Chen shouted. Feng Yunzhong nodded and stopped Brother Ding. Just like that, Feng Yunzhong and Brother Ding fell into a fierce battle. In the beginning, Feng Yunzhong and Brother Ding were tied. However, as time passed, Feng Yunzhong's advantage was finally revealed. 15 minutes later, Feng Yunzhong suppressed Brother Ding, making the latter unable to fight back. Moreover, Brother Ding's body was covered in wounds. Brother Ding let out a furious roar. He originally wanted to hunt down all the geniuses who entered the palace, but he did not expect to be plotted against. Go to hell! Feng Yunzhong found an opportunity and shattered Brother Ding's head with a punch. At this point, the two survivors of Acheron's sect were both killed, and the crisis was resolved. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen sat on the ground. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he almost collapsed from exhaustion. Without Fang Chen's control, the formation shook violently before shattering. It was also at this moment that the formation in the passage disappeared. The cultivators who had entered the passage all appeared in the palace. When they saw Fang Chen sitting on the ground and Feng Yunzhong's breathing was chaotic, they thought that the two of them had fought. Fang Chen. Li Xiaoka ran to Fang Chen and asked worriedly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly, indicating that he was fine. "Feng Yunzhong, you're too incompetent. You haven't killed this kid after so long." The person who spoke was Zhong Yu on the hidden dragon list. Zhong Yu thought that Fang Chen had just fought with Feng Yunzhong, so he said that. "Shut up!" Feng Yunzhong reprimanded sternly. "Feng Yunzhong!" Zhong Yu frowned slightly and said in a low voice. "Zhong Yu, he is my savior. You are not allowed to say such things in the future." As Feng Yunzhong spoke, he looked at Fang Chen with a smile in his eyes. Seeing this, Fang Chen's mouth parted into a smile. Everyone was puzzled. However, when Feng Yunzhong told everyone what had just happened, they finally knew how powerful Fang Chen was. Array, Grandmaster! Zhong Yu's pupils shrank as he looked at Fang Chen and cried out involuntarily. He was such a young Array Grandmaster. Was he dreaming? After everyone learned that Fong Qin was an array grandmaster, they looked at Fong Qin differently. He had become an array grandmaster at such a young age. It was enough to see his achievements in the array Dao. It could be imagined that he would definitely surpass the array grandmaster in the future. They had to befriend such a genius. Chapter 6:26. Array Grandmaster. Zhong Yu's eyes widened as he stared at Fong Chen in disbelief. His heart was filled with doubt. That's right. 2 Acheron sect members sneaked in. If it weren't for him, we would all be dead, Fong Yunzhong said. He was now very regretful and ashamed of his previous actions. Fortunately, Fong Qin didn't say anything. The entire palace was in an uproar. Many warriors looked at Fong Qin in shock. After a long time, everyone finally believed Fong Yunzhong's words. At this moment, they looked at Fong Qin with eyes full of respect. It was no exaggeration to say that such a young array grandmaster's talent in array formation was comparable to some of the geniuses in the 5 Elements Academy. If such a monstrous warrior was placed in the outside world, he would definitely be fought over by many major forces. Of course, when everyone found out about Fong Chen's identity, they also knew that the inheritance here had already been obtained by Fong Chen. In the end, everyone left one after another. Since there was no inheritance here, they didn't want to waste any more time here. They hurried to find other inheritances. In the blink of an eye, only Fong Chen, Li Xiaoka, Zhong Yu, and Fong Yunzhong were left in the palace. Let's go too. Fong Chen glanced at Li Xiaoka and said. Li Xiaoka nodded and followed Fong Chen out of the palace. Brother, I still don't know your name, Fong Yunzhong asked. Fong Chen. After Fong Chen finished speaking, he turned and left. Fong Yunzhong and Zhong Yu were left looking at each other. I really didn't expect him to become an array grandmaster at such a young age. It's too scary, Zhong Yu whispered. Yeah. Fortunately, we didn't completely offend him before. Otherwise, such an enemy would be too scary, Fong Yunzhong said as he nodded. After leaving the palace, Fong Chen quickly disappeared from the plains with Li Xiaoka. After a while, Fong Chen found a safe place and sat cross-legged. He said to Li Xiaoka, Xiaoka, guard me. After speaking, Fong Chen closed his eyes and didn't speak anymore. Seeing this, Li Xiaoka emitted a majestic aura and protected Fong Chen. At this moment, Fong Chen's mind was filled with complicated information. This information came from the interspatial rings of the 2 Acheron sect survivors. Earlier on, Fong Chen had heard that a king of Yellow Spring sect had given these 2 surviving members of Yellow Spring sect a sealing technique. This sealing technique was extremely powerful. Just now, after Fong Yunzhong killed the 2 remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, Fong Chen had already quietly taken away their space rings. The reason for that was because Fong Chen wanted to obtain the sealing technique. If he could learn this sealing technique, he wouldn't be afraid of the night. This way, he wouldn't have to return to the city every night. Sealing techniques were similar to sealing techniques. However, if one were to look at them in detail, there would be some differences. Fortunately, Fong Chen had comprehended the Tao of formations. It was very easy for him to comprehend the sealing technique. After about an hour, an invisible aura appeared around Fong Chen. This invisible aura directly isolated Fong Chen from the outside world. Crash! Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the seal around him and a smile appeared on his face. It's easier than I thought, Fong Chen said to himself. Fong Chen was very happy that he had comprehended the sealing technique in an hour. Fong Chen. Li Xiaoka called out when she saw Fong Chen wake up. Fong Chen stood up and said, "Let's go." Just as Fong Chen was about to leave, he suddenly felt something in his mind. Immediately, his expression changed drastically. "Oh no, the little mouse is in danger," Fong Chen shouted. His face was cold. Just now, the little mouse sent a message to Fong Chen, saying that it was in danger. It also told Fong Chen the location. Fang Chun knew that the little mouse was in danger. He immediately took Li Xiaoka and rushed to the little mouse's location. You must hold on, Fang Chen said anxiously. Along the way, Fang Chen and Li Xiaoka were flying quickly. Their flying speed was especially fast. Finally, when night fell, Fang Chen and Li Xiaoka arrived at the place that the little mouse had mentioned. It was a valley. It's here, Li Xiaoka asked. Fang Chen nodded and entered the valley. As soon as they entered the valley, Fang Chen realized that the valley was filled with the aura of ancient beasts. The aura of ancient beasts. Fang Chen's eyes were cold. He looked around but didn't find anything. However, as they got closer to the little mouse, Fang Chen could clearly feel the exact location of the little mouse in his mind. The little mouse was in the depths of the valley. Fang Chen rushed towards the depths of the valley. At this moment, in the depths of the valley, there was a lake. In the middle of the lake, there was a small green stone. On the green stone, a little mouse was squatting. Its eyes were shining, and its body was surrounded by a thick purple halo. Around the little mouse was the motionless lake. Above the lake, there were some beasts floating. If one looked closely, these beasts looked a little similar to the little mouse. Flying rats were also a type of rat. These flying rats were ancient beasts and were much stronger than normal beasts. This lake was originally the nest of the flying rats. However, the little mouse suddenly barged in and killed many of the flying rats. This made the flying rats very angry. Countless flying rats circled above the lake, preparing to encircle and kill the little mouse. However, the little mouse had its own unique methods. It resisted the encirclement of the flying rats. In the beginning, the flying rats attacked the little mouse crazily. However, they were all blocked by the little mouse. In this period of time, many flying rats died. Finally, the flying rats realized that the little mouse was unusual. They started to confront the little mouse. This confrontation lasted for a few days. Today, they suddenly became restless. The little mouse looked up and saw a huge rat descending from the sky. This rat was huge and filled with a ferocious aura. After this rat appeared, the other flying rats all called out loudly. Later on, the little mouse finally realized that this rat was the flying rat king of this area. Its cultivation had reached the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Facing the flying rat king, who was at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm, the little mouse could barely resist it. If it focused on resisting the flying rat king, it would be attacked by the other flying rats. In this way, the little mouse's life would be in danger. Helpless, the little mouse could only inform Fang Chen. After the flying rat king arrived, it was not in a hurry to attack. When it saw the purple halo on the little mouse's body, there was a hint of fear in its eyes. "What kind of rat are you?" the flying rat king asked in a deep voice. The flying rat king could speak. The little mouse was confused when it heard this because it did not know what kind of rat it was. Behind the flying rat king, a flying rat with a strong aura asked, "Lord Rat King, why don't you kill this damned little mouse?" The purple halo on this rat's body is not simple. "I feel a strong sense of danger," the flying rat king said. After that, the flying rat king negotiated with the little mouse, asking the little mouse to leave this place and let the matter rest. However, how could the little mouse agree to that? Within this lake, there was something very important to it. As soon as it entered the bloody battle space, the little mouse felt that something was calling out to it. When it arrived here, it could clearly feel that the calling was coming from within this lake. "Leave this place?" "Impossible," the little mouse said softly. As soon as it finished speaking, it dashed forward, wanting to enter the lake. Seeing the little mouse's actions, the flying rat king was furious. "Stop it!" the flying rat king roared. Then it stretched out its claws and blocked the little mouse's path. Bang! The flying rat king's claws directly hit the little mouse's body, forcing the little mouse back to the blue stone in the middle of the lake. "You leave now, and this matter will end here," the flying rat king scolded. The little mouse did not say anything. Its eyes looked at the bottom of the lake. A flying rat king behind the flying rat king said in a low voice, "This lake is the place where the ancestor of our flying rat clan fell. How can we allow other demonic beasts to disturb it?" The flying rat clan was an ancient giant beast. They were very powerful. They looked down on the little mouse in front of them, thinking that it was not qualified to be part of the rat clan. Moreover, the little mouse dared to invade the place where the ancestor of their flying rat clan fell. It really deserved to die. If the flying rat king did not feel that the purple halo on the little mouse's body was dangerous, it would have already killed this ungrateful fellow. Hearing that, the flying rat king looked at the little mouse. This was the last chance it would give the little mouse. Seeing that the little mouse did not move, the flying rat king's face became completely gloomy. It roared towards the sky. Immediately, the countless flying rats behind it began to attack the little mouse fiercely. At the same time, a layer of yellow halo appeared around the flying rat king's body. Then, the flying rat king stretched out its claws. One of the flying rat king's claws grabbed the little mouse's body in an instant. With a pull, a deep wound appeared on the little mouse's body. Crack! While the flying rat king was attacking the little mouse, the latter did not stay idle. It opened its mouth and bit one of the flying rat king's claws. It directly bit off one of the flying rat king's fingers, causing the flying rat king to roar angrily. "I will kill you!" The flying rat king was completely enraged. It was the high and mighty flying rat king, but it actually had one of its fingers bitten off by a piece of trash. The flying rat king used its fiercest attack. Together with the countless flying rats, it launched a powerful attack on the little mouse. Chapter 6:27. When Fong Qin arrived at the depths of the valley, he just happened to see a swarm of flying rats attacking the little mouse. His expression changed, and with a flick of his wrist, 108 top-grade spirit stones shot out. 5 crash. In the blink of an eye, Fong Qin had set up a yuan tier formation above the lake. Under the lead of the flying rats, a large number of flying rats were preparing to attack the little mouse. But they suddenly realized that the little mouse had disappeared. They couldn't even see the lake anymore. Boom! Countless flying rats' attacks all missed their target. "What's going on?" asked one of the flying rats. The flying rat king was at the front, looking down. Then it gloomily said, "This is a formation." After saying that, it turned around, and a ray of light shot out of its eyes as it looked at Fong Qin. The other flying rats also noticed Fong Qin and Li Xiaoka. "Damnable humans, you dare to ruin my plans," said the flying rat king arrogantly. "We're all rats, so why must you be so ruthless?" asked Fong Qin icily. "Is it worthy of being called a rat? It really is a disgrace to us rats." The flying rat king disdainfully looked at the little mouse hiding in the formation above the lake. In its eyes, the little mouse was just an ordinary rat. It couldn't compare to ancient beasts like them. "Isn't it just an ancient beast? What's so amazing about it?" asked Fong Qin. The flying rat king didn't know how powerful the little mouse was, but Fong Qin was very clear. The little mouse gave Fong Qin an extremely mysterious feeling. That was especially true of its teeth. No matter what it was, it could crush it. Just the toughness of its teeth surpassed countless flying rats. Even these ancient beasts couldn't compare to it. Ancient beasts had the blood of ancient beasts flowing through their veins. After such a long period of time, the ancient blood in their veins had become increasingly scarce, but it had also become increasingly precious. The ancient beasts had always thought that they were much more noble than demonic beasts because of the ancient blood flowing in their bodies. However, in Fong Chen's opinion, this was not even worth mentioning. The blood in the little mouse's body was not inferior to that of the ancient beasts. "Human, you dare look down on us ancient beasts. Are you courting death?" The flying rat king glared at Fong Chen. The information that the little mouse sent to Fong Chen mentioned that the flying rat king's cultivation was at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. If he was alone, Fong Chen wouldn't be afraid of the flying rat king at all. However, There were so many flying rats behind it. Therefore, Fong Qin could not fight them head-on. Ignorant, Fong Qin said with a sneer. The flying rat king was enraged. Just as it was about to speak, it suddenly saw two humans enter the formation. Damn it! Break the formation! The Sky Rat King roared furiously. Within the black level formation, Fong Qin saw the little mouse. What's going on? Fong Qin asked. With the little mouse's intelligence, it was impossible for it to be trapped here. It must have something important to ask him for help. As expected, the little mouse nodded and said, Something is calling me from below the lake. I feel that this is an opportunity that belongs to me. Below the lake? Fong Qin asked. The little mouse nodded. Seeing this, Fong Qin thought for a moment and said, Go to the bottom of the lake first and search for the inheritance. I will help you block the attacks of the flying rats here. Boss, there are so many flying rats. Can you block them? The little mouse asked worriedly. Although I am not their match in a head-on confrontation, I am a formation grandmaster. It is not a problem for me to deal with them, Fong Qin said. The little mouse didn't say anything else and directly dove into the lake. Just at this moment, Fong Qin felt the formation he had just set up rumble and shake, as if it was about to shatter. Crash! Fong Qin didn't hesitate. With a shake of his wrist, he once more set up a formation. Just as he finished setting up this array formation, the array formation on the outside instantly shattered. Why is there another formation? After destroying Fong Qin's formation, the Sky Rat King had thought that it would be able to kill the human and the little mouse. But it hadn't expected there to be another formation inside. Rat King, what should we do? Asked the Sky Rat King. Continue breaking the formation. I don't believe a human can maintain the formation for long, roared the Sky Rat King furiously. Rumble, Fong Qin could sense that the Sky Rat King was extremely furious. They were doing their best to break the formation. They couldn't maintain it. When Fong Qin heard what the Flying Rat King said, a mocking smile appeared on his face. He had over 100 million top-grade spirit stones in his spatial ring. Maintaining the formation was too easy. With the top-grade spirit stones as the foundation, he was constantly setting up formations. The Sky Rat King was also constantly breaking the formations. After an entire day, Fong Qin had set up over 300 Xian grade formations. Just the top-grade spirit stones had cost him over 100,000. However, this amount of spirit stones was nothing to Fong Qin. On the outside, the Sky Rat King was incomparably depressed. They had been constantly breaking the formations. Each time they broke a formation, they would encounter another formation. In short, they would never be able to see the human martial artist. That infuriated the Sky Rat King. At the beginning, the Sky Rat King had still been doing their best to break the formations. But later they had given up. Damnable human! How can he set up so many formations? Roared the Sky Rat King. Rat King, what should we do? Asked one of the Sky Rats. Go and get the Tiger King, the Flying Rat King said after pondering for a moment. Yes. One of the Sky Rats nodded and directly flew out of the mountain valley. A moment later, a huge tiger arrived in the mountain valley. Sky Rat King, why did you call me here? The Tiger King quickly walked over, his voice extremely resounding. Seeing the Tiger King arrive, the Sky Rat King's eyes flickered. Tiger King, I called you here because I have something to discuss. Oh, tell me. The Tiger King was the king of this region's tiger race. Their neighbor was the Sky Rat King, and they were also ancient beasts. Although there would often be friction between the tiger race and the Sky Rat King, when there was an important matter, the two kings would still work together against outsiders. This time, when the Tiger King had heard that the Sky Rat King had encountered trouble, he had immediately rushed over. A rat intruded into the lake where our flying rat clan's ancestor perished. I wanted to capture it, but two human warriors suddenly appeared. One of the human warriors was an array master who was proficient in array Dao. He set up an array formation to stop us, the Flying Rat King explained in detail. The Tiger King said, "You mean to say that you want me to join hands with you to break the formation?" "Exactly. If we join hands, we'll definitely be able to break the formation," said the Sky Rat King. "A mere formation can stump the Sky Rat King?" The Tiger King's eyes flickered. He felt that this matter was a bit fishy, so he didn't immediately agree. The Sky Rat King bitterly smiled. "Tiger King, there's something you don't know. If it was just a single formation, then with my strength, I would definitely be able to break it. But this damned human is extremely proficient in the Tao of formations. He's actually able to set up formations without stopping. Furthermore, the amount of energy he possesses is unimaginable. From yesterday until today, I've broken over 300 formations, but I still haven't seen him," said the Sky Rat King helplessly. Hearing this, the Tiger King's eyes finally turned serious. To be able to set up over 300 formations without stopping, just how much energy did that require? It seems this brat possesses a great treasure. The Tiger King made a judgment. The Sky Rat King looked at the Tiger King, waiting for his reply. "What's in it for me to help you?" asked the Tiger King. As a king of the same clan, he naturally had to seek benefits for the clan members. Hence, although the Tiger King agreed to help, he wouldn't help for free. He wanted to ask for compensation. "Tiger King, you've guessed it, right? That human martial artist should possess a great treasure. How about this? If you can help me capture that brat, we'll split the treasures equally. How about that?" said the Sky Rat King after pondering for a moment. This was already the greatest benefit he could give the Tiger King. Any more, and it would be beyond what he could bear. The Tiger King stared at the formation above the lake and quickly thought about it. After a while he nodded and said, "If we capture that human martial artist, let me choose the treasure first." The Sky Rat King nodded in agreement. Just like that, the two kings quickly reached a consensus and began to attack the formation together. "Let's attack together," said the Sky Rat King. As soon as he finished speaking, the two kings attacked at the same time. Extremely sharp attacks instantly bombarded the formation. Roar! The roar of a beast echoed throughout the entire valley. Within the formation, Fong Chen was resting. He was also very tired from continuously setting up more than 300 formations. If not for the large amount of supreme-grade spirit stones, he wouldn't have been able to do it. However, just as he sat down cross-legged, he felt two extremely fierce auras bombarding the formation. Following that, the formation shook violently, and with a loud crash it shattered. Not good. Fong Chen shouted, but it was too late. The Sky Rat King and the Tiger King had already joined forces to shatter the formation. Fong Chen instinctively went to set up the formation, but before he could do it, he was interrupted by the Sky Rat King and the Tiger King. "Brat, what else can you do now?" Seeing that Fong Chen was unable to set up the formation, the Sky Rat King laughed proudly. Fong Chen stared at the Tiger King and said, "The great Sky Rat King actually needs help to deal with a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm." How laughable! Fong Chen knew that he didn't have the time to set up the formation in front of the two kings. "Brat, it's too late to say anything now. Hand over your interspatial ring and kill yourself here," said the Sky Rat King in a low voice. Chapter 628. Just as Flying Rat King was about to take action, Tiger King suddenly spoke. "Flying Rat King, I want to add another condition. If you agree, I'll help you. If you don't, I'll leave immediately," Tiger King said. Flying Rat King was a little unhappy, but he still nodded and asked, "What condition?" "This girl belongs to me." Tiger King's eyes flashed with greed. The Flying Sky Rat King was startled when he heard this. Immediately he shook his head. This stupid tiger was really lustful. However, such a request was obviously nothing much, and the Flying Rat King immediately agreed. Tiger King laughed and looked at Li Xiaoka. He said obscenely, "Beauty, come back with me and be my wife. How about that?" Although Tiger King was an ancient giant beast, he was very lustful. Ancient giant beasts couldn't transform into human form and could only stay in beast form for their entire lives. However, they had the intelligence of humans. Hearing Tiger King's words, Li Xiaoka's eyes turned cold. Stupid tiger. On the other hand, Fang Qin took out the hidden star sword. His entire body was filled with extremely dense sword intent, and he was ready to fight at any moment. Tiger King's hobby was a little special. He was an ancient giant beast, but he liked human beauties. This made Flying Rat King a little helpless. "Humph, I'll make you follow me willingly in a while," Tiger King said. Flying Rat King and Tiger King looked at each other. Then, in a flash, they rushed towards Fang Qin and charged towards Fang Qin. "Xiaoka, back off!" Fang Qin roared and used the flowing water swordsmanship. The entry-level flowing water swordsmanship was pushed to the extreme by Fang Qin. Now, Fang Qin's attack was comparable to a level 2 spiritual vortex realm. Bang! The star-hidden sword ferociously collided with the Flying Rat King's claw and issued a deafening sound. What a powerful attack! Flying Rat King was shocked and retreated. At the same time, Tiger King's attack landed on Fang Qin. Fang Qin tried his best to block and was almost hit by Tiger King. Bang! Bang! The Flying Rat King and the Tiger King joined forces to battle Fang Qin. Soon, Fang Qin was suppressed. "If this continues, I'll definitely die," Fang Qin thought to himself. He had been suppressed by the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King. If he could not find a solution, he would definitely be killed by the Flying Rat King. "Brett, you're dead." The Flying Rat King stretched out its claws and clawed at Fang Qin's head. Its claws contained boundless power, the Flying Rat King's battle prowess sword. As long as he was caught, Fang Qin's head would explode. At this moment, the Tiger King's head also appeared in front of Fang Qin. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow Fang Qin. Tiger King and Flying Rat King were ancient giant beasts at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. They had ancient blood in their bodies and were extremely powerful. If they were at the same level, Fang Qin would definitely not be afraid of the two kings. However, Fang Qin was only at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Even if he gave it his all, he could only block the attack of one of the kings. However, this would give the other king an opportunity. Damn it! Fang Qin could not help but curse in his heart. He wanted to set up a formation, but he was attacked by the two kings and did not have the time to do so. Am I going to die? Fang Qin felt a great sense of danger. His body kept retreating. The Flying Rat King and Tiger King's eyes flashed with a cold smile. They seemed to have seen Fang Qin's death. Bang! The Flying Rat King's claws landed on Fang Qin's body. Fortunately, Fang Qin dodged in time. His head was not caught, but his arm was caught. With a bang, the bones in Fang Qin's arm shattered and blood flowed out continuously. At the same time, Fang Qin's body was blasted into the lake. After Fang Qin's body entered the lake, he instantly fell to the bottom of the lake. The Flying Rat King stared at the lake and did not act rashly. At this moment, Tiger King also stopped and said, "That kid has been hit by you. He will definitely die." The Flying Rat King's eyes flashed, and he nodded without saying a word. As for Tiger King, he turned around and looked at Li Xiaoka greedily. "Beauty, are you willing to leave with me now?" "I would rather die than follow a stupid tiger like you," Li Xiaoka said coldly. "Humph, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit," Tiger King said in a low voice. His body emitted a powerful aura that directly pressured Li Xiaoka. Li Xiaoka's strength was not as strong as Fang Qin's. Hence, when she was pressured by Tiger King's aura, her body was instantly restrained and she could not move. Tiger King walked to Li Xiaoka's side and gently caressed her face with his big paw. His eyes were full of smiles. "Flying Rat King, hurry up and find that kid's body. After that, we'll split the wealth equally. I'm in a hurry to go back." The Tiger King swung his claws and threw the imprisoned Li Xiaoka onto his back. He turned his head and said to the Flying Rat King. Even without Tiger King saying it, Flying Rat King already knew. He had already sent the Flying Rat King into the lake to search for Fong Chen's body. Fong Chen had a lot of wealth on him. They were not willing to give it up so easily. Be careful, Flying Rat King warned. The Flying Rat King warned. This lake was the place where the ancestor of their Flying Rat clan had fallen. It was extremely strange. Yes, a few flying rats dove into the lake. Flying Rat King and Tiger King waited patiently. Soon there was movement in the lake. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. Tiger King and Flying Rat King stared at the lake and waited anxiously. It's out! Tiger King shouted when he saw the ripples spreading. It seemed like something was coming out. However, things went beyond the expectations of Tiger King and Flying Rat King. A few Flying Rat King's bodies floated quietly on the surface of the lake. What's going on? That kid isn't dead yet? Flying Rat King roared angrily. Tiger King was also a little surprised. A few flying rats were still fine a moment ago, but in just a short while they had died silently. What exactly was in the lake? Tiger King and Flying Rat King looked at each other with a grave expression. At this moment, the surface of the lake shook again, and countless ripples appeared. Tiger King and Flying Rat King stared at the lake carefully. Boom! Suddenly, a pillar of water shot out from the lake and into the clouds. When this water column appeared, the water in the entire lake began to swirl wildly. Hiss! Countless water droplets escaped from the water pillar. Tiger King and Flying Rat King retreated in a flash. They sensed a terrifying aura and sensed danger. What's going on? Flying Rat King turned pale with fright. The water pillar continued to shrink. When the water pillar completely fell into the lake, a figure appeared on the bluestone. It's you! Tiger King and Flying Rat King were shocked to see Fong Chen. But when they saw the little mouse on Fong Chen's shoulder, they were even more shocked. That dangerous aura actually came from the little mouse's body. You dare attack my boss? You really don't know life from death. Little Mouse stood on Fong Chen's shoulder and pointed at Tiger King and Flying Rat King. What's going on? Flying Rat King felt his heart tremble. Even his blood was trembling. He involuntarily fell from the sky and prostrated himself on the ground. Flying Rat King, what's going on? Tiger King cried out. The Flying Rat King's body was trembling on the ground, and his face was filled with terror. My blood is trembling, Flying Rat King said with difficulty. When the Tiger King heard this, its expression turned serious. It looked at the little mouse. At this moment, the little mouse suddenly raised its little paw. Immediately, a purple aura shot out and engulfed the entire valley. When this purple aura appeared, even Tiger King felt his heart palpitate. Let her go, Fong Chen said in a low voice. Tiger King was startled. He looked at Little Mouse in disbelief. But at this moment he couldn't care less. His body flashed, and he threw Li Xiaoka onto the bluestone. He wanted to escape. You hit my boss, and you still want to leave. Little Mouse was very powerful. Its body was filled with a crazy aura. Purple light surged, and its small body shot out. In an instant, it blocked Tiger King's path. What are you doing? Tiger King felt a little guilty. I'm letting you stay, Little Mouse said. I'm afraid you can't do that, Tiger King said coldly. Splash! Little Mouse acted. It was so fast that even Fong Chen couldn't see it clearly. At the same time, a terrifying aura emerged from Little Mouse. This aura made Tiger King tremble uncontrollably. What kind of aura is this? Tiger King's heart was filled with fear. This aura was too strong. He felt a little ancient aura. A minute later, Tiger King was subdued by Little Mouse. He and Flying Rat King were both on the ground. Their eyes were filled with fear. "This is too scary," Tiger King said in his heart, recalling the fight with Little Mouse. He felt that he had walked through the gates of hell. If it wasn't for Little Mouse holding back, he would have died. Fong Chen was also shocked by Little Mouse's performance. When he fell into the lake, Little Mouse had just completed its transformation. When it realized that it was injured, it was furious and immediately killed a few flying rats that rushed into the lake. He didn't expect Little Mouse to be able to suppress Flying Rat King and Tiger King with its own strength in the blink of an eye. "You two idiots." The Little Mouse looked down at the Flying Rat King and Tiger King from above and shouted. At this moment, Tiger King finally regained his composure. He glared at Flying Rat King and said, "I'm really in trouble because of you." Chapter 6:29. "I don't care about the inheritance of the Flying Rat race," the Little Mouse said arrogantly. The Flying Rat King was about to explode in anger when he heard this, but he suppressed it when he thought of how terrifying the Little Mouse was. The Flying Rat King could feel his blood moving restlessly, especially his ancient blood. It was being suppressed by the Little Mouse. At this moment, the Flying Rat King thought of a legend, the legend of bloodline suppression. According to the legend, some noble races of beasts had bloodlines that were so strong that they could suppress all ordinary bloodlines. The Flying Rat King belonged to the ancient beasts of the Flying Rat race, so he had an ancient bloodline. But in front of the Little Mouse, he couldn't move at all. He was deeply suppressed, which shocked the Flying Rat King even more. What kind of bloodline did the Little Mouse have? How could it suppress the ancient bloodline? Fong Chen, who was standing on the green rock, looked at the Little Mouse and nodded slightly. "This Little Mouse has exceeded my expectations," Ancestor Bronze whispered from within the python sword. "Ancestor, you don't know what race the Little Mouse is?" Fong Chen asked. He had already learned about the bloodline suppression from Ancestor Bronze. He wanted to know what race the Little Mouse was, but even an almighty like Ancestor Bronze didn't know. "I don't know," Ancestor Bronze said after a moment of silence. While Fong Chen was talking to Ancestor Bronze, the Little Mouse had completely subdued the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King. At first, the Tiger King was unwilling to submit, but when the Little Mouse completely released its bloodline aura, the Tiger King trembled and obeyed. The Little Mouse's aura was too strong. "Boss." The Tiger King and the Flying Rat King stood beside the Little Mouse with a smile and bowed. When Fong Chen saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head. As expected of a world where the strong were respected, it was even more outstanding in the world of beasts. As long as you had the strength, you could be the boss. "How's the strength of your two races?" the Little Mouse asked. "In our region, the Flying Rat Clan has a total of over 300 members. It can be considered the weakest branch in this space," the Flying Rat King said respectfully. "It's the same for us tigers," the Tiger King said. The Little Mouse nodded and said, "I will lead you to conquer all the ancient beasts in this space." Hearing the Little Mouse's words, the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King's eyes flickered, but they didn't say anything. The bloody battle space was a broken space that had been passed down since ancient times. There were countless ancient, giant beast clans here. The Flying Rat Clan, led by the Flying Rat King, was only a branch of the larger Flying Rat Clan. In other regions, there were even more powerful flying rats. It was the same for the tigers. They were just a weak branch. Otherwise, how could a Tiger King at the second level of the Spirit Vortex realm lead the Tiger Clan to survive in the cruel demonic beast world? The Little Mouse jumped onto the bluestone and looked at Fong Chen with a smile. "Boss, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, my bloodline wouldn't have awakened so easily." "Your bloodline has awakened?" Fong Chen asked. The Little Mouse nodded and said, "In the lake, I received the inheritance of the Flying Rat Clan's ancestor. Then my bloodline was stimulated and awakened." When Fong Chen heard this, he finally understood. No wonder Little Mouse's strength suddenly changed so drastically. It turned out that his bloodline had awakened. Then, do you know what race you are? Fang Chen asked. The little mouse's expression dimmed when he heard that. He shook his head and said, I don't know. After my bloodline awakened, a very strange image appeared in my mind. In the image, a mouse that looked exactly like me stepped on the sky and told me that we were a race of our own. This image is intermittent and a bit incomplete. The mouse disappeared after saying that. The little mouse said, That's right. Fang Chen frowned. Was the little mouse's image a relative of the little mouse? Ancestor, have you heard of it? Fang Chen asked. Ancestor Bronze's voice was very heavy. Fang Chen, the little mouse, is not simple. Ancestor, what did you discover? Asked Fang Chen. Ancestor Bronze fell silent and didn't say anything else. No matter how Fang Chen asked, it was as if he had disappeared. In the end, Fang Chen gave up on asking. It was at this moment that Ancestor Bronze suddenly spoke. During my peak years, I came into contact with some secrets. A demon beast race that dares to call themselves a race of their own is an extremely powerful race even in the outer realms, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. A demon beast race that dared to call themselves a race of their own was an extremely powerful race even in the outer realms. In that case, the little mouse was a demon beast race of the outer realms. Thinking of this, Fang Chen looked at the little mouse in confusion. If the latter was a race of the outer realms, then how did it appear in the ancient Sword Continent? Could it be? Fang Chen thought of the beginner scroll of the Sword Dao True Enlightenment. When he first obtained it, Jinren Hantian had said that the beginner scroll of the Sword Dao True Enlightenment was an object of the outer realms. Perhaps the little mouse came here from a torn space, Fang Chen thought to himself. Although he didn't know the specific race of the little mouse, Fang Chen was very surprised to know that it was a big race of the outer realms. After the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King submitted, the little mouse became the absolute boss of this area. As it said, it was going to lead the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King to conquer this space. Boss, go look for your opportunity. I'll stay here. The little mouse grinned and said, The next time we meet, I will be the Beast King of the Bloody Battle Space. The demon beasts in the Bloody Battle Space have all survived since ancient times. They are extremely powerful. You have to be careful, Fang Chen reminded. The little mouse nodded and said with a smile, Boss, don't worry. In the end, Fang Chen and Li Xiaoke left the place. Outside the valley, Li Xiaoke's eyes flickered as she looked at Fang Chen and asked curiously, Fang Chen, this little mouse is so mysterious. Fang Chen grinned when he heard that. After coming out of the valley, Fang Chen and Li Xiaoke walked aimlessly. In the vast bloody battle space, there were 81 cities. There were many geniuses in all the cities. Of course, there were also many geniuses who were exploring some ruins. On this day, Fang Chen came to a bustling city. The reason why it was bustling was because there were many geniuses in this city. The streets were bustling with people. After entering the city, Fang Chen was a little surprised and said, It's so lively. Fang Chen, I have some news, Li Xiaoke said. The bloody battle space has been open for a long time. Geniuses have all kinds of needs. After such a long time, some trading cities have appeared in the bloody battle space. This city is one of the 8 trading cities. After listening to Li Xiaoke's explanation, Fang Chen nodded to show that he understood. Every genius who entered the bloody battle space would more or less have some opportunities if they didn't die. Some treasures were useless to them, but they were useful to other geniuses. As a result, trading cities appeared. Each of the 8 trading cities was bustling with activity. Countless geniuses with needs flocked there to trade with other geniuses. Fang Chen walked on the streets and saw many geniuses setting up small stalls on both sides of the street. As expected of the bloody battle space, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. There were countless stalls on the streets of the trading cities. If the items in these stalls were taken out in the outside world, it would definitely cause a commotion. But in the bloody battle space, it was very normal. When Li Xiaoke passed by a stall, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Miss, I obtained this 10,000-year warm jade from a certain ruin in the bloody battle space. It is very precious. If a woman wears it, she will be able to maintain her beauty. Moreover, it has a great effect on her soul, the stall owner hurriedly introduced. The 10,000-year warm jade was also a treasure, but it wasn't very attractive to men. You like it? Fang Qin asked when he saw Li Xiaoke admiring it. Li Xiaoke nodded, but her eyes quickly dimmed. How much is this? Fang Qin looked at the stall owner and asked, I'm in urgent need of spirit stones, so I only want top-grade spirit stones. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, said the stall owner. All right, I'll buy it, said Fang Qin. The stall owner was very excited and immediately said, All right, I'll wrap it up for you. Fang Qin paid 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy the 10,000-year warm jade. Li Xiaoke held the 10,000-year warm jade, her face full of smiles. Fang Qin, thank you. Whoosh! Fang Qin was just about to speak when an ear-piercing sound rang out in his ears. A majestic aura directly came from behind Fang Qin. Fang Qin felt a trace of danger and immediately turned around. A fiery red whip came swinging from the distance. Crack! Fang Qin gripped the fiery red leather whip. The web between his thumb and forefinger hurt from the impact. At this time, the owner of the whip appeared. She was a woman in a fiery red dress, and her body emitted a strong flame aura. I want this 10,000-year warm jade, said the fiery red dress coldly. Seeing this, Fang Qin was a little displeased. This woman was too domineering. She casually attacked others, and in such a strong manner. Miss, come and play. The 10,000-year warm jade has been bought by this gentleman, said the stall owner with an awkward smile. I know. The fiery red dress woman looked at Fang Qin, and with a shake of her wrist, she took back the whip. She had lashed out with her whip to stop Fang Qin and Li Xiaoke from leaving. Can you give me the 10,000-year warm jade? I'm willing to pay 10 times the price. Sorry, I've already given the 10,000-year warm jade to a friend. After Fang Qin finished speaking, he turned and left with Li Xiaoke. Whoosh! The fiery red whip was instantly thrown out from the woman's hand, and it was aimed at Fang Qin's head. The strength of the whip was very strong. Fang Qin felt the force coming from behind him. He immediately activated his sword body and dodged the whip. Chapter 630. Attacking someone for no reason. Didn't your family tell you that it's very disrespectful? Fang Qin dodged the whip and said with a gloomy face, This article was first started by Give me the 10,000-year warm jade. I don't want to say it again, the woman in the red dress said in a domineering manner. In her opinion, no one would dare to take what she wanted from her. Originally, Fang Qin didn't want to lower himself to her level because she was a woman. However, this woman had attacked him twice without warning, which made Fang Qin very unhappy. Sorry, but the 10,000-year warm jade is mine. Fang Qin's attitude was very clear. Hearing this, the woman in the red dress raised her eyebrows and said with disdain, Are you provoking me? Feeling the scorching aura from the woman in the red dress, Li Xiaoke was a little worried about Fang Qin. She said in a low voice, Fang Qin, why don't you give her the 10,000-year warm jade? Fang Qin shook his head and rejected Li Xiaoke's suggestion. I'm not leaving. Fang Qin stared at the woman in the red dress and said in a low voice. Seeing Fang Qin ignore her words, the woman in the fiery red dress was completely enraged. She held the whip in her hand and waved it violently. The fiery red whip carried a scorching flame aura as it lashed towards Fang Qin's head. Wherever the fiery red whip passed, the air would scatter in all directions. The power of this whip was mixed with the state of fire. It was extremely strong. Many of the surrounding cultivators stopped to watch. Some warriors recognized the woman in the red dress and started to discuss. This kid is unlucky to have met Hongwu. Hongwu is famous for being overbearing. Yeah, Hongwu is only ranked 43rd on the hidden dragon list. She's not very strong, but she has a very dazzling fiancé. Not many geniuses in the bloody battle space dare to not give what Hongwu wants. This brat dares to compete with Hongwu? He's really courting death. Fang Qin didn't pay attention to the discussions of the surrounding martial artists. He activated his sword body, and sword intent surrounded his body. When Hongwu's whip lashed out, Fang Chen's hand suddenly grasped the fiery red whip. Crack! The fiery red whip emitted a scorching aura, burning Fang Chen's palm. Concept of fire. Fang Chen released his own concept of fire, instantly blocking the scorching aura of the fiery red leather whip. When Hongwu saw Fang Chen holding her whip with his bare hands, her face was filled with anger. She said, "You are courting death." As soon as Hongwu finished speaking, she suddenly brandished her whip and began fighting with Fang Chen. Green Lotus Sword Art. Fang Chen used the 5th move of the Green Lotus Sword Art, 5 swords cleaving the sky. A majestic sword light shot out from the hidden star sword. The sword light contained a valiant sword essence and directly pierced towards Hongwu's whip. Boom! With a loud sound, Fang Chen's hidden star sword chopped down on Hongwu's fiery red whip, instantly blocking Hongwu's attack. When her whip attack was blocked, Hongwu's body involuntarily retreated a few steps. Her beautiful face revealed a trace of surprise. However, when she saw that there was a sword mark on the whip, her face turned completely gloomy. "You're dead for breaking my whip," Hongwu scolded. In the next moment, Hongwu launched a fierce attack. Seeing this, Fang Chen also used the flowing water sword art. When Hongwu's concept of fire met with Fang Chen's concept of water, it was instantly restrained. Moreover, Hongwu's whip was also completely blocked by Fang Chen's flowing water sword art. Swoosh! Fang Chen pushed the flowing water sword art to the extreme. Taking advantage of Hongwu's mistake, the hidden star sword suddenly shot out, directly piercing towards Hongwu. Hongwu felt the power of the hidden star sword, and her body continuously retreated. At the same time, the whip in her hand suddenly lashed out. Puchie's section of Hongwu's whip was cut off by Fang Chen, and it fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the hearts of countless cultivators were filled with shock. This kid actually cut off Hongwu's whip. He's really brave. Bang! Hongwu held half of the whip in her hand and used her strongest whip technique, directly lashing towards Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Bang, bang, bang! The whip and the hidden star sword fiercely collided, and then the whip was blocked by the hidden star sword. Hongwu's body retreated a few steps. She looked at the half of the whip in her hand, and her heart was burning with anger. "You cut off my whip. You're dead." Hongwu looked at Fang Chen furiously, and she couldn't wait to kill Fang Chen. "With your strength, I'm afraid you can't do it." Fang Chen coldly snorted and said, although Hongwu was an expert ranked 43rd on the hidden dragon list, her strength was similar to Feng Yinzhong's. At best, she was only slightly stronger than Feng Yinzhong. "You will regret offending me, Hongwu." As soon as Hongwu finished speaking, a talisman suddenly appeared in her hand, and she gently crushed it. Suddenly, a majestic flame aura enveloped Fang Chen. "Talisman!" Seeing this, Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. However, it was too late. He was already surrounded by the flame aura emitted from the talisman. Hiss, hiss, hissed the flame aura surrounded Fang Chen's body, and he activated his sword to block it. Mystic Rank Array. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to set up a Mystic Rank Array. This Mystic Rank Array was a flame attribute array, and it could absorb the flame emitted from the talisman. After a minute, Fang Chen whispered, "Fortunately, it's a low-tier Mystic Rank talisman. If it was a mid-tier talisman, I wouldn't be able to set up the array." A mid-tier talisman was extremely powerful. Once it was crushed, its power would instantly envelop the enemy. The reason why Fang Qin was able to set up a formation while fighting against the talisman was because the talisman was a low-tier talisman. Hiss! The flame attribute array quickly finished absorbing the flame aura from the talisman. In the end, the flame aura completely entered Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, Fang Chen discovered that his flame concept had silently broken through. The peak of the second level of the flame concept. Fang Chen was a bit shocked. Not only had Hong Wu's flame talisman not injured him, but it had instead increased his strength. Crash! Just as Hong Wu thought that Fang Chen had been killed by the talisman, the flame aura instantly disappeared, and Fang Chen calmly stood on the street. You, what other skills do you have? Fang Chen was completely enraged. Hong Wu had repeatedly tried to kill him. How could he let her go? What's going on? Hong Wu cried out involuntarily, with astonishment in her eyes. Crash! Without giving Hong Wu a chance, Fang Chen set up a mystic rank array in the blink of an eye, trapping Hong Wu. That's a mystic rank array. On the street, someone discovered the mystic rank array and shouted, Heavens, just who is this brat? How can he casually set up a mystic rank array? Could he be a Grand Formation Grandmaster? Too terrifying. Such a young Grand Formation Grandmaster is truly inconceivable. Hong Wu is trapped in a mystic rank array. It seems she'll be in trouble. When Fang Chen set up a mystic rank array, many martial artists were shocked. A mystic rank array. Hong Wu was a bit flabbergasted. She waved her whip and began to break the array. Fang Chen silently entered the array and used it to constantly attack Hong Wu. At the start, Hong Wu didn't care, but when Fang Chen heavily injured her, she finally realized how terrifying Fang Chen was. Stop! I am Hong Wu. You can't attack me, shouted Hong Wu. How laughable. You're the only one allowed to attack me, but I'm not allowed to attack you. Fang Chen sneered. Seeing that Fang Chen was still attacking her, Hong Wu said, I'm Luo Zhongtian's fiancé. If anything happens to me, Luo Zhongtian won't let you off. Hong Wu felt the danger and directly said Luo Zhongtian's name. Hearing Luo Zhongtian's name, the countless martial artists on the street all turned pale with fright. Luo Zhongtian? Just who was this martial artist that caused people's expressions to change? If you were familiar with the Hidden Dragon ranking, you would definitely know that Luo Zhongtian was one of the top 5 geniuses on the Hidden Dragon ranking. His strength had reached an unimaginable level. Luo Zhongtian was a dragon amongst men, among the younger generation in the entire 5 Elements province. He was also very popular. Every young martial artist's eyes were filled with respect when they mentioned Luo Zhongtian. Luo Zhongtian was too terrifying. If the 5 Elements Academy's geniuses didn't appear, he was practically unrivaled amongst the 5 Elements province's younger generation. Hong Wu was the fiancé of such a terrifying existence. Hence, although Hong Wu was the 43rd genius on the Hidden Dragon ranking, the top 10 geniuses on the Hidden Dragon ranking didn't dare to provoke her. In fact, many of the Hidden Dragon rankings geniuses were sucking up to her so that they could come into contact with Luo Zhongtian. If I was defeated today, would you give me a chance? Fang Chen asked back. The answer was obvious. She wouldn't. Hong, we usually relied on Luo Zhongtian's name to be arrogant and domineering. She would whip anyone she didn't like. Even if someone was whipped by Hong Wu, they wouldn't dare to resist. This was because she was Luo Zhongtian's fiancé. This time, Hong Wu had her eyes on a piece of 10,000 years warm jade, but she was a step too late. If it was in the past, the other party would definitely give it to her with both hands and wouldn't take any spiritual stones from her. But now she had hit a wall. Not only did this person not give it to her, he even attacked her. Hong Wu was furious. If Luo Zhongtian was here, she would definitely ask him to kill this person. Fang Chen had just finished speaking when the hidden star sword in his hand pierced towards Hong Wu. Chapter 631. All the cultivators held their breaths. Their eyes were filled with shock. Could it be that this kid was really going to kill Hongwu? Hongwu was Luo Zhongtian's fiancé. Wasn't he afraid of Luo Zhongtian if he dared to kill her so brazenly? If anything happens to Hongwu, Luo Zhongtian will definitely not let this kid off. This kid shouldn't be so stupid as to make a move on Luo Zhongtian's fiancé. Many cultivators were shocked. Fang Qin had used the profound great array to control Hongwu. The hidden star sword in his hand was ruthlessly stabbing towards Hongwu. If this sword hit, even if Hongwu didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Even Li Xiaoka looked at Fang Qin worriedly. She wanted to stop Fang Qin, but there was nothing she could do. Right now, Li Xiaoka could only pray that Fang Qin wouldn't kill Hongwu. Otherwise, if Luo Zhongtian was drawn out, things would become complicated. If you dare touch me, Luo Zhongtian will not let you off. Hongwu also sensed the murderous intent from Fang Qin's body. Her heart was filled with fear as she shouted loudly. However, Fang Qin seemed to have made up his mind. The hidden star sword in his hand didn't stop as it stabbed towards Hongwu. At this moment, suddenly, a majestic energy came from the distance. This energy appeared from the void, carrying a soaring aura as it blasted towards Fang Qin. This qi came too fast, and it was also very powerful. Fang Qin didn't even have time to react before this qi hit his star-hidden sword. Bang! Fang Qin's attack was instantly dissolved. Even his body was pushed back a few steps. Fang Qin steadied himself with a serious look in his eyes. He turned around and looked outside the city. At that moment, there was a figure flying rapidly in the sky outside the city. You even dare to touch Luo Zhongtian's woman. This figure landed on the city street and a rough voice rang out. His voice was filled with boundless spiritual energy, causing the surrounding warriors to retreat one after another. Some cultivators recognized this person and shouted, "It's Jin Zhong, ranked 40th on the Hidden Dragon list. He's also here. Jin Zhong is here for Hongwu. It looks like this kid won't be able to kill Hongwu. Jin Zhong's strength is much stronger than Hongwu's. This kid isn't Jin Zhong's match. The 40th on the Hidden Dragon list isn't just for show." Amidst the crowd's clamor, Jin Zhong slowly walked in front of Fang Qin. After Hongwu came out of the array, she walked to Jin Zhong's side, her face full of anger. "Hongwu, what's going on?" asked Jin Zhong. Hongwu told Jin Zhong everything that had happened. After listening, he looked at Fang Qin with an unkind gaze. "Kid, hand over the 10,000-year warm jade and we'll let this matter rest. How about it?" The surrounding cultivators could understand Jin Zhong's words. After all, Fang Qin was a formation grandmaster. Once he was provoked, even if he wasn't a match, he could drag someone down with him. If it was a one-on-one fight, Jin Zhong wouldn't be afraid of Fang Qin. But what he really cared about was Fang Qin's profound rank formation. Once he was trapped in a profound rank formation, it would be a bit troublesome. "Jin Zhong, this kid wants to kill me. How can you let him go like this?" said Hongwu. Just as Hongwu's voice sounded, two sonic booms were suddenly heard from afar. Soon after, two familiar figures appeared in the city. "It's so lively," said one of the cultivators. "This is a trading city," said the other cultivator. When they saw these two people, the surrounding cultivators were once more in an uproar. They were the experts on the Hidden Dragon ranking, the 46th ranked Zhong Yu and the 45th ranked Feng Yunzhong. The two of them had just finished speaking when they noticed Hongwu and Jin Zhong. Of course, they had also noticed Fang Qin. Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong walked over to Fang Qin and whispered, "Brother Feng, what's wrong?" Once the two of them understood what had happened, Feng Yunzhong took a step forward and looked at Jin Zhong and Hongwu. "Let's just forget about this matter. If this continues, it won't be good for anyone. Feng Yunzhong, you also have to help him." Hongwu's eyes were cold. Hong Wu's attitude was very clear. She wanted to kill Fang Qin and then take the 10,000-year warm jade. She was Luo Zhongtian's fiancée. She couldn't accept being humiliated here. For a moment, the atmosphere in the trading city was extremely tense. Everyone was looking at Fang Qin, wanting to see how he would deal with this. "You're snatching someone else's things for no reason, and you even want to kill me to silence me," sneered Fang Qin. Although he couldn't defeat Jin Zhong, if they really fought, Fang Qin wasn't afraid of Jin Zhong. Just from the fact that he could set up unlimited formations, he was already in an undefeatable position. Rumble. As soon as Fang Qin finished speaking, countless top-grade spirit stones flew out of his spatial ring and floated in the air. Everyone knew that Fang Qin was about to set up a formation. Seeing this, Hong Wu's expression changed slightly. Jin Zhong stared at Fang Qin. He was just about to speak when Feng Yunzhong spoke again. Feng Yunzhong didn't want to offend Hong Wu, nor did he want to see Fang Qin die. So he wanted to be a peacemaker. "How about we both take a step back?" said Feng Yunzhong. Hearing Feng Yunzhong's words, Jin Zhong turned to look at Hong Wu and said in a low voice, "He's a formation grandmaster. It's impossible for us to kill him. If we continue fighting, both sides will suffer. Why don't we stop here today and wait a few days for others to arrive to deal with him?" Hong Wu thought for a moment, then looked at Fang Qin. She said coldly, "Brat, you're lucky today, but sooner or later I'll kill you." After saying that, Hong Wu and Jin Zhong left the street. This farce was over. After Hong Wu and Jin Zhong left, Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu helplessly shook their heads. Then they said, "Brother Fang, although Hong Wu isn't powerful, her fiancé is. We can't afford to offend him." "Luo Zhongtian?" Fang Qin stared into the distance, muttering to himself. Today's incident had also indirectly illustrated a problem, and that was that the strong were respected. If he was as strong as Luo Zhongtian, he wouldn't need to look at others. Even if he killed Hong Wu, Luo Zhongtian wouldn't say anything. But now he was too weak. If it weren't for the fact that he was a formation grandmaster, Jin Zhong wouldn't have let him go. While he was deep in thought, Fang Chen was woken up by Li Xiaoka. "Fang Chen, I'm sorry." Li Xiaoka blamed herself. If it weren't for her, Fang Chen wouldn't have been in trouble. Fang Chen smiled and said, "It's okay." After saying that, Fang Chen said goodbye to Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu and continued shopping with Li Xiaoka. There were countless stalls around the street. Because of Hong Wu's appearance, Fang Chen's rhythm was disrupted. So now, Fang Chen had to start shopping again. After walking for a few dozen meters, Fang Chen finally found something useful to him. "Boss, how much is this 9-colored spirit heavenly grass?" Fang Chen walked over to a stall and asked. "Use refining materials to exchange for it," the stall owner said in a low voice. This stall owner needed refining materials. Spirit stones were useless to him, so he could only use refining materials to exchange for the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass. The 9-colored spirit heavenly grass was useless to ordinary martial artists, but it was extremely useful to soul cultivators. The 9-colored spirit heavenly grass targeted the soul. Fang Chen was trying to break through to the 3rd rank. If he had the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass, he would have a better chance. "How about meteoric iron?" Fang Chen asked as he fiddled with the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass. "Oh, you have meteoric iron?" The stall owner was a little surprised. He hadn't expected this fellow to have meteoric iron. "I do, but I don't know the price," said Fang Chen. 5 kilograms of meteoric iron. "That's too expensive." Fang Chen shook his head. He put down the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass and prepared to leave. The stall owner became a bit anxious and directly said, 8 kilograms. How about we both take a step back? Fang Chen turned around and left, not stopping at all. Seeing this scene, the stall owner loudly shouted, "Tell me, how much do you want?" Hearing this, Fong Qin stopped in his tracks and turned around. He looked at the stall owner and said, 500 grams. Little brother, 1 kilogram is too little. How about 4 kilograms? Said the stall owner awkwardly. Fong Qin shook his head and ignored the stall owner. The stall owner knew that if he continued to bargain, Fong Qin would definitely leave. Thus he made up his mind and said, Fine, 500 grams it is. Sigh, if I wasn't in urgent need of refining materials, I wouldn't be willing to exchange him. 1 kilogram of meteoric iron. Deal. After paying the meteoric iron, Fong Qin took the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass and left the street. Then Fong Qin found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged, preparing to cultivate. The buildings in the trading city were all broken. All the geniuses could only sleep outside. Even Hong Wu and the others were no exception. At this time, Hong Wu and Jin Zhong were standing side by side on a tall building. They were looking at a certain corner of the trading city. That was where Fong Qin was cultivating. Jin Zhong, do you not have confidence in fighting him? Asked Hong Wu. He's a formation grandmaster. He can set up unimaginable formations. It'll be troublesome if he gets caught in one, said Jin Zhong. If I don't kill this brat, I won't be able to get rid of my hatred, said Hong Wu. Don't worry, a priest will come in a few days, said Jin Zhong. Hong Wu's eyes lit up when she heard the word priest. She knew very well that priests were best at arrays. Chapter 633. Mobile reading. Fong Qin had been cultivating in the trading city for 7 days. Everyone, please read the most complete novel. During these 7 days, Fong Qin had been in the trading city, motionless. His body was emitting dense spiritual energy, as if he could break through it any time. 3 days ago, Fong Qin had adjusted his body to its optimal state and consumed the 9-colored spiritual heavenly herb. Now, Fong Qin was trying his best to dissolve the 9-colored spiritual heavenly herb's medicinal effects. Once the medicinal effects of the 9-colored spiritual heavenly herb were completely absorbed by Fong Qin's soul, his soul could possibly reach the yellow rank. Hiss! Hiss! After a few days, Fong Qin's mind was filled with dense spiritual energy. This spiritual energy had gradually turned from orange to yellow. Within the orange spiritual energy, there are traces of yellow spiritual energy. When he discovered this, Fong Qin's face broke into a smile. The medicinal effects of the 9-colored spiritual heavenly herb had been completely absorbed, and the orange spiritual energy had finally undergone a transformation, transforming into the yellow rank. Although this was just the beginning, Fong Qin believed that it wouldn't be long before his soul could completely reach the yellow rank. At that time, he would be an early-stage level 3 soul cultivator, and his combat strength would definitely soar. On a certain day, the streets of the trading city were in an uproar. Countless martialists were staring at the city gate. At the city gate, a man in black clothes slowly walked into the city. His arrival caused a commotion in the trading city. The priest was ranked 41st on the hidden dragon list. He was an expert in array formations and was considered a well-known expert on the hidden dragon list. The appearance of the priest shocked all the martialists. Although the priest's ranking on the hidden dragon list wasn't as high as Jin Zhong's, no one doubted the priest's strength. The priest was an extremely powerful array formation master. No one knew what level he had reached. In any case, many experts on the hidden dragon list had suffered at the hands of the priest. The priest's strength couldn't be determined by his ranking on the hidden dragon list. What he was truly proficient in was array formations. Once an array formation was used, no one could match it. Jin Zhong and Hong Wu walked over together to personally welcome the priest. "Priest, you're here." Jin Zhong grinned. Even Hong Wu retracted her cold aura and grinned at the priest. The priest was one of Luo Zhongtian's men. In Luo Zhongtian's camp, he was considered a capable assistant, so Hong Wu had to give him some face. Of course, Hong Wu also wanted the priest to help her kill Fong Qin. "You two are early. The priest nodded when he saw the two of them. We were only 7 or 8 days earlier than you, Jin Zhong said. At this moment, Hong Wu walked towards the priest and said in a deep voice, "Priest, you came at the right time. Help me kill someone." Killing people? Someone that you, Hong Wu, can't kill? Could it be that he's an expert on the hidden dragon ranking? Hearing Hong Wu's words, the priest was a little surprised. The people that Hong Wu couldn't kill were definitely powerful warriors on the hidden dragon roll. However, no one on the hidden dragon roll would dare to offend Hong Wu unless it was one of the 4 super geniuses who were even more insane than Luo Zhongtian. Thinking of this, a trace of doubt flashed through the priest's eyes as he looked at Hong Wu. He's not a hidden dragon roll expert. He's just a piece of trash at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Hong Wu was furious when she mentioned Fang Qin. I say, Hong Wu, you can't even kill a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm? The priest was even more surprised. Hong Wu was a martial artist at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm and a hidden dragon roll expert. Her opponent was just a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. No matter how monstrous he was, he couldn't possibly be Hong Wu's match. Furthermore, even if you can't kill him, can't Jin Zhong do anything? The priest continued to ask. Jin Zhong was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Then he said, if it was a one-on-one fight, it would be easy for me to kill that kid. But that kid is an array grandmaster. You also know that it's very troublesome to kill an array grandmaster. That's why we waited here for you, Jin Zhong said. When he heard the words array grandmaster, shock flashed through the priest's eyes. Then he asked in disbelief, "Are you sure that he's an array grandmaster?" Jin Zhong nodded heavily and said with certainty, "He is indeed an array grandmaster. If he was just an array grandmaster, he would have died long ago." Hearing this, the priest fell into silence. He was thinking about something in his mind. After a long while, the priest raised his eyes again and said, "Where is he?" The priest's eyes were filled with high fighting spirit. He wanted to meet this legendary array grandmaster. Among the younger generation of the 5-element state, the priest's achievements in the array Dao were considered top-notch. However, there was now an array grandmaster who was even more monstrous than the priest. Everyone thought that the priest's achievements in the array Dao were heaven-defying. However, no one knew that the priest was actually just a top-notch array grandmaster. There was a fundamental difference between an array grandmaster and an array grandmaster. Even at the top, they were still array grandmasters. However, the priest had relied on his unique understanding of the array Dao and continued to cultivate. Finally, one day, he had set up a heaven-defying array. By relying on this array, the priest had actually been able to challenge an array grandmaster. Therefore, when he heard that his opponent was an array grandmaster, the priest's heart was filled with fighting spirit. When he saw the priest's expression, Jin Zhong smiled faintly. With the priest's help, even if that kid was an array grandmaster, it would be useless. Over there. Hong Wu's fair finger pointed at a certain corner in the depths of the trading city. The priest followed Hong Wu's finger and suddenly discovered Fang Qin, who was cultivating. An array grandmaster? The priest muttered to himself as he looked at Fang Qin. At that moment, Fang Qin, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. His entire body was surrounded by extremely dense soul power. Hiss! 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 Fang Chen's soul had undergone a fundamental transformation. At that moment, Fang Chen's soul had truly become an early-stage yellow rank soul. So this is a yellow rank soul. Fang Chen could feel that his soul had become much stronger. With just a thought, he could detect every movement in the trading city. Fang Chen was very excited that his soul had just broken through. However, at that moment, Fang Chen discovered that someone was staring at him. He raised his eyes and looked forward, meeting the priest's gaze. When Fang Chen's gaze landed on him, the priest felt his soul tremble. Under everyone's gaze, the priest walked step by step towards Fangchen. Jin Zhong and Hong Wu followed closely behind. Hong Wu's face was especially gloomy, as if Fangchen was already a dead man. Seeing the priest and the others approach, Li Xiaoka raised her guard and wanted to stop them. However, it was Fangchen who spoke. "You can't stop them." As soon as Fangchen finished speaking, he slowly stood up and walked in front of Li Xiaoka. He stared at the priest. "You're that formation, Grandmaster?" The priest walked in front of Fangchen, his dark eyes staring at Fangchen. "That's right," Fangchen said. The cleric looked at Fangchen and suddenly burst into laughter. "Very good. I'm called the priest. Perhaps I'll become your nightmare." "Those who wanted to become my nightmares all died in my hands in the end," Fangchen said, going against him. At that moment, in an empty space not far from the trading city, Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong were very anxious. Why would this priest appear here? Could it be that Jin Zhong and Hong Wu called him here? Feng Yunzhong's face was filled with anxiety. It must be. The priest is the top formation master in Luo Zhongtian's camp. If he comes to deal with Fangchen, the latter will be doomed, Zhong Yu said. With the priest around, even Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu did not dare to act rashly. As experts on the hidden dragon list, they were very clear about the power of the priest. As long as the priest wanted to, he could easily kill them. He can only rely on himself. Feng Yunzhong shook his head slightly. At this point, there was nothing he could do. He could not lose his life in order to help Fangchen, right? As long as he was alive, he could do anything again. However, once he died, everything would be for naught. Therefore, Feng Yunzhong did not want to die. He could not die. Deep in the trading city, Fangchen and the priest were confronting each other. Behind the priest, Jin Zhong had been waiting for the priest to make a move, but Hong Wu seemed to be unable to wait any longer. "Priest, kill him!" Hong Wu glared at Fangchen and said coldly. The priest looked at Fangchen, then shook his head slightly and said, "In 3 days I will fight you here." With that, the priest turned and left. Hong Wu was a little confused, but she still followed the priest. "Kid, in 3 days it will be your death," Hong Wu said in a low voice. After the priest and the others had left, Hong Wu asked in confusion, "Priest, why do we have to wait for 3 days?" "This kid is very mysterious. I can't see through him. In order to kill him in one fell swoop, I will set up a heaven-defying array. I need 3 days to prepare," the priest said in a low voice. Hearing this, Hong Wu did not say anything. At this time, Fangchen was still staring at the priest's back as he left. The priest gave him a lot of pressure and also made him feel a little threatened. "Fangchen, why don't we leave this place tonight?" Li Xiaoka reminded him. Fangchen turned his head and looked at Li Xiaoka. "Do you think we can leave safely?" Li Xiaoka was stunned when she heard this. Her face was full of guilt. All of this happened because of her. She felt very guilty. Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong also came. They also tried to persuade Fangchen to leave at night. Taking advantage of the night, even if the priest wanted to stop them, he would not be able to. However, their suggestions were all rejected by Fangchen. It was not that he did not want to leave, but the priest had secretly set up a secret array at the city gate. Once they left, they would definitely trigger the array. At that time, the priest would definitely stop them. Rather than that, it was better to just stay here and fight in 3 days. Chapter 634. 3 days wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. After the priest returned, he immediately started to prepare the materials needed to set up the array formation. His opponent was an array formation grandmaster. If he wanted to restrain him in terms of array formations, he would have to set up his own trump card array formation. However, setting up this trump card array formation required a large amount of materials. Jin Zhong and Hong Wu were both looking for materials for the priest. The materials that could be obtained in the exchange city were all exchanged by the priest personally. Jin Zhong and Hong Wu had to search outside the exchange city for the materials that couldn't be obtained in the exchange city. In short, they were confident that they would be able to gather all the materials within 3 days. On the other hand, although Fang Qin knew that he was going to have a big battle with the priest in 3 days, his heart was extremely calm. According to my conjecture, he should be a top array formation grandmaster, Fang Qin thought to himself. If the priest was also an array formation grandmaster, he would have made his move today instead of waiting for 3 days. The reason he had waited for 3 days was because he wasn't confident that he would win. Hence, he needed 3 days to gather the materials needed to set up the array formation. Fang Qin thought about it carefully for a long time before deciding what array formation he would use to deal with the priest. Then he started to search for the materials. Fang Qin wrote down a list of materials and gave Li Xiaoke a copy. Then he gave her a large amount of spirit stones and told her to purchase them in the exchange city. Although most martialists in the exchange city didn't need spirit stones, there were still a small number of martialists who needed spirit stones. Fang Qin sent a message to the little mouse and asked it to help him find some materials. In a certain valley in the bloody space, the little mouse was standing on a very large rock. Although it was petite, it was still very intimidating. Below the large rock stood the flying rat monarch and the tiger monarch. Behind the two monarchs stood a large number of ancient beasts. These ancient beasts were members of the 2 great races. They had already completely submitted to the little mouse. Over the past few days, the little mouse had also successfully reorganized the 2 great races and gained complete control of its own territory. Today, the little mouse was standing on top of a big rock, preparing to say some words before the expedition. However, just as it was about to speak, a message suddenly appeared in its mind. When it finished reading the message, its expression changed slightly. Its eyes emitted a terrifying golden light. "Boss, what's wrong?" asked the Flying Rat King. "The date of the expedition will be pushed back. Now, both of your races will do everything you can to find the materials on this list. You must find them within 3 days." The little mouse followed the plan in its mind and wrote down the materials that Fang Qin asked it to find on a piece of paper. "Boss, why are you looking for these materials?" Tiger King didn't understand. Today was the day of the battle against the Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopard Clan. What could be more important than this? "That's right, boss. If we don't go out to fight, the Blazing Fire Gold-Bodied Leopard Clan will definitely take this opportunity to occupy our territory," the sky-soaring Rat King said. "Just do as I say," the little mouse said in a deep voice. The bloodline aura in its body instantly erupted. Within the mountain valley, countless ancient beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. Bloodline suppression. The little mouse's bloodline was too powerful. They were suppressed to the point where they couldn't resist. Sensing the little mouse's fury, the Flying Rat King and Tiger King no longer said anything. They led the members of their races out of the mountain valley to search for the materials on the list. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, night fell. The ancient beast's time was up. Countless ancient beasts charged out of the darkness, roaring at the sky. As for the flying rat race and tiger race, they also began to search. Because the 2 races had lived here for a long time, they were very familiar with this place. Finding materials was also much easier. By midnight, the 2 races had already gathered around 60% of the materials on the list. At this time, within the territory of the Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopards, a Blazing Fire Golden Body leopard was lying on the ground in a cave. Suddenly, a Blazing Fire Golden Body leopard ran in and said, "Boss, the Flying Rat race and Tiger race didn't attack our territory." "What are they doing?" asked the Leopard King. "They seem to be searching for materials through the night," said the Blazing Fire Golden Body leopard. "Searching for materials?" The Leopard King was a bit confused, but it still gave the order. "They previously announced that they would attack our territory today, but they gave up at the last moment and went to search for materials instead. It seems these materials are extremely important to them." A strange light appeared in the Leopard King's eyes. It then said, "Since that's the case, we'll do our best to stop them from searching for materials." Under the leadership of the Flying Rat King, the members of the Flying Rat clan found the materials very smoothly. Seeing that there was only one last material left to complete the mission, they were very happy. "Rat King, there's only one material left," said a Flying Rat King. "Yes. Once we've finished gathering the last material, we can report back," said the Flying Rat King. "But Rat King, the last material you need is called hollow wood. It's at the edge of the blazing fire golden body, leopard's territory. If we rashly go there, won't we be attacked by the blazing fire golden body leopards?" The Flying Rat King was a bit worried. "Notify the Tiger King." "We'll go search for the hollow wood together," said the Flying Rat King. No matter what, the little mouse's mission was the most important. In just a moment, the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King met up. The two of them decided that they would personally go. The other members would scatter and attract the attention of the blazing fire golden body leopards. Late at night, there was no crescent moon in the sky. The entire blood battle space was pitch black. The Flying Rat King and Tiger King rapidly flew. 2 hours later, they landed in a forest overgrown with weeds. "This is the edge of the blazing fire golden body leopard's territory." "Be careful," said the Flying Rat King. The Tiger King nodded, and the two kings began to search for the hollow wood. It didn't take long for the two kings to find the hollow wood. "Haha, it's done. We can return now," said the Flying Rat King. While the two emperors were celebrating, a fiery glow suddenly lit up the night sky, followed by a roar that echoed across the sky. "You two idiots, you dare to come to my blazing fire golden body leopard's territory. You're courting death." The Panther King appeared. Flames coiled around its body, and its aura was terrifying. Its large eyes stared at the Tiger King and Rat King. "Panther King, you want to stop us?" demanded the Tiger King. In a one-on-one fight, the Panther King was much stronger than them. But if they worked together, the Panther King might not be able to defeat them. "Idiot, since you've come, don't leave." The Panther King sneered. The temperature in the air began to rise. "You won't be able to stop us." The Tiger King roared and joined hands with the Flying Rat King to fight the Panther King. Rumble, the three kings' battle caused the surrounding trees to be constantly destroyed. Each time the Panther King attacked, flames would soar into the sky. Its aura was extremely powerful, and its attacks were also extremely sharp. However, the Flying Rat King and Tiger King were not to be trifled with. After fighting for 15 minutes, the Tiger King clenched his claws into fists and punched out. At the same time, the Flying Rat King's claws also shot out. The two kings had found an opening in the Panther King's defense, and they launched a fierce attack. Bang! The Panther King was caught off guard and was forced to retreat by the two kings. Seeing this, the two kings' figures flashed and quickly disappeared from the forest. The Panther King chased after them. However, after chasing for an hour, it returned without success. The Flying Rat King and Tiger King returned, but they were in a sorry state. After giving the hollow wood to the little mouse and telling it about the battle with the Panther King, the little mouse's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. "When I'm done, I'll go and exterminate the blazing fire golden leopard clan." After saying this, the little mouse disappeared into thin air. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the priest had finally gathered enough materials. His face was full of smiles. He was confident that he could easily defeat and even kill the Panther King. Thinking about how he was about to kill a formation grandmaster, the priest was very excited. Hong Wu and Jin Zhong accompanied the priest to the location of the battle. At this moment, Fong Chan was standing at the location of the battle, looking outside the trading city. He was waiting for the little mouse's materials. All the warriors in the trading city were watching the priest's group. When the priest and the other two arrived at the location of the battle, they saw Fong Chan. "Kid, today is the day you die," Hong Wu said coldly. The priest was already prepared and could definitely kill this person. to be able to kill a formation grandmaster. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The priest grinned. In his eyes, Fang Chen was just a stepping stone on his path of formations. If he could kill a formation grandmaster with his formation skills, he might be able to break through to the realm of formation grandmaster. This was what the priest was really thinking. At this moment, the little mouse quietly entered the trading city. Then, without anyone noticing, it entered Fang Chen's special spatial ring. The little mouse put all the materials into the spatial ring. When Fang Chen noticed this, a smile finally appeared on his face. Priest, if I'm not wrong, you should be a formation grandmaster. Fang Chen suddenly said, You want to kill a formation grandmaster as a formation grandmaster? You're too naive. Fang Chen's words made the priest frown slightly. He was a little displeased. I, the priest, will declare today that I will kill you, the priest said in a deep voice. Chapter 635. The priest was very confident that he could defeat Fang Chen. The latter also believed that he was not afraid of the priest when it came to array formations. All the warriors in the entire trading city gathered around. They also wanted to see how exciting the battle between the two array masters would be. There were even some people who were secretly betting with spiritual stones to see who would win. In a short while, more than 30 warriors had placed their bets. They were all extravagant and were betting on who they thought would win. Of course, if one looked at the books, the warriors who supported the priest were the majority, while the warriors who supported Fang Chen were the minority. Although everyone knew from Fang Chen that the priest was a top-notch array master, they believed that since the priest dared to challenge Fang Chen in public, he must be very confident. Moreover, the priest's name was well known in the 5-element state. Fang Chen could not compare to him at all. Therefore, even if Fang Chen could defeat the priest in terms of array formations, many warriors still believed that the priest would win. At this moment, Li Xiaoke's small hands were clenched tightly as she blinked her eyes. She was very worried, afraid that something would happen to Fang Chen. However, with her strength, there was nothing she could do even if she wanted to help. All she could do was pray that Fang Chen would defeat the priest. That was all she could do. Priest, why are you talking nonsense with him? Kill him, Hong Wu said coldly. No, destroy his cultivation and let me kill him myself. Although Hong Wu was a beauty, her heart was as vicious as a snake's. The priest's dark eyes stared at Fang Chen as he said in a low voice, Both of you retreat. Hearing this, Hong Wu and Jin Zhong retreated to a safe area and stared the battlefield. Crash! The priest's palm suddenly stretched out and countless materials flew out of his interspatial ring. Then, under the priest's control, they instantly fell to the ground. Countless scorching rays of light shot out from those materials and intertwined in the sky, forming a majestic array formation. Within the array, there were scorching flames. These flames seemed to be able to roast a person alive. Just like that, Fang Chen was trapped within the array. The priest's sudden attack made countless warriors exclaim in surprise. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was very calm. He carefully sensed it and found that the array set up by the priest was a top spiritual array called the Fire Demon Array. Hiss, hiss, hiss after the array formation was successfully set up. The dense flames formed fire dragons within the array formation. These fire dragons spat out scorching dragon breaths. Just a mere fire demon. Fang Chen sneered. These fire dragon-shaped creatures were fire demons born from the fire demon formation. As long as they were in the fire demon formation, they would be constantly attacked by the fire demons. Countless fire demons attacked Fang Chen. However, before they could get close to Fang Chen, he flicked his wrist and performed a complicated hand seal. A brand new formation instantly appeared inside the fiery demon formation. Fang Chen's strategy was to fight with an array formation. Fang Chen had set up the water curtain array. Inside the array, countless water elemental auras emerged and formed ripples of water. When Fang Chen saw these rippling water, a smile appeared in his eyes. The seemingly ordinary rippling water was the best way to deal with the fire demons. Under Fang Chen's control, the dense rippling water surged out of the water curtain array and rushed towards the fire demons within the fire demon formation. Everything in the world promoted and restrained each other. Water and fire also promoted and restrained each other. Whether water restrained fire or fire restrained each other depended on which array was stronger. Hiss! Under the priest's gaze, the fire demons within the fire demon formation were swallowed by the rippling water. In the blink of an eye, the fire demon formation collapsed. This is just an appetizer. Seeing this, the priest sneered and said disdainfully, the fire demon formation was the weakest among the top spiritual level arrays. The reason why he set up this array was to test Fang Chen's ability in arrays. Now the test was over. Although Fang Chen's water curtain array destroyed his fire demon formation, the priest knew that Fang Chen had just advanced to the array Grandmaster realm. Is this all you've got? Fang Chen looked at the priest and said, Splash! As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the rippling water within the water curtain array floated in the air and attacked the priest directly. King Kong array! The priest shouted and cast the King Kong array, which was even more powerful than the fire demon formation. As soon as the King Kong array was cast, a strong gold element aura rushed towards them. The King Kong array and the water curtain array instantly intertwined. The water element aura wanted to envelop the gold element aura, while the latter wanted to devour the former. In an instant, the two arrays fell into a chaotic battle. Fang Chen and the priest were using array formations to fight. This made countless martialists exclaim in delight. Although many of the geniuses present had seen battles between geniuses of different levels, they had never seen a battle between array masters. As expected of an array master, he's so powerful. He can set up such a powerful array with a flip of his hand. Yeah, the two of them are fighting with arrays. It's so exciting. Any one of these arrays could trap us, but in the hands of these two array masters, they're just tools to attack each other. In the trading city, countless warriors were shocked. In their opinion, the strength of Fang Chen and the priest was beyond their imagination. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Fang Chen's name would spread throughout the bloody battle space, using arrays to fight against the priest. What kind of explosive news was this? At this moment, at the front of the crowd, Hongwu was holding half of a fiery red whip in her hand. There was a murderous look in her beautiful eyes. The priest's King Kong array is already suppressing his array, Hongwu said. It's already very good for the priest to be able to fight against an array Grandmaster as an array Grandmaster. Jin Zhong couldn't help but sigh. The gap between array Grandmasters and array Grandmasters was too great. Bang! Not long after Jin Zhong and Hong Wu finished speaking, Fang Chen's water curtain array was shattered by the King Kong array. Fang Chen was trapped in the King Kong sect. Kid, what other arrays do you have? Just take them out, the priest said in a low voice. You're just an array Grandmaster after all. Fang Chen sneered. With a flick of his wrist, he set up a low-level profound array, the Sky-Slicing Void Array. The Sky-Slicing Void Array was the most powerful array among the low-level profound arrays. The moment this array was set up, the powerful King Kong array collapsed instantly. This is the Sky-Slicing Void Array. Seeing the Sky-Slicing Void Array, a hint of surprise appeared in the priest's eyes. Immediately after, the priest shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, Your achievements in array formation have exceeded my imagination. You're actually able to set up the Sky-Slicing Void Array when you've just entered the Grandmaster realm. However, next, I'll completely crush your Sky-Slicing Void Array and make you the most laughable array Grandmaster in the 5-element state in 100 years. As soon as the priest finished speaking, an extremely dense aura surged out from his body. Then 108 blood-red stones appeared in the priest's hands. These blood-red stones exuded a sinister aura as red as the blood of a martial artist. A hint of madness appeared in the priest's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the 108 blood-red stones instantly fell around the battlefield. Whoosh! 108 blood-red auras directly soared into the sky and intertwined to form a bloody array. Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array. This was the priest's trump card. The Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array was an array that the priest had developed himself. According to the ranking, it could only be regarded as a top spiritual array. However, it was powerful because it was developed by the priest himself. The 108 blood-red stones used as the array foundation were the hearts of the Bloody Sorcerer tribe sorcerers. The Bloody Sorcerer tribe was also a large tribe in the monster world, but they were very rare. There were not many of them in the entire 5-element state. This array was very evil. When the priest had developed it, he had personally searched for the Bloody Sorcerer tribe and finally obtained 108 sorcerer hearts. Of course, if it were other demonic beasts' hearts, the priest could still set up the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array. However, the effect was definitely not as strong as the sorcerer's heart. Since he wanted to kill an array grandmaster, he had to use the strongest array to kill him directly. When the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array was displayed, Fang Chen's sky slicing void array shook as if it would collapse at any time. What a bloody array! Fang Chen's eyes were solemn as he stared at the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array and said in a low voice, the principle of his sky-slicing void array was to constantly intercept the surrounding power of heaven and earth and integrate it into one's body, then strengthen oneself and finally kill the enemy. Of course, the sky-slicing void array could also intercept a warrior's soul. However, when faced with the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array, the sky-slicing void array began to shake as if it would collapse at any time. Moreover, Fang Chen also felt an inexplicable sense of danger. At this time, the priest's eyes were scarlet as he stared at Fang Chen and said coldly, "You should be proud to die in my Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array." Ever since he had developed the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array, the priest had only used it once. That time he became famous. After that, he had never used it again. This was the second time, and it was also the most powerful Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array. Sky Slicing Void. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice and operated the Sky Slicing Void Array with all his strength. The surrounding power of heaven and earth was instantly intercepted by the array. After the array was integrated with the power of heaven and earth, it became more and more powerful. Fang Chen tried to control the array to intercept the priest's soul. However, when the sky-severing void formation came into contact with the soul-destroying blood formation, a large gap suddenly appeared. Fang Chen tried his best to resist, but to no avail. Chapter 636. When the sky-severing void formation collided with the Bloody Soul Extinguishing formation, a large gap appeared. Fang Chen was trying his best to fill the gap. Once the gap widened, the sky-severing void formation would completely collapse. At that time, Fang Chen would be surrounded by the Bloody Soul Extinguishing formation. Sky-severing. Fang Chen frantically operated the sky-severing void formation. Within the formation, the extremely rich power of heaven and earth constantly spread and poured into the gap. Fang Chen tried to use the intercepted power of heaven and earth to fill the gap, but the priest obviously would not give him the chance. Soul Extinguishing formation. The priest shouted in a low voice, and his body emitted a scarlet aura. Within the 108 array bases, an extremely terrifying evil aura shot out. The evil aura emitted by the 108 wizard hearts filled the entire trading city. Countless warriors were shocked. Even Hongwu and Jin Zhong were extremely shocked. This formation is too terrifying. Even Jin Zhong, who was one rank higher than the priest on the Hidden Dragon list, was terrified when he saw this formation. If he were to face this formation, he would not be able to resist at all. Formation Master. Jin Zhong said to himself, At this moment, he had a deeper understanding of formation masters. Moreover, Jin Zhong was secretly glad that he was not reckless enough to attack Fang Chen. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hong Wu's eyes flickered. She glanced at the half of the fiery red whip in her hand and was furious. She wanted the priest to directly destroy Fang Chen. After about 15 minutes, the sky-severing void formation finally could not hold on. Boom! Within the sky-severing void formation, there was a rumbling sound. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Originally, Fang Chen thought that he could defeat the priest with the help of the sky-severing void formation. Now, it seemed that he was too naive. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the sky-severing void formation was about to collapse completely. At this moment, Fang Chen made a shocking decision. It seems that I still have to use that trick. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with madness. The little mouse sensed danger and wanted to come out, but was stopped by Fang Chen. He would not give up until the very last moment. Moreover, he was an array grandmaster. If he was defeated by an array grandmaster, it would be a great humiliation. Crack the priest controlled the bloody soul-extinguishing array and constantly squeezed the sky-slicing void array, causing Fang Chen's body to constantly retreat. The bloody soul-extinguishing array targeted the soul directly. Once a cultivator was trapped in the array, they would not be able to last more than 15 minutes before their soul would be extinguished by the bloody aura of the array. For a martial artist, the most important thing was the soul. At this moment, Fang Chen also felt the power of the bloody soul destroying formation. The thick smell of blood penetrated the gap in the sky-slicing formation and drilled into Fang Chen's mind, corroding Fang Chen's soul that had reached the early stage of the yellow rank. What else do you have? Fang Chen kept retreating, causing the priest to be insufferably arrogant. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he looked down at Fang Chen and spoke disdainfully. At this moment, his bloody soul-extinguishing array had completely suppressed Fang Chen's sky-slicing void array. As long as he was given a little more time, he would be able to completely shatter the sky-slicing void array, and the battle would end as a result. Everything was going according to the priest's plan. The cultivators who supported the priest were extremely excited. Once the priest won, they would receive a large number of spiritual stones. As for the cultivators who supported Fang Chen, they were helpless. In the history of the Five Elements province, there had never been a case where an array grandmaster had lost to an array grandmaster. Many cultivators shook their heads and discussed in low voices. It seems that the priest is going to create a miracle in the Five Element States array Dao. Yes, as an array grandmaster, he defeated an array grandmaster and created history in the Five Element State. I don't know if that kid still has any trump cards. If he doesn't, then the battle is over. If I had known, I would have bet on the priest. Who would have known that an array grandmaster would be suppressed to this level by an array grandmaster? How unlucky. Many cultivators were cursing Fang Chen, thinking that Fang Chen had disgraced an array grandmaster. Of course, Fang Chen, who was on the battlefield, did not notice these voices at all. His attention was focused on the sky-slicing void array that was about to collapse. Crack! As the bloody soul-extinguishing array opened fire at full force, the sky-slicing void array could no longer withstand it. The priest walked towards Fang Chen step by step, his face full of wild smiles. You have lost. The priest stared at Fang Chen, who was in a state of struggle, and said in a low voice. Fang Chen raised his head with difficulty. There was a look of determination in his dark eyes. Then he said in a low voice, You are only an array grandmaster after all. What Fang Chen was implying was that no matter what, the priest was only a formation grandmaster. If he wanted to defeat a formation grandmaster like him, he was still a little lacking. Fang Chen's words completely infuriated the priest. You can't even resist my array. How dare you say that you are an array grandmaster? Don't you feel ashamed? The priest sneered and said disdainfully, Hong Wu and Jin Zhong also sneered. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. No matter how capable Fang Qin was, he would not be able to make any waves after being trapped in the bloody soul extinguishing array. Everything is over. The priest opened his palm and the smell of blood filled the air. It was also at this time that Fang Qin finally took out the most precious materials that he had prepared. In the blink of an eye, Fang Qin filled all these materials into the array base of the sky-severing void array that was about to collapse. At this time, the array base was already in ruins. Seeing Fang Qin's actions, the priest sneered, thinking that Fang Qin's efforts were in vain. Hiss! When all these materials were filled into the array base, a terrifying aura emerged in Fang Qin's mind. Then, Fang Qin closed his eyes slightly, and his palms were constantly forming seals. As Fang Qin's palms formed seals, countless strange auras shot out from his palms, echoing with the broken sky-severing void array. The sky-severing void array that was about to collapse actually glowed with vitality at this moment. Seeing this scene, the priest's face changed drastically, and he cried out in a low voice. Fang Qin had already thought of a countermeasure. If the sky-severing void array could defeat the priest, it would be even better. However, if the sky-severing void array could not defeat the opponent, then he still had a trump card. This trump card was also a nightmare for Fang Qin because it would backfire. However, at this moment, Fang Qin did not care so much. He forcibly increased the power of the sky-severing void array. Boom! The sky-severing void array was quickly restored, and the energy in the array was constantly tumbling. In the blink of an eye, the sky-severing void array was restored to its original state, and its power was much stronger than before. A powerful aura filled the entire trading city. At this moment, even the priest's face changed drastically. He felt a trace of danger, which meant that the array that Fang Qin had set up now was beyond his imagination. Void plundering array. Suddenly, Fang Qin opened his eyes, and at that moment the world changed color. A majestic aura swept out from the array. At this time, the array was no longer the original sky-severing void array, but an upgraded version of the void plundering array. An intermediate profound level array. Seeing this array, the priest's face changed drastically. He controlled the bloody soul extinguishing array with all his strength, wanting to destroy Fang Qin's array in one fell swoop. However, it was too late. In the basics of array scroll, Fang Qin found a trick about the sky-severing void array that was, at a critical moment, using precious materials as the foundation to forcibly increase the power of the array. The sky-severing void array could intercept the power of heaven and earth, while the void plundering array could be seen from the literal meaning. The former intercepted, while the latter directly plundered. The void plundering array was more domineering and fierce than the sky-severing void array. Hiss! When the void plundering array was formed, the priest felt that the bloody aura in his bloody soul extinguishing array was forcibly plundered by Fang Qin's array. What kind of array is this? The priest's heart was in turmoil. He had never seen such a powerful array. The advantage that he had just established was gone. In a flash, the two sides exchanged roles. The moment the void plundering array appeared, the priest's bloody soul extinguishing array showed signs of being unable to resist. Countless warriors around widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. It was too exciting, too wonderful. A battle between array masters could actually reach such a level. Hong Wu and Jin Zhong's faces were gloomy, and they were a little nervous. I don't believe that you can break my bloody soul extinguishing array. The priest was unwilling to give up and roared loudly. His bloody soul extinguishing array was fully activated to resist the void plundering array. Fang Qin's face was a little pale. This was because he had forcibly arranged the void plundering array. However, after perceiving the power of the void plundering array, Fang Qin was relieved. He would not lose today's battle. Hiss! The void plundering array was constantly plundering the bloody aura in the bloody soul extinguishing array. The two arrays were resisting each other. In the beginning, the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array was able to resist the attack of the Void Plundering Array, but after a minute, it was unable to resist. The Void Plundering Array actually plundered the array foundation of the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array. Crash! A sorcerer's heart was plundered by the Void Plundering Array and then devoured. Following that, one sorcerer's heart after another was plundered. In the blink of an eye, half of the 108 sorcerers' hearts were gone. During this time, the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array's power was greatly reduced. No. The priest let out an unwilling roar. He was unable to resist the Void Plundering Array. He was unwilling to accept this. Just a little bit more, and he would have been able to defeat an array grandmaster. At that time, his name would have spread throughout the Five Elements province. To be recorded in the history of the Five Elements province was the highest honor for a warrior. Chapter 637. The sudden change left all the martial artists dumbfounded. They were incomparably shocked. The Void Plundering Array showed itself in front of the world in an unparalleled manner, easily plundering the 108 adept hearts of the Bloody Soul-Destroying Array. These were the painstaking efforts of the priest. However, they were mercilessly plundered by the Void Plundering Array. It's time to end this. When the Void Plundering Array had completely plundered the wizard hearts of the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array, Fang Qin let out a low roar. The Void Plundering Array directly enveloped the priest and plundered his soul power. Stop! Seeing this, Jin Zhong and Hong Wu roared and attacked Fang Qin at the same time. They wanted to force Fang Qin to give up on the Void Plundering Array. I can't accept this. Within the array, the priest roared. He used all his strength and displayed his strongest attack. With the help of Hong Wu and Jin Zhong, he finally escaped from the Void Plundering Array. Supported by Hong Wu and Jin Zhong, the priest's face was pale. His soul was severely injured and his breath was weak. Priest, how are you? Jin Zhong asked in a low voice. I won't die. The priest said with difficulty. How could this be? Hong Wu's face was full of disbelief as she muttered to herself. At this time, Fang Qin removed the Void Plundering Array. After all, forcibly using this array would cause a backlash to the warrior. Fang Qin would also be injured. Therefore, after seriously injuring the priest, Fang Qin decisively removed the Void Plundering Array. Seeing Fang Qin remove the Void Plundering Array, Hong Wu took the lead and wanted to rush over to kill Fang Qin. However, how could the latter not be prepared? With a flick of his wrist, an illusion array enveloped him and Li Xiaoka. Hong Wu was blocked outside the array and could not enter it. Hong Wu, come back! The priest used all his strength and roared loudly. He had personally experienced Fang Qin's strength. With Hong Wu's strength, she would not have any advantage against this person. Hearing this, Hong Wu reluctantly returned to the priest's side. This person is too strong. We are no match for him. Let's go, the priest said in a low voice. Jin Zhong and Hong Wu looked at each other. Finally, they glared at Fang Qin fiercely and then left the trading city. Boy, I will kill you someday. Hong Wu did not forget to leave behind a ruthless sentence before leaving. After seeing the three of them leave, Fang Qin, who was in the illusion array, breathed a sigh of relief. He had consumed a lot of his strength and was not suitable for battle. Therefore, he arranged the illusion array to block Hong Wu and Jin Zhong's attack. After the three of them left, Fang Qin was of the void of the array illusion array. It was quite easy to maintain this illusion formation. Stay in the formation for now. I need to recover my strength. After Fang Qin said that, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. At this time, Little Mouse appeared from Fang Qin's spatial ring. After knowing that his boss was fine, he said a few words to Li Xiaoka and hurried back to the territory. In the territory of the Flying Rat clan, there was a shocking battle going on. Under the leadership of the Leopard King, the Blazing Fire Golden Leopard clan started a war against the Flying Rat clan while Little Mouse was away. The battle had been going on for a few days. The Flying Rat clan could not hold on any longer. In a certain open space, the Leopard King was fighting the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King. The two kings had to work together to stop the Leopard King. It was enough to show the Leopard King's strength. However, the members of the Blazing Fire Golden Leopard clan were generally stronger than the Flying Rat clan and the Tiger clan. Therefore, the current scene was that the members of the Blazing Fire Golden Leopard clan were slaughtering the members of the two clans. In the territory, there were many corpses of the two clans. Seeing this scene, the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King were very anxious. However, there was nothing they could do. The two of them were entangled by the Leopard King and could not help at all. Leopard King, when the boss comes back, you are dead. The Flying Rat King shouted as he fought. That's right. Leopard King, it's not too late to stop now. Otherwise, there will be no turning back. The Tiger King also said in a deep voice. The Leopard King waved his claws, and two balls of flames shot towards the two kings. He said with disdain, "Humph, a mere rat, and you call him boss. How embarrassing." The Leopard King did not know how powerful the little mouse was. Naturally, he was not afraid of the little mouse. Today he was determined to destroy the Flying Rat clan and then the Tiger clan to occupy these two territories. At this moment, the little mouse was on the way back. If it had not received news that something had happened to the territory, the little mouse would not have left Fangchen in such a hurry. The battle continued for an entire day and night. The Flying Rat clan was almost completely wiped out. As for the Tiger clan, they had also suffered heavy casualties. If the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King had not worked together to restrain the Leopard King, the two clans would have been wiped out long ago. At a certain moment, the Leopard King suddenly launched a fierce attack, forcing the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King to retreat. He wanted to kill them. "The two of you can go die now," said the Leopard King. Dense flames appeared around the Panther King's body. The temperature of the air around it rose rapidly. He used his full strength to attack the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King. The two kings were forced to retreat step by step. Just as they were about to be completely suppressed by the Leopard King, a powerful aura suddenly appeared, shocking the Leopard King. Sensing this aura, the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King exchanged a smile. They had finally managed to hold on until their boss returned. "Leopard King, it's time for you to die," said the Flying Rat King with difficulty. Crash! The little mouse had just appeared when the Flying Rat King's voice rang out. It stood in front of the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King. Its pitch-black eyes stared at the Leopard King. It icily said, "You're the Leopard King." "You're the trash boss they were talking about?" asked the Leopard King. The little mouse looked at the two clans that had suffered heavy casualties. Flames of fury burned in its heart, and a cold, killing intent appeared in its eyes. "The two of you, go and help them," said the little mouse in a deep voice. The Flying Rat King and the Tiger King heard it, and their figures flashed as they joined the battle of the ordinary members. With the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King joining in, the members of the Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopard clan continuously let out blood-curdling screams. "You're courting death." Seeing this, the Leopard King was enraged and attacked the little mouse. The little mouse's body emitted a purple halo. It opened its little claws and engaged in a fierce battle with the Leopard King. The Leopard King's cultivation was only at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. It was impossible for him to kill the little mouse. Crack! The little mouse dodged the Leopard King's powerful attack in an unimaginable manner. Then it opened its little mouth and bit the Leopard King's body. Instantly, the Leopard King felt pain all over his body. He subconsciously looked at his wound and realized that a piece of flesh had been bitten off by the little mouse. Damn it! The Leopard King was enraged. At the same time, he stared at the little mouse's teeth. The Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopard's strongest point was its physical defense. However, It was powerless against the little mouse's teeth. "I'm going to kill you." The Leopard King roared furiously. The little mouse sneered and said, "Leopard King, you're too ignorant." Suddenly, an ancient bloodline aura emerged from the little mouse's body and instantly filled the area. When all the ancient giant beasts felt the bloodline aura, they all prostrated themselves on the ground and trembled. This was the fear that came from the depths of the bloodline. It was the absolute suppression of the bloodline. Even the Leopard King felt a trace of fear. Its bloodline was uncontrollably tumbling, and its body was trembling. How is bloodline suppression possible? The Leopard King's pupils shrank as he cried out involuntarily. Bloodline suppression. Only a high-grade bloodline could suppress a low-grade bloodline. The Leopard King's bloodline was an ancient bloodline. How powerful was the bloodline that could suppress it? The absolute suppression of the bloodline greatly reduced the Leopard King's battle strength. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the little mouse fought back and bit the Leopard King's body with big mouths. In a short while, the Leopard King's body was badly damaged. Its entire body was bleeding, and it let out a miserable cry. Under the suppression of the bloodline, the Leopard King was unable to block the little mouse's attack. Bang! In the end, the little mouse sent the Leopard King flying with a kick. At this moment, the Leopard King no longer had its previous bravery. It curled up on the ground and trembled. "Let me go. I can pledge my loyalty to you." The Leopard King begged for mercy. Under the suppression of the bloodline, it was no match for the little mouse. "When you attacked this place, did you think of the consequences?" The little mouse coldly said. The Leopard King fell into silence and no longer spoke. In the human world, the strong were respected. In the world of demonic beasts, the strong were respected. The Leopard King had lost. It had lost completely and could only be dealt with by the little mouse. When the Flying Rat King and Tiger King saw this, they cheered loudly. After the little mouse withdrew its bloodline aura, the Flying Rat King ran over and asked, "Boss, what should we do with them?" "Kill them." The little mouse said, "If you follow me, I'll guarantee your safety. Anyone who dares to attack my subordinates won't have a good ending." The little mouse's words directly sentenced the blazing fire golden body leopards to death. The Leopard King was unresigned and was killed by the Flying Rat King. As for the blazing fire golden body leopards, they were all killed by the Tiger King. In the end, they took over the blazing fire golden body leopards' territory and expanded it once more. The entire territory was bustling with noise and excitement. At this time, the exchange pool was also in an uproar. Although Fong Qin had defeated the priest for over a day, the excitement still hadn't died down. Many martial artists only looked at the result. They believed that Fong Qin had won. As for Fong Qin, he knew that he hadn't won that battle. Chapter 638. Countless martialists were discussing this on the streets of the trading city. Although a few days had passed, there were still endless discussions about Fong Qin in the trading city. Whenever Fong Qin was mentioned, countless warriors would think of his battle with the priest. Using formations to fight was too shocking. At this time, in a spacious area of the trading city, there was a hazy illusory formation. Within the illusory formation, Fong Qin sat cross-legged while Li Xiaoka stood beside him, waiting for Fong Qin to recover from his injuries. Suddenly, Fong Qin opened his eyes. A strong aura surged from his body, and he was in high spirits. When Li Xiaoka saw this, a smile appeared on her face. Looking at Fong Qin's appearance, he should have completely recovered. "Fong Qin, are you okay?" Li Xiaoka looked at Fong Qin and asked apologetically. All of this happened because of her. If she didn't like the 10,000-year-old warm jade, Fong Qin wouldn't have had a conflict with Hongwu, and the subsequent series of events wouldn't have happened. Hearing this, Fong Qin raised his head. In his dark eyes, there was a trace of a smile. "You don't have to blame yourself. This matter isn't your fault." Fong Qin stood up slowly. The battle with the priest had caused him to suffer a backlash. Fortunately, He had fully recovered after recuperating. Fang Qin had also gained a lot from the battle with the priest. In particular, his understanding of formations had deepened. As Fang Qin spoke, he shook his wrist and removed the illusory formation. In an instant, the trading city appeared in front of Fang Qin. "What are we going to do next?" Li Xiaoka asked. "Go out and look for opportunities," Fang Qin said. For the time being, Fang Qin's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He wouldn't be able to break through for a while, so he went out to look for opportunities. After Fang Qin and Li Xiaoka appeared on the streets of the trading city, countless warriors stopped in their tracks to look at them. Of course, to be exact, they were looking at Fang Qin. Their eyes were filled with passion as they looked at Fang Qin, an array grandmaster, even in the Five Elements province, had a very revered status. Moreover, Fang Qin was so young. He might even be accepted by the Five Elements Academy. In short, his future was limitless. When he was about to reach the city gate, Fang Chen met Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong. "Brother Fang, have you fully recovered?" Feng Yunzhong laughed mischievously. "Brother Fang, I'm afraid there's no one within 100 miles who doesn't know your name. Even the warriors in the cities near the trading city know your name," Zhong Yu said with a smile. As early as Fang Chen defeated the priest, his reputation had already spread. When Fang Chen heard this, he grinned. From his conversation with Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong, he learned that the two of them were going out of the city. "Brother Fang, do you have anything to do next?" Feng Yunzhong asked. Fang Chen shook his head. When Feng Yunzhong saw this, he was overjoyed. He immediately said, "Brother Fang, the two of us discovered a mutated ancient beast in a mountain range 100 miles away from the trading city. This ancient beast's body seems to contain a trace of the undying bird's bloodline. The two of us are preparing to capture and kill this demonic beast. Are you interested in coming with us?" The reason Feng Yunzhong said this was because they didn't have much confidence in that mutated ancient beast, so they wanted to invite Fang Qin. Mutated ancient beast? Fang Qin was a bit puzzled. "It's a huge underworld void bird," Zhong Yu said solemnly. Underworld void bird? When Fang Qin heard these 3 words, he was also startled. Before entering the bloody battle space, Fang Qin had read a book about the bloody battle space, which had introduced the countless ancient beasts that lived in the bloody battle space. Among them was the underworld void bird. It was said that the underworld void bird race was very rare and also very powerful. The underworld void bird's bloodline was very powerful. There were many bird-type demonic beasts in the world, and a large portion of them possessed the underworld void bird's bloodline. Just the underworld void bird was already very powerful. He hadn't expected Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong to discover a mutated underworld void bird. What shocked Fang Qin the most was that this mutated underworld void bird actually possessed a trace of the undying bird's bloodline. "Are you sure?" Fang Qin asked. The undying bird was also an ancient divine beast that stood at the peak of the demonic beast world. As for the legends of the undying bird, everyone had only read about it in ancient books. As for the real undying bird, no one had ever seen it. Even an expert like Ancestor Bronze had never seen a real undying bird. The mutated underworld void bird is very powerful. We didn't dare to get close. We only observed it from a distance. I'm 80% sure that it possesses the undying bird's bloodline, Feng Yunzhong said in a low voice. Fang Qin nodded when he heard this. As experts on the hidden dragon list, they must have some unknown treasures on them. Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu were able to detect the undying bird's bloodline in the mutated underworld void bird. Fang Qin wasn't curious at all. After receiving Feng Yunzhong's confirmation, Fang Qin became even more curious about this mutated undying bird. "Okay, I'll go with you," Fang Qin said. The undying bird was said to be an ancient divine beast that lived in flames. It was said that every undying bird could completely master the great Tao of fire. if this mutated underworld void bird really possessed the undying bird's bloodline. Even if it was very rare, it was enough to benefit Feng Qin and the others. After Feng Qin agreed, Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu's faces lit up. After that, the four of them discussed for a while, and then quickly left the trading city. After Feng Chen and the others left the trading city, an ordinary-looking martialist appeared out of nowhere and stood on the street. He took out a communication jade pendant and said in a low voice, "Feng Chen has left the trading city." After saying that, the martialist disappeared from the trading city. At the same time, four figures were sitting cross-legged on a secluded mountain peak. Feng Chen knew three of them. They were the array, grandmasters, priest, Jinzhong Hongwu, and the last person. He looked very ordinary, but the three of them were very respectful to him. The four of them were chatting when suddenly Jinzhong's communication jade pendant rang. Immediately after, Jinzhong received news that Feng Chen had left. Feng Chen has left the trading city. Jinzhong's eyes were solemn as he said in a low voice, "He has left." Hong Wu was very excited when she heard this. She immediately wanted to stand up, but was stopped by the ordinary-looking martialist. "Hong Wu, don't be so excited." "Brother Kuan, how can I not be excited? This is a great opportunity to kill him." Hong Wu said, "Zhou Kunshan, ranked 35th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. His cultivation base had reached the late second level of the condensing reality realm. Although his ranking was relatively low, he had a shocking assassination skill. There were many martialists in the five-element state who would pay Zhou Kunshan to kill their enemies. And this time, after the priest was defeated, the first person the three of them thought of was Zhou Kunshan. Because of Hong Wu and Luo Zhongtian's relationship, Zhou Kunshan readily agreed to their request and agreed to help them kill Feng Chen. Moreover, he did not charge them any fees. This made the three of them very happy. With Zhou Kunshan's help, Feng Chen would definitely die. "Brother Kuan Shan, we will listen to you," the priest said in a low voice. The battle that day was a huge blow to him, but fortunately he managed to endure the pressure in his heart. "You guys wait here for my good news." Zhou Kunshan stood up and said with a smile, "With Brother Kuan Shan's help, this kid will definitely die. But Brother Kuan Shan, you have to be careful of this kid's array," Jinzhong warned. Zhou Kunshan nodded, then looked at Hong Wu and said, "Sister Hong Wu, when you see Luo Zhongtian, remember to tell him for me." "Brother Kuan, don't worry. When I see Zhongtian, I will tell him about you," Hong Wu said. Hearing this, Zhou Kunshan was very happy. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. The three of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with unconcealable shock. Zhou Kunshan disappeared in front of their eyes, but they did not notice at all. This was the power of the assassination king, Zhou Kunshan. Feng Chen's group of four hurried and finally arrived at the mountain range that Feng Yunzhong had mentioned. At this time, they had no idea that they had already been targeted by the Hidden Dragon ranking's assassination king, Zhou Kunshan. "This is the mountain range where we found the dark void bird?" Feng Chen asked. Feng Yunzhong nodded and said, "Yes, this is the place." The four of them paused for a moment, then entered the mountain range. As soon as they entered the mountain range, Feng Chen felt that something was wrong. This mountain range gave people a very strange feeling. "Everyone be careful," Feng Chen warned. After the four of them walked for an hour, Feng Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Brother Feng, what is it?" Feng Yunzhong asked curiously. Feng Chen closed his eyes and used his early yellow rank soul to carefully examine the surroundings. After a long time, Feng Chen opened his eyes. His expression was incomparably grave as he said in a low voice, "The temperature in the mountain range has increased. That mutated dark, void bird should be nearby." Hearing Feng Chen's words, the other three's expressions instantly became grave as they looked around. "Let's go." Feng Chen waved his hand and continued forward. Fang Chen possessed the concept of fire, so he was very sensitive to the fire element in the air. While the others were unaware, he had already sensed the scorching temperature in the air. Following the guidance of the scorching temperature, Fang Chen quickly rushed into the depths of the mountain range. At this time, in the deepest part of the mountain range, there was a huge bird-type demonic beast on top of a bluestone. This bird-type demonic beast's entire body was pitch black, but its eyes were filled with a scorching aura. The temperature in the air around the bluestone was extremely scorching. The lake to the side had completely evaporated, but this ordinary bluestone was actually able to withstand the scorching temperature. If one looked carefully, they would discover that this bird-type demonic beast was intentionally controlling the scorching aura it emitted. Chapter 639. When Fang Chen's group of 4 reached a certain depth, they stopped. They didn't dare act rashly. The temperature here has risen sharply. If my guess is correct, the mutated dark void bird you spoke of should be nearby, said Fang Chen gravely. Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong also carefully looked around. Although they didn't find any traces of the dark void bird, they could feel a scorching aura. Brother Fang, are we going straight ahead? Asked Zhong Yu. Fang Chen shook his head. The mutated dark void bird is abnormally strong. We can't fight it head-on. Then how do we catch it? Asked Feng Yunzhong. Li Xiaoka smiled brightly and reminded them. Have you forgotten that Fang Chen is a formation master? Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong were enlightened by Li Xiaoka's reminder. They gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Brother Fang, we'll be relying on you to catch the dark void bird this time. Fang Chen nodded and said, I need to make some preparations. You guys protect me. Fang Chen began to organize the materials in his interspatial ring. If he wanted to fight the mutated dark void bird, he had to set up a mid-tier profound void plundering formation. Only the void plundering formation could withstand the mutated dark void bird's attack. Of course, setting up the void plundering formation required a lot of materials. Fang Chen checked to see if he had enough. Before long, Fang Chen finished checking. The materials in the interspatial ring were enough for him to set up another void plundering formation. Fang Chen then began to set up the void plundering formation. At that moment, Ancestor Bronze spoke from within the python sword. Use the purple crystal as the base and the purple crystal soul stone as the core of the formation. Fang Chen was startled by Ancestor Bronze's words. Ancestor, have you discovered something? Ancestor Bronze was silent for a moment. I've discovered the mutated dark void bird you spoke of. How strong is it? Asked Fang Chen hurriedly. Although Ancestor Bronze was just a wisp of remnant consciousness, it was still far stronger than Fang Chen's yellow-level soul. At the very least, Fang Chen couldn't find the exact location of the mutated nether void bird, but Ancestor Bronze could. You are no match for it. You can only place your hopes on the void plundering array, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded as he understood old Ancestor Bronze's words. Forefather Bronze had told him to use the purple crystal as the base of the formation and the purple crystal soul stone as the core of the formation. This meant that the mutated nether void bird was very strong. Even if the 4 of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to do anything. At the thought of this, Fang Chen's eyes turned serious as he took out the purple crystal. After checking, Xiao Chen found that there were still 290 purple crystals in his spatial ring, enough to be used as the foundation of the formation. As for purple crystal soul stones, there were still 30-odd purple crystals, enough as well. True to his word, Fang Chen began to arrange the void plundering array. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fang Chen shook his wrist, and immediately 108 purple crystals flew out of the spatial ring and floated in the sky in an orderly manner. Finally, under Fang Chen's control, they drilled into the ground. Crash! When all the purple crystals drilled into the ground, suddenly countless purple rays of light broke through the clouds and intertwined. This is the time. Fang Chen felt that the time was right. With a low shout, he placed a purple crystal soul stone into the control center of the array formation. Rumble! An earth-shattering sound suddenly spread out. The void plundering array was activated and a majestic aura swept across the land. At the same time, a loud and clear cry came from the depths of the mountain range. It was the cry of the mutated nether void bird. "Hurry up and enter the array formation!" Fong Chen shouted as he pulled the other three into the array formation. Just as Fong Chen set up the array formation, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. It was the King of Assassins, Zhou Kunchen. There is a scorching aura here. Zhou Kunchen had just appeared when he sensed the scorching aura. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Kunchen's mind flashed and he was stunned. He immediately looked at the depths of the mountain range in disbelief. Could it be? Thinking of this, Zhou Kunchen was extremely excited. Then his body flashed and he instantly flew towards the depths of the mountain range. However, after advancing for 100 meters, Zhou Kunchen stopped in his tracks. He had discovered a formation in front of him. This formation, Zhou Kunchen could feel the power of this array formation. He probed it for a while, and a cold smile appeared in his eyes. "Void plundering array," Zhou Kunchen said in a low voice. The purpose of his trip was to kill Fong Chen. The owner of this void plundering array was Fong Chen. Roar! A loud cry spread throughout the mountain range. Countless demonic beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. This was the suppression of bloodline. The mutated dark void bird on the blue stone was furious when it discovered that a human had intruded. It spread its wings and flew into the sky. The mutated dark void bird flew in the sky and looked down with its pitch-black eyes. It instantly discovered Zhou Kunchen outside the formation. "Damn human!" The mutated dark void bird spoke in a human voice. It flapped its huge wings and swooped down. Rumble! The mutated dark void bird swooped down and flapped its wings. Countless spatial currents instantly surrounded Zhou Kunchen. "Not good," Zhou Kunchen shouted subconsciously. Then his body flashed and he dodged the airflow. Bang! At the same time, the mutated dark void bird landed in front of the void plundering array. Its huge eyes stared at Zhou Kunchen, and it said, coldly, "Human, you dare to intrude into my territory. Are you courting death?" Zhou Kunchen steadied himself and looked at the mutated dark void bird. His eyes were filled with passion. It really is a dark void bird. I never thought that I, Zhou Kunchen, would actually encounter a dark void bird. Zhou Kunchen shouted excitedly. Crash! When the mutated nether void bird saw this, it flapped its wings. Immediately, a scorching flame aura shot toward Zhou Kunchen. Zhou Kunchen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. When the mutated dark void bird was fighting with Zhou Kunchen, Fong Chen, who was inside the formation, saw everything clearly. "Who is fighting the mutated dark void bird?" asked Fong Chen. "I didn't think that he would also come," said Zhong Yu with a grave expression. "He's the expert ranked 35th on the Hidden Dragon ranking, the King of Assassins, Zhou Kunchen," said Feng Yunzhong. Fong Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Kunchen, who was flickering in and out of existence. He came at just the right time. Let him fight the mutated dark void bird. "Once both sides are injured, we can reap the benefits," said Li Xiaoka. Fong Chen exchanged a glance with Feng Yunzhong and then nodded. They had just finished setting up the void plundering array when Zhou Kunchen appeared. He felt that this was too much of a coincidence. However, there was no time to think about this. The mutated dark void bird was more important. Bang! Bang! After a fierce battle, Zhou Kunchen was at a disadvantage. The mutated dark void bird had actually discovered his body that was hidden in the void. The latter's attacks were very powerful. In one of the attacks, Zhou Kunchen was sent flying by the mutated dark void bird's claw. He immediately felt his blood boil. "Too strong," Zhou Kunchen said with difficulty. This mutated dark void bird was at least at the third level of the spirit vortex realm. I can't continue like this. Zhou Kunshin glanced at the void plundering array and then thought to himself. Whoosh! Zhou Kunshin once again fell into the void. This time he didn't wait for the mutated dark void bird to attack. He appeared above the mutated dark void bird's head and a large axe appeared in his hand. He directly chopped at the mutated dark void bird. Crack! The large axe shattered and Zhou Kunshin's body was sent flying again. During this process, Zhou Kunshin used the recoil force to plunge into the void plundering array. Seeing Zhou Kunshin enter, Fang Qin and the others raised their guard and stared at Zhou Kunshin. Fang Qin, right? Zhou Kunshin looked at Fang Qin and asked, You saw the situation outside. How about we join forces to defeat the mutated dark void bird? Fang Qin thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The mutated dark void bird discovered that Zhou Kunshin had entered the array and began to attack the array with all its might. Rumble! The void plundering array shook under the attack of the mutated dark void bird. However, every time it shook, a purple aura would appear from the array base and the control center of the array, stabilizing the void plundering array. The void plundering array this time was the most powerful array that Fang Qin could set up. According to Ancestor Bronze, once trapped in this array, even a third-level spirit vortex, realm martial artist, would not be able to break free. When the mutated dark void bird attacked the array, it discovered the purple aura. Roar! The mutated nether void bird seemed to have recognized the purple aura. Its eyes blazed with desire as dense flames surged around its body. Then it dove into the void plundering array. I feel the aura of purple crystals. The mutated dark void bird stared at Fang Qin and the others and said coldly, It has been a long time since I felt this aura. The mutated dark void bird sucked in the aura of purple crystals in the array and enjoyed it very much. What should we do? Zhongyu asked. Let's attack together, Zhou Kunshin said. Crash! Under Fang Qin's control, their figures instantly disappeared into the array, leaving only the mutated dark void bird covered in flames. Humans, you have completely infuriated me. I will kill all of you and take the purple crystals here, the mutated dark void bird said coldly. As it spoke, it flapped its wings and bombarded the array with wild energy. However, at the same time, the void plundering array was also forcibly plundering the fire element aura of the mutated dark void bird. Fang Qin and the others, who were hiding in the dark, were waiting for an opportunity to act. That mutated dark void bird is injured, Ancestor Bronze suddenly said. It's injured. Fang Qin was startled. Nonsense. Otherwise, how could the few of you trap it? Ancestor Bronze said. Ancestor, do you have any ideas? The mutated dark void bird was much stronger than they had imagined. He needed to ask for Ancestor Bronze's opinion. Chapter 640. In ancient times, the Kongming bird clan was extremely powerful. They claimed to be the descendants of the divine beast, the undying bird. During the dark times, they could be called emperors. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Kongming bird clan was. They had ancient bloodlines in their bodies. Some of the top geniuses in the clan could even activate the undying bird bloodline. Any Kongming bird with the undying bird bloodline would eventually become a peerless powerhouse. The Kongming bird in front of him had experienced a great battle in ancient times. Because of that, its cultivation had fallen to the spiritual vortex realm. It had been severely injured in that battle and had almost died. Although it had survived, it had taken countless years to recover from its injuries. It had been living in the bloody battle space, absorbing the ancient aura here to recover. This year, its cultivation had recovered to the third level of the spiritual vortex realm. However, the injuries from that battle back then were deeply rooted and difficult to remove. Fortunately, it would be able to return to its peak with time. In these long years, it was unwilling to be mediocre for the rest of its life. It had fought fiercely on the edge of life and death and unintentionally activated the Undying Bird bloodline. After activating the Undying Bird bloodline, it was very excited. There were very few members of the Kongming bird clan who had the Undying Bird bloodline. Since it could activate the Undying Bird bloodline, it was destined to become an emperor-like existence in the future. It would then lead the Kongming bird clan to rise again. This time, it had discovered the purple crystal and was very excited. The purple crystal was very useful for its stubborn illness. Therefore, it wanted to obtain the purple crystal at all costs. The mutated Kongming bird kept attacking the void plundering formation, and the formation was plundering the fire element aura on its body. Time passed slowly. Fang Chen did not move. He was waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for the moment when the mutated Kongming bird exposed its injuries. Just like that, about an hour later, the opportunity finally came. The mutated Kongming bird flapped its wings. Suddenly, a powerful force bombarded the void plundering formation. At the same time, the mutated Kongming bird's left wing came to Fang Chen's side. Attack its wing with all your might. Fang Chen suddenly let out a loud roar and immediately displayed the flowing water swordsmanship. Within the formation, countless ripples of water appeared out of nowhere. They turned into cold streaks of light, stabbing towards the mutated nethervoid bird's left wing viciously. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhou Kunchen and the others launched their attacks in unison. Puchi Fang Chen controlled the void plundering array to restrain the mutated nethervoid bird's body. Although the effect was very weak, it still bought him some time. By the time the mutant nethervoid bird broke free, Fang Chen's swordlight had already pierced its wings. Roar the mutated nethervoid bird let out a deafening roar. On its wings, ripples of water continuously extinguished the flames, causing it great pain. Bang, bang, bang before the mutated nethervoid bird could counterattack. The other four's attacks also landed on the same spot. Puchi the mutated nethervoid bird's left wing actually started to bleed under the repeated attacks of the 5 people. Upon seeing this, the mutated nethervoid bird became even more enraged. Its left wing had been severely injured in ancient times and had yet to fully recover. It hadn't expected that these damned humans would actually attack its left wing. At this moment, the mutated nethervoid bird only wanted to kill these humans. Humans, you've successfully angered me. You're all going to die. The mutated nethervoid bird roared furiously. Attack its left wing. Under Fang Chen's command, the 5 of them attacked the mutated nethervoid bird's left wing repeatedly. The mutated nethervoid bird was furious and attacked the 5 of them. However, with Fang Chen controlling the void plundering array, the 5 of them were able to evade the attacks without suffering any real harm. This way, one side would weaken while the other would strengthen. Before long, the aura around the mutated nethervoid bird had weakened significantly. When they realized that this was effective, the 5 of them continued to increase their attacks. Fang Chen controlled the void plundering array and did his best to absorb the fire element aura around the mutated nethervoid bird's wound. In a short 15 minutes, the mutated nethervoid bird had weakened significantly. It raised its head to the sky and roared angrily to express its anger. Damn it! The mutated nethervoid bird could feel its aura fading away. It had completely sunk into a state of madness. Rumble, the flames around the mutated nethervoid bird had turned scarlet. Its body exuded an aura that made people shudder. What's going on? At the same time, Fang Chen's group of 5 felt their souls tremble. They cried out involuntarily. When the mutated nethervoid bird's body emitted that terrifying aura, all the monsters in the mountain range prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies constantly trembling. The first to react was Fang Chen. Bloodline suppression. Following Fang Chen's roar, Zhou Kunchen seemed to have discovered something. His eyes widened as he stared at the mutated nethervoid bird. the aura of the undying bird. It actually possesses the bloodline of the undying bird. Zhou Kunshan had also gone crazy. He knew very well how precious the undying bird's bloodline was. His heart was in turmoil. If he could obtain the undying bird's essence blood, his strength would skyrocket. The undying bird's essence blood is mine, Zhou Kunshan shouted in his heart. The mutated nether void bird's bloodline aura shook the souls of Fong Chen's group of 5. Even the void plundering array was shaking. The void plundering array can't hold on any longer, Fong Chen shouted. Crack! As soon as Fong Chen's voice fell, many cracks appeared on the void plundering array. The 5 of them were directly exposed to the mutated nether void bird. Damned humans! The mutated nether void bird used the bloodline aura of the undying bird to suppress the 5 of them, preparing to kill them in one fell swoop. Brother Fong, we can't hold on any longer, Zhongyu shouted. The mutated nether void bird was much stronger than they had imagined. Crack! As soon as Zhongyu's voice fell, the void plundering array became even more damaged and was about to collapse. We can't let the void plundering array collapse, Zhou Kunshan roared. At the same time, a talisman appeared in his hand. You maintain the array. I'll deal with it. In order to obtain the undying bird's blood essence, Zhou Kunshan took out his trump card. This trump card was prepared to be used in the fight against the experts on the Hidden Dragon list. But now he had no other choice. The undying bird's blood essence was too important to Zhou Kunshan. He had to obtain it, as long as he could kill the mutated nether void bird. He didn't care about Fong Chen's group at all. He could easily kill them. After taking out the talisman, Zhou Kunshan stepped forward and stared at the mutated nether void bird. Fong Chen continued to add purple crystals to fill the gaps in the array. In the blink of an eye, the broken void plundering array looked brand new again. At the same time, Zhou Kunshan activated the water element talisman. A thick stream of water shot out from the talisman, forming a small lake in the air. The water in the lake kept spinning. In the end, the whirlpool fell directly on the mutated nether void bird. Boom! This water element talisman was a high-level talisman. It was very powerful. Zhou Kunshan had discovered that water could suppress fire. That was why he had decided to take a gamble. The water whirlpool carried a powerful aura as it struck the mutated nether void bird. The latter did its best to resist, but it was still heavily injured by the talisman. Crack! A deafening sound echoed through the sky. The mutated nether void bird's body fell heavily to the ground. A large wound had appeared on its left wing. Fresh blood was flowing out of the wound. The fire element aura within the mutated nether void bird's body was also gradually disappearing. Under the dual attacks of the water element talisman and the void plundering array, it was finally unable to resist. I can't accept this. The fallen mutated nether void bird suddenly roared. Its pitch-black eyes stared at Zhou Kunshan, and then it attacked Zhou Kunshan with all its might. Damn it! Zhou Kunshan discovered that the mutated nether void bird was making a final struggle. He did his best to dodge. Whoosh! A beam of light appeared within the array. In the next moment, Zhou Kunshan's arm shattered, turning into a bloody mist. His body was sent flying. After the final attack, the mutated nether void bird's huge body also slowly fell to the ground. Its aura was weak, and it was still struggling. Human, I admit defeat, said the mutated nether void bird. Fong Chen's group of 4 looked at each other. Their eyes were burning with desire. Brother Fong, we actually succeeded. Ha ha ha. Feng Yunzhong laughed heartily. The undying bird's essence blood is ours, said Zhongyu excitedly. Humph, you want my undying bird's essence blood? Impossible, snorted the mutated nether void bird. Even if it had to die, it would die proudly. The nether void bird race would never lower their heads. After killing you, we'll personally take the undying bird's essence blood, said Zhongyu. Zhongyu prepared to kill the mutated nethervoid bird, but he was stopped by Feng Qin. Brother Feng, why are you stopping me? Asked Zhongyu. Even if we kill the mutated nethervoid bird, we won't be able to get the undying bird's essence blood, said Feng Qin. Oh, why is that? Asked Feng Yunzhong. The undying bird's essence blood comes from the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. How can such a powerful bloodline be obtained so easily? Asked Feng Qin. Then how do we get it? Asked Zhongyu. There's only one way to obtain the undying bird's essence blood. That is to obtain its acknowledgement, said Feng Qin. In truth, this was what Ancestor Bronze had told him. Hearing this, Zhongyu and Feng Yunzhong looked at each other. As for the mutated nethervoid bird, it looked at Feng Qin with surprise. I didn't think there would still be someone who knew of this method. Hearing the mutated nethervoid bird's words, Zhongyu and Feng Yunzhong believed Feng Qin. In that case, the four of us will rely on our own abilities, said Zhongyu. He walked in front of the mutated nethervoid bird, preparing to try and obtain its acknowledgement. Chapter 641. The strength of the mutated dark void bird exceeded everyone's expectations. However, they still managed to defeat the mutated dark void bird with their combined efforts. At the moment, the mutated dark void bird was seriously injured and had no combat power left. It posed no threat to Feng Qin and the others. The mutated dark void bird seemed to have given up on resisting. It closed its eyes and waited for death to come. There was a great hatred in its heart. It wished it could reach the peak and become an emperor, leading the dark void bird clan to rise again. Let me go first. The first to step forward was Zhongyu. He walked up to the mutated dark void bird with an excited look on his face. He followed the method Feng Qin had taught him and placed his hands on the mutated dark void bird's wound to sense the undying bird's blood. If he could sense the undying bird's blood, then he would have a chance of being recognized by the undying bird's blood essence. Otherwise, it was almost impossible. Even in ancient times, it was very difficult to gain the recognition of the undying bird's blood essence. It might even be impossible. Although Ancestor Bronze had told Feng Qin the method, he didn't think that these people would be able to obtain the undying bird's blood essence. Hiss! When Zhongyu's hands landed on the mutated dark void bird's wound, a trace of blood was suddenly sucked into his palms. Then, Zhongyu tried his best to sense the undying bird's blood essence. After a while, Zhongyu shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha! I can sense the undying bird's blood essence." When they heard Zhongyu shout, the other three people's expressions changed slightly. They immediately stared at Zhongyu. Zhongyu smiled excitedly after sensing the undying bird's blood essence. Then he tried to obtain the undying bird's blood essence. Bang! However, just as Zhongyu was getting excited, a powerful force came from the undying bird's blood essence and blasted Zhongyu away. Zhongyu's qi and blood were in turmoil as he fell to the ground. What's going on? Zhongyu had just felt a rebounding force. He stared at the mutated dark, void bird in astonishment. It's not that easy to obtain the undying bird's blood essence, the mutated dark, void bird said in a low voice as it opened its eyes. Feng Qin and Feng Yunzhong looked at each other. They already knew what had just happened. It seemed that Zhongyu had been rejected by the undying bird's blood essence. If Zhongyu has failed, then let me try. After Feng Yunzhong spoke, he walked up to the mutant nethervoid bird and began to remove the undying bird's blood. Zhongyu, who was rejected by the undying bird's blood essence, was clearly unwilling to accept this. He roared loudly, "Why? Why is it like this?" Anyone would be like this. The undying bird's blood essence was right in front of them, but they couldn't get it. Was there anything more painful than this? However, Zhongyu also knew that being rejected by the undying bird's blood essence meant that he had no hope of obtaining the undying bird's blood essence. His face was gloomy and he did not say a word. A minute later, Just like Zhongyu, Feng Yunzhong was also repelled by the undying bird's blood essence and blasted away. Feng Yunzhong's face was extremely gloomy, and he finally shook his head slightly. It seems that the blood essence of the undying bird is not fated with me, Feng Yunzhong said helplessly. In the end, only Fang Chen and Li Xiaoke were left. Xiaoke, you go first, Fang Chen said. Li Xiaoke shook her head and said, Fang Chen, you're the main force in defeating the mutant nethervoid bird. You go first. The undying bird's blood essence belongs to me, Zhou Kunchen. Suddenly, an angry roar was transmitted into the void plunder formation. In the next moment, Zhou Kunchen staggered into the void plunder formation. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Zhou Kunchen. Feng Yunzhong saw this and called out in a low voice, You can only obtain the undying bird's blood essence if you get its approval. Feng Yunzhong was afraid that Zhou Kunchen would attack, so he hurriedly explained. Fang Chen did not speak. Although Zhou Kunchen was strong, he was clearly injured. Moreover, he was in the void plunder formation. He was not afraid of Zhou Kunchen at all. I'm the main force in defeating the mutant nethervoid bird. Let me try. With that, Zhou Kunchen walked up to the mutant nethervoid bird and began to try to get its approval. Bang! Zhou Kunchen's situation was even worse than Zhongyu's. He had just arrived in front of the mutant nethervoid bird when he was sent flying by a wing. If it weren't for your talisman, I wouldn't have been reduced to this state. Don't even think about getting the undying bird's blood essence, the mutant nethervoid bird said coldly. Zhou Kunchen was stunned when he heard this. Then his face twisted and he roared, The undying bird's blood essence is mine. No one can stop me. Zhou Kunchen once again arrived in front of the mutant nethervoid bird. However, he was sent flying again just like before. After 3 or 4 attempts, Zhou Kunchen finally gave up. He turned to look at Fang Chen and said in a deep voice, Kid, go and try. Zhou Kunchen's intention was obvious. He wanted Fang Chen to try. If he succeeded, he would steal the undying bird's blood essence from Fang Chen. Zhou Kunchen was the strongest person in the void plundering array, so he had the final say. Fang Chen nodded when he saw this. He walked over to the mutant nethervoid bird and sat down in a lotus position. He smiled at the bird and said, Senior nethervoid bird, I don't want to attack you, but I really need the undying bird's blood essence. We'll talk about it after you get its approval, the mutant nethervoid bird said coldly with its eyes closed. Fang Chen nodded and placed his hands on the mutant nethervoid bird's wound. Immediately, a large amount of blood was absorbed by Fang Chen's body. After the blood of the mutant nethervoid bird entered Fang Chen's body, it tossed and turned before finally arriving at Fang Chen's golden heart. See. When the golden heart sensed the fresh blood, it suddenly started beating rapidly. Suddenly, a formless aura was emitted from Fang Chen's body and engulfed the entire area. At the same time, the golden heart quickly absorbed the blood of the mutant nethervoid bird that had entered Fang Chen's body. The mutant nethervoid bird, which had its eyes closed, suddenly sensed that something wasn't right. It immediately opened its eyes and stared carefully at Fang Chen. It could clearly sense that the undying bird's blood essence within its body seemed to be stirring restlessly. What's going on? The mutant nethervoid bird was flabbergasted. What exactly was on Fang Chen's body that could attract the undying bird's blood essence? Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed. During this time, the golden heart had absorbed enough blood of the mutant nethervoid bird. Finally, its beating speed slowed down a lot. At the same time, the mutant nethervoid bird's body suddenly started to tremble. The undying bird's blood essence was stirring restlessly within its body, as if it wanted to rush out. The mutant nethervoid bird was actually unable to control it. Impossible! The mutant nethervoid bird cried out involuntarily. However, it was clear that there was nothing it could do. A mass of red blood instantly shot out of its body and floated in front of Fang Chen's eyes. When this mass of blood appeared, the entire area fell into a state of silence. The majestic aura caused Zhou Kunshan and the others to feel as if their heads were about to split open. They all let out miserable cries. Fang Chen felt an ancient vicissitude aura. His eyes lit up with excitement. Is this the undying bird's blood essence? Fang Chen cried out in delight. At the same time, the golden heart released a trace of a summon. It enveloped the undying bird's blood essence and started to absorb it. When the undying bird's blood essence sensed the aura of the golden heart, it didn't resist at all. It immediately burrowed into Fang Chen's body and entered the golden heart. Dong! Fang Chen felt his body instantly become scorching hot. The golden heart had undergone a huge change. The undying bird's blood essence was residing within the golden heart. It was also at this moment that the powerful pressure between heaven and earth instantly disappeared. Fang Chen's body was burning with intense flames. The power of these flames was enough to burn an ordinary first-level spirit vortex realm martial artist to death. Hiss! The intense flames surrounded Fang Chen's body, making Li Xiaoka extremely worried. Did he succeed? Zhou Kunshan muttered to himself as he stared at Fang Chen. At the same time, Fang Chen felt his fire-intent realm soar rapidly. This feeling made him feel very comfortable. The mutant nethervoid bird beside Fang Chen was completely shocked. There was actually a human martialist in this world who was compatible with the undying bird's blood essence. Boom! A deafening sound came from Fang Chen's body. Then he realized that his fire-intent realm, which had been at the peak of the second minor boundary, had easily broken through to the third minor boundary. My fire-intent realm has broken through. Fang Chen's face was filled with surprise. The harvest this time was too great. Not only had he obtained the undying bird's blood essence, but his fire-intent realm had also successfully broken through to the third minor boundary. This was simply a double blessing. Crash! At a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Two terrifying flames shot out from his eyes. Then, all the flames within the void, plundering array disappeared. Fang Chen returned to his original state. He could clearly see that the undying bird's blood essence was residing within his golden heart. Fang Chen, you obtained the undying bird's blood essence. Zhou Kunshan was the first to react. He asked anxiously. Zhong Yu and Feng Yinzhong also looked curiously at Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Fang Chen looked at Zhou Kunshan and narrowed his eyes. He did not speak. Fang Chen, did you obtain the undying bird's blood essence? Zhou Kunshan asked in a low voice. What does that have to do with you? Fang Chen said. He could see the killing intent in Zhou Kunshan's eyes. It seemed that the latter wanted to steal his undying bird's blood essence. Then you must have obtained the undying bird's blood essence. Hand it over. You can't keep it. Zhou Kunshan spread out his hand and smiled. The undying bird's blood essence was too important to Zhou Kunshan. He had to obtain it. For this reason, he could give up on killing Fang Chen as long as he handed over the undying bird's blood essence. Chapter 642. The strength of the mutated dark void bird had exceeded everyone's expectations. However, they had still managed to defeat the mutated dark void bird with their combined efforts. At the moment, the mutated dark void bird was seriously injured and had no combat power left. It posed no threat to Fang Chen and the others. The mutated dark void bird seemed to have given up on resisting. It closed its eyes and waited for death to come. There was a great hatred in its heart. It wished it could reach the peak and become an emperor-like existence, leading the dark void bird clan to rise again. Let me go first. The first person to step forward was Zhong Yu. He walked up to the mutated dark void bird with an excited look on his face. He followed the method Fang Qin had taught him and placed his hands on the mutated dark void bird's wound to sense the undying bird's blood. If he could sense the undying bird's blood, then there would be hope for him to gain the approval of the undying bird's blood essence. On the contrary, it was almost impossible. Even in ancient times, gaining the approval of the undying bird's blood essence had been very difficult. It had even been close to impossible. Although Ancestor Bronze had told Fang Qin the method, he didn't think that these people would be able to obtain the undying bird's blood essence. Hiss! When Zhong Yu's hands landed on the mutated dark void bird's wound, a trace of blood was suddenly sucked into his palms. Then, Zhong Yu tried his best to sense the undying bird's blood essence. After a while, Zhong Yu shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha! I can sense the undying bird's blood essence." When they heard Zhong Yu's shout, the other three people's expressions changed slightly as they stared at Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu smiled excitedly after sensing the undying bird's blood essence. Then he tried to obtain the undying bird's blood essence. Bang! However, just as Zhong Yu was getting excited, a powerful force came out of the undying bird's blood essence and blasted Zhong Yu away. Zhong Yu's qi and blood surged as he fell to the ground. What's going on? Zhong Yu had just felt a rebounding force. He stared at the mutated dark, void bird in astonishment. "It's not that easy to obtain the undying bird's blood essence," the mutated dark void bird said in a low voice as it opened its eyes. Fang Qin and Feng Yunzhong looked at each other. They already knew what had just happened. It seemed that Zhong Yu had been rejected by the undying bird's blood essence. "If Zhong Yu has failed, then let me try." After Feng Yunzhong spoke, he walked up to the mutant nether void bird and began to remove the undying bird's blood. Zhong Yu, who was rejected by the undying bird's blood essence, was clearly a little unwilling. He roared loudly, "Why? Why is it like this? Anyone would be like this." The undying bird's blood essence was right in front of them, but they couldn't get it. Was there anything more painful than this? However, Zhong Yu also knew that being rejected by the undying bird's blood essence meant that he had no hope of obtaining the undying bird's blood essence. His face was gloomy, and he did not say a word. A minute later, just like Zhong Yu, Feng Yunzhong was also repelled by the undying bird's blood essence and blasted away. Feng Yunzhong's face was extremely gloomy, and he finally shook his head slightly. "It seems that the blood essence of the undying bird is not fated with me," Feng Yunzhong said helplessly. In the end, only Fang Qin and Li Xiaoka were left. "Xiaoka, you go first," Fang Qin said. Li Xiaoka shook her head and said, "Fang Qin, you are the main force in defeating the mutant nether void bird. You go first. The undying bird's blood essence belongs to me, Zhou Kunchen." Suddenly, an angry roar was transmitted into the void plunder formation. In the next moment, Zhou Kunchen wobbled into the void plunder formation. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. "Zhou Kunchen." Seeing this, Feng Yunzhong called out in a low voice, "You can only get the undying bird's blood essence if you get its approval." Feng Yunzhong was afraid that Zhou Kunchen would attack, so he hurriedly explained. Fang Qin did not speak. Although Zhou Kunchen was strong, he was clearly injured and was in the void plunder formation. He was not afraid of Zhou Kunchen at all. "I am the main force in defeating the mutant nether void bird. Let me try." With that, Zhou Kunchen walked up to the mutant nether void bird and began to try to get its approval. Bang! Zhou Kunchen's situation was even worse than Zhong Yu's. He had just arrived in front of the mutant nether void bird when he was sent flying by a wing. "If your talisman had not injured me, I would not have been reduced to this state. You can forget about getting the undying bird's blood essence," the mutant nether void bird said coldly. Hearing this, Zhou Kunchen was stunned. Then his face twisted and he roared angrily, "The undying bird's blood essence is mine. No one can stop me." Zhou Kunchen came in front of the mutant nether void bird again, but he was sent flying again, just like before. After 3 or 4 times, Zhou Kunshan finally gave up. He turned to look at Fang Qin and said in a deep voice, "Kid, go and try." Zhou Kunshan's intention was obvious. He wanted Fang Qin to try. If he succeeded, he would steal the undying bird's blood essence from Fang Qin. Zhou Kunshan was the strongest person in the void plundering array, so he had the final say. Fang Qin nodded when he saw this. He walked up to the mutated nether void bird and sat down cross-legged. He smiled at the mutated nether void bird and said, "Senior nether void bird, I don't want to attack you, but I really need the undying bird's essence blood." "Wait until you get its approval," the mutant nether void bird said coldly with its eyes shut. Fang Qin nodded and placed his hands on the mutant nether void bird's wound. Immediately, a large amount of blood was sucked into Fang Qin's body. After the blood of the mutant nether void bird entered Fang Qin's body, it tossed and turned before finally arriving at Fang Qin's golden heart. See. When the golden heart sensed the fresh blood, it suddenly started to beat rapidly. Suddenly, a formless aura emanated from Fang Qin's body and engulfed the entire area. At the same time, the golden heart quickly absorbed the blood of the mutant nether void bird that had entered Fang Qin's body. The mutant nether void bird suddenly sensed that something wasn't right. It immediately opened its eyes and stared carefully at Fang Qin. It could clearly sense that the undying bird's blood essence within its body seemed to be restless. What's going on? The mutant nether void bird was flabbergasted. What exactly was on Fang Qin's body that could attract the undying bird's blood essence? Time passed bit by bit. A quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the golden heart had absorbed enough of the mutant nether void bird's blood. Finally, it started to beat a lot slower. At the same time, the mutant nether void bird's body suddenly started to tremble. The undying bird's blood essence was restless within its body, as if it wanted to rush out. The mutant nether void bird was actually unable to control it. Impossible. Chapter 6666569737577A77A6 tool 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 tool. Chapter 643. Hearing Zhou Kunshan's words, Fang Qin's expression turned grave. He icily said, "You won't be able to obtain the undying bird's essence blood." The mutated nether void bird sneered and disdainfully said, "Humph, trash like you doesn't deserve the undying bird's essence blood." After Fang Qin obtained the undying bird's essence blood, the mutated nether void bird's attitude toward Fang Qin had changed greatly. Seeing that Zhou Kunshan wanted to steal Fang Qin's undying bird essence blood, the mutated nether void bird sneered. For Fang Qin to be able to obtain the undying bird's essence blood was equivalent to obtaining the ancient undying bird's approval. As a descendant of the undying bird, it naturally had to follow its ancestors' decision. Furthermore, the mutated nether void bird could sense that Fang Qin's body had a terrifying aura. That kind of aura was even able to attract the undying bird's essence blood. So the mutated nether void bird felt that Fang Qin was very mysterious. "You're just a dying bird." "How dare you speak to me like that?" said Zhou Kunshan icily. At this moment, Zhou Kunshan's ugly face was instantly revealed. Crash! Zhou Kunshan's body flickered, and he suddenly appeared in front of the mutated nether void bird. Then he used his full strength to send a punch at the mutated nether void bird. Bang! However, his attack was blocked by Fang Qin. "Brat, are you courting death?" asked Zhou Kunshan. "What's the point of bullying an injured nether void bird?" As he spoke, Fong Chen placed one of his palms on the mutated dark hollow bird's body. Then, the third minor level of the concept of fire instantly opened. Countless, dense, fire elemental auras poured into the mutated dark hollow bird's body. The mutated nethervoid bird was a bit surprised by Fong Chen's actions, but it immediately became wild with joy. Now that it had obtained enough fire tribute energy, the mutated nethervoid bird's injuries were instantly healed. Originally, the nethervoid bird race was especially fond of fire tribute energy. Now that it was heavily injured, it urgently needed more fire tribute energy. Hiss, hiss, hiss when Fong Chen gave it the fire element aura. The undying bird's essence blood residing in the golden heart also emitted a scorching aura. When this scorching aura entered the mutated Kongming bird's body, it instantly regained its fighting strength. Bastard, what did you just say? Fong Chen moved his hand away, and the mutated nethervoid bird became active again. It stared at Zhou Kunchen and said coldly, Fong Chen, are you crazy? You're actually treating it, roared Zhou Kunchen furiously. Bastard, let me kill you. The mutated nethervoid bird let out a furious roar and flapped its wings. Suddenly, a wild aura surged out from within the void-plundering matrix and bombarded Zhou Kunchen. Zhou Kunchen, known as the King of Assassins, instantly disappeared into the void. Humph. Too bad this is the void-plundering array. Fong Chen sneered and said disdainfully when he saw Zhou Kunchen's body disappear. In the next moment, Fong Chen activated the void plundering array to forcibly plunder Zhou Kunchen's spiritual qi. Zhou Kunchen's body was instantly exposed in front of the mutated nethervoid bird. The latter let out a sharp cry, and its body was bathed in flames as it launched a powerful attack on Zhou Kunchen. Bang! Bang! With Fong Chen's help, the mutated nethervoid bird had gained the upper hand and was constantly suppressing Zhou Kunchen. As for the King of Assassins, Zhou Kunchen was unable to escape within the void-plundering matrix. Everything was under Fong Chen's control. I'll kill you, roared Zhou Kunchen furiously. He had already won. But at the critical moment, Fong Chen had actually played such a trick on him. His hatred and anger soared. Die, bastard! The mutated nethervoid bird's hatred for Zhou Kunchen was monstrous. Its claws clawed at Zhou Kunchen's body, directly tearing it apart. The King of Assassins had fallen just like that. After Zhou Kunchen died, the mutated nethervoid bird turned to look at Fong Chen. You're pretty gutsy, brat. After healing me, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Fong Chen faintly smiled. I believe in the choice of the undying bird's essence blood. What about you? Hearing Fong Chen's question, the mutated nethervoid bird was startled. Its eyes flashed. You won the bet. I won't attack the owner of the undying bird's essence blood. Hearing this, Li Xiaoka let out a sigh of relief. She had been afraid that the mutated nethervoid bird would go crazy and attack them. Zhong Yu and Feng Yinzhong looked at Fong Chen with burning eyes. That was the undying bird's essence blood, and Fong Chen had obtained it just like that. However, they knew their own limits. They definitely wouldn't be stupid enough to act like Zhou Kunchen and forcefully take the undying bird's essence blood. Brat, I don't know what's in your body, but since you've been recognized by the undying bird's essence blood, I won't attack you. You can leave, said the mutated nethervoid bird. If one day you're strong enough that you don't need the undying bird's essence blood, I hope you can return it, said the mutated nethervoid bird. A human who had been recognized by the undying bird's essence blood was equivalent to being recognized by the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. Naturally, the mutated nethervoid bird wouldn't attack him. Many thanks, Senior. Fong Chen cupped his hands. Fong Chen waved his hand and removed the void plundering formation. The mutated nethervoid bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. A voice entered Fong Chen's ears. I hope we'll meet again one day. After that, the mutated nethervoid bird completely disappeared. Fong Qin stared blankly at the nethervoid bird that had disappeared. In truth, the reason he had healed the mutated nethervoid bird was because of Ancestor Bronze's guidance. Otherwise, how would Fong Qin know all this? In short, using the mutated nethervoid bird to successfully solve a problem could be considered a good thing. Brother Fong, congratulations on obtaining the undying bird's essence blood. Zhong Yu walked in front of Fong Qin and grinned. Yes, Brother Fong, you've gained a lot this time. However, since you obtained the undying bird's essence blood, can you give Zhou Kunshin's spatial ring to the two of us? Asked Fong Yunzhong. Fong Chen was startled and immediately said apologetically, It's all thanks to the two of you that I was able to obtain the undying bird's essence blood this time. You can take Zhou Kunshin's spatial ring and we'll give each of you 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. After that, Fong Qin took out 2,000,000 top-grade spirit stones and handed them to the two of them. This, Zhong Yu and Fong Yunzhong looked at each other and nodded heavily. Then, Chapter 6665, 697, 3757, A77 to 636 of 6. Your Majesty, 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 Your Majesty. Chapter 644. In the blink of an eye, Fong Qin had killed all the disciples of the Thunder Fantasy sect. Not even their corpses were left behind. Fiction. Excess Li Xiaoka was a little worried. She reminded him, Fong Qin, Lei Dong of the Thunder Fantasy sect, is very strong. You have to be careful. The Thunder Fantasy sect was a 5-star sect. It was much stronger than a 4-star sect, like the Green Lotus sect. The two were not on the same level at all. Moreover, Lei Dong was a top genius of the 5-element state. It was said that he was already in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list. He was a very terrifying warrior. Don't worry. They won't know, Fong Qin said. Fong Qin deliberately used the fire concept to burn the disciples of the Thunder Fantasy sect and destroy their corpses. The bloody battle space was so big that it was impossible for the people of the Thunder Fantasy sect to know. The disciples of the Thunder Fantasy sect relied on the prestige of their sect to burn, kill, and rob in the bloody battle space. If they encountered a weak warrior, they might be able to rob the treasure. However, they were unlucky to have met Fong Qin. After killing a few disciples of the Thunder Fantasy sect, Fong Qin took Li Xiaoka and quickly left the place. In a hidden cave, Fong Qin was refining the undying bird's blood essence. Li Xiaoka was also cultivating with her eyes closed. The undying bird's blood essence contained a majestic flame aura. It was very difficult for Fong Qin to refine it. After absorbing the undying bird's blood essence, Fong Qin's fire concept reached the 3rd minor realm. The strength of the fire concept was directly related to the difficulty of refining the undying bird's blood essence. At this moment, Fong Qin's body was surrounded by thick flames. These flames had an ancient aura. As Fong Qin closed his eyes, the undying bird's blood essence in the golden heart began to rotate gradually. A trace of blood flowed out from it and finally flowed through Fong Qin's body. When the undying bird's blood essence spread to every part of Fong Qin's body, he felt very comfortable. At the same time, the golden heart was beating rapidly. It seemed to be helping Fong Qin refine the undying bird's blood essence. In the beginning, Fong Qin's refining speed of the undying bird's blood essence was very slow. However, with the help of the golden heart, the refining speed of the undying bird's blood essence became faster and faster. In the end, Fong Qin smiled excitedly. It's just a matter of time. Fong Qin thought to himself, with the help of the golden heart, the refining of the undying bird's blood essence was on the right track. He only needed a little time to completely refine the undying bird's blood essence. At this moment, Hong Wu, Jin Zhong, and the cleric had been waiting for several days on a mountain peak in the bloody battle space. However, they still hadn't received any news from Zhou Kunshan, which made them very anxious. What's going on? Why hasn't Zhou Kunshan replied yet? Hong Wu asked. Could it be that Zhou Kunshan still hasn't found that brat? Or could it be that Zhou Kunshan is no match for that brat? The priest asked in a low voice. Jin Zhong shook his head slightly. Of the three of them, he was the clearest about Zhou Kunshan's strength. As the king of assassins on the Hidden Dragon rankings, Zhou Kunshan was extremely powerful. Most importantly, he could appear and disappear unpredictably. Once he hid himself in the void, even powerful martial artists wouldn't be able to sense his existence. So each of Zhou Kunshan's assassinations would succeed. There was almost never a time when he failed. How about we go take a look, suggested the priest. He felt that this matter was a bit fishy. Only by personally going would he know what was going on. The three of them exchanged a glance and then reached an agreement to go to that mountain range. Several hours later, the three of them arrived at that mountain range. Because there were no longer any mutated nethervoid birds, the stifling aura within the mountain range had long since disappeared. It was just like an ordinary mountain range. The three of them directly entered the depths of the mountain range. There are traces of a battle here. Suddenly, the priest shouted. Hong Wu and Jin Zhong hastily walked over to where the priest was. They were shocked to see that there was a large pit here. Furthermore, this open space was extremely damaged. It was clear that an intense battle had occurred here. It seems Zhou Kunshan came here and even fought with Fong Qin. The priest closed his eyes, sensing the remnant aura of the void plundering formation in the air. Back then, he had been defeated by Fong Chen's void plundering formation, so he was very clear about the aura of this formation. There's a corpse over there. Hong Wu saw a disheveled corpse beside the huge crater. The three of them immediately walked over to the corpse and examined it carefully. This is Zhou Kunshan. How could it be him? Jin Zhong's heart was in turmoil when he saw Zhou Kunshan's corpse. Zhou Kunshan was ranked 35th on the Hidden Dragon rankings. He was much stronger than him, yet he had died here. Could he have been killed by Fong Qin? Asked Hong Wu gravely. The priest's pupils shrank. His face was filled with shock. In such a short time, Fong Chen's strength had increased once more? Damn it! Jin Zhong's expression was extremely gloomy. He had originally planned to use Zhou Kunshan to assassinate Fong Qin, but he hadn't expected that even Zhou Kunshan would die here. Although there was no evidence that Zhou Kunshan had been killed by Fong Qin, the three of them knew that this matter couldn't be separated from Zhou Kunshan. If Zhou Kunshan was really killed by this kid, then his strength is too terrifying. Even if we join forces, we won't be his match, said Jin Zhong in a low voice. Are we just going to let it go? Hong Wu was a bit unwilling. In such a short time, that kid's strength had reached such a level. He would definitely be a formidable opponent in the future. They had to get rid of him. The priest shook his head. As a formation grandmaster, he knew the power of a formation grandmaster best. He whispered, For the time being, it's not appropriate to confront that kid head-on. Let's leave first. In the end, the three of them left. In the hidden cave, Fong Qin was still refining the undying bird's blood essence. 3 days had passed. At a certain moment, the red flames around Fong Qin's body instantly turned into black flames. Then, the temperature in the cave instantly spread. Fong Qin's clothes instantly turned to ashes. His bronze skin was exposed to the air. His whole body was wrapped in black flames. The aura on his body was rapidly increasing. At this moment, the golden heart was beating rapidly. The undying bird's blood essence residing in the golden heart had been completely refined by Fong Qin. Countless undying bird's blood essence had been integrated into Fang Chen's body. Boom! With a loud bang, the black flames around Fang Chen disappeared instantly. Then, Fang Chen opened his eyes. The refining was successful. Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. After completely refining the undying bird's blood essence, his understanding of the fire-intent realm had deepened. Fang Chen's mind moved. Suddenly, dense black flames appeared on his palm. The power of these flames was much stronger than the flames that Fang Chen had used before. This is just the most ordinary undying flame. If it can be truly transformed into the undying flame, it will be very powerful, Ancestor Bronze suddenly said. Fang Chen naturally knew what the undying flame was. It was the true flame that the ancient divine beast, the undying bird, possessed. The divine beast, the undying bird, had mastered the complete great path of fire. Its control of flames had reached an unprecedented level. The reason Fang Chen's flames had turned black was because he had refined the undying bird's blood essence. The flames had started to transform into the undying flame. Of course, it was too difficult to transform an ordinary flame into the undying flame by relying on one's own ability. In the history of the ancient sword continent, many geniuses had tried, but they had all failed. However, even though the black flames had just started to take shape, their power was still terrifying. Fang Chen did not think too much about Ancestor Bronze's words. He was already lucky enough to have obtained the undying bird's blood essence. As for transforming it into the true undying flame, that was still a long way off. After Fang Chen put away the black flames, he suddenly realized that his cultivation had silently reached the peak of the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. It is indeed the undying bird's blood essence. Fang Chen said excitedly, all of this was because of the undying bird's blood essence. However, before Fang Chen could finish his excitement, he suddenly heard a loud shout. He turned around and saw Li Xiaoka covering her eyes with her pale hands. She was shouting loudly. "Xiaoka, what's wrong?" Fang Chen asked curiously. Fang Chen thought that Li Xiaoka had encountered a problem with her cultivation. Hearing Fang Chen's question, Li Xiaoka's face instantly flushed red. She said softly, "Your clothes!" Fang Chen subconsciously lowered his head to take a look. What he saw gave him a fright. His expression changed drastically. With a thought, he took out a set of clothes from his interspatial ring and put them on. After that, Fang Chen adjusted his emotions. Finally, he looked awkwardly at Li Xiaoka and said, "Xiaoka, I just refined the undying bird's blood essence. My clothes were burned. I didn't know." Li Xiaoka's face flushed red. She lowered her head and did not speak. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the cave. Fang Chen wanted to change the topic, but he happened to feel the change in Li Xiaoka's aura. His eyes lit up and he asked, "Xiaoka, you broke through?" Hearing Fang Chen ask about her cultivation, Li Xiaoka nodded gently and said, "Yes, I broke through." Li Xiaoka had successfully broken through to the peak of the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. This made Fang Chen very happy. "Xiaoka!" Fang Chen called out. Li Xiaoka raised her head and looked at Fang Chen with her dark eyes. "Have you heard from Li Mingzhu and Lu Lianxue during this period of time?" Fang Chen asked. After entering the bloody battle space for so long, he had only met Li Xiaoka. He did not know anything about Li Mingzhu and Lu Lianxue. Hearing this, Li Xiaoka shook her head and said, "The bloody battle space is too big. The two of them should be somewhere else." Fang Chen nodded and did not say anything. He turned around and left the cave. Li Xiaoka's face was still a little hot. Looking at Fang Chen's departing figure, she had a complicated feeling that did not dissipate for a long time. "What kind of person are you?" Li Xiaoka's face was slightly hot. Her eyes were hazy as she asked softly. Chapter 645. While Fang Chen was refining the essence blood, a piece of very important news came from the northern region of the bloody battle space. As soon as the news came out, Countless geniuses flocked to the northern region of the bloody battle space. On the northern plain, the old site of a dilapidated ancient sect was found. This news was too shocking. Fang Chen and Li Xiaoka also heard the news while walking in the bloody battle space. In an open space somewhere, Fang Chen and Li Xiaoka were hurrying along. Fang Chen, are we going to the old site of the sect, too? Li Xiaoka asked. Fang Chen nodded his head. The reason he entered the bloody battle space was to search for opportunities and constantly become stronger. After that, he would join the legendary 5 Elements Academy. This time, he had finally obtained such important news. How could he not go? One had to know that those ancient super sects were all dukes that intimidated a region. Their forces were extremely tyrannical. Although no one knew why they had fallen, there were many inheritances in their sect. This was what Fang Chen wanted. Of course, there were many warriors who had the same idea as Fang Chen. They were all aiming for the inheritances in the dilapidated sect. This plain was called the Shattered Plain. It had been split into 2 by something, and there was a bottomless gully in the middle of the plain. The air above the gully was filled with an ancient aura. It was said that the old site of the dilapidated sect was in this gully. After several days, Fang Chen and Li Xiaoka finally arrived at the Shattered Plain. At this moment, there were countless warriors on the Shattered Plain. They were all here for the ancient sect. At the front of the Shattered Plain, there were some powerful geniuses and even some experts on the Hidden Dragon list. Behind them were some powerful warriors who couldn't make it to the Hidden Dragon list. As soon as Fang Chen arrived at the Shattered Plain, he saw a few familiar faces. Hong Wu, Jin Zhong, and the Reverend. The 3 of them were standing quietly at the forefront of the group. Standing side by side with them were all powerful experts on the Hidden Dragon list. It seems that the super powerful warriors on the Hidden Dragon ranking are not in the north. Fang Chen squinted his eyes and said in a low voice. Fang Chen glanced around. Almost all the top experts on the Hidden Dragon ranking were not here, which meant that these geniuses were not in the north. After all, the bloody battle space was very vast. The northern region was also very far away from the other 3 divisions. Even if the news spread to the other 3 divisions, those geniuses were not willing to travel long distances to compete for the opportunity because there were more important things waiting for them. At that moment, Hong Wu, who was sitting in the front row, discovered Fang Chen. Her eyes were filled with rage. Damn it, that brat has appeared again, Hong Wu said coldly. She was holding half of a fiery red whip in her hand, which had been cut in half by Fang Chen. Jin Zhong also discovered Fang Chen. His eyes flickered as he said in a low voice, "Yeah, he's here too." There are quite a few Hidden Dragon ranking experts here. Given his strength, he'll definitely die if he enters the sect, the Reverend said in a low voice. Hong Wu and the other 2 didn't act rashly. However, the red-faced cultivator at the side seemed to have noticed the strangeness of the 3. He immediately followed their gazes and discovered Fang Chen. "Who is he?" the red-faced warrior asked curiously. "He's a formation grandmaster," the Reverend said. Upon hearing the Reverend's words, the other warriors all looked at Fang Chen in astonishment. They had never expected that a formation grandmaster would appear here. As expected, the powerhouses on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard had different expressions when they heard the words formation grandmaster. The red-faced warrior smiled faintly and said, "If I'm not wrong, Reverend, you must have suffered a loss when he was injured." Upon hearing the red-faced warrior's words, the Reverend said in a low voice, "If I'm also a formation grandmaster, destroying him would be as easy as flipping my hand." "Reverend, stop bragging. It's ridiculous that a formation grandmaster wants to defeat a formation grandmaster," the red-faced warrior said disdainfully. Subsequently, the red-faced warrior slowly walked in front of Fang Chen under everyone's gaze. He smiled and said, "My name is Fan Xinjue. Can we be friends?" Fan Xinjue. Upon hearing this name, Fang Chen was stunned. This person was ranked 30th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. His cultivation had reached the peak of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. It was said that he had once killed a martial artist at the third level of the spiritual vortex realm and became famous overnight. Fan Xinjue specialized in water cultivation techniques. His water cultivation technique was very powerful. Every time he attacked, it would be accompanied by majestic waves. Hence, he was known as the Wave Jew. Fan Xinjue took the initiative to greet Fangchen because he saw his potential. To be able to become a formation grandmaster at such a young age, his future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. Such a martial artist was worthy of being friends with Fan Xinjue. Seeing Fan Xinjue's outstretched hand, Fangchen grinned and said, "My name is Fangchen." Fangchen, this ancient sect is very strange. After we enter, how about we travel together? Fan Xinjue asked. Sure, Fangchen said. In the front row, Hongwu and the others' faces were ashen. They wanted to kill Fangchen, but there was nothing they could do. Rumble. Just as Fangchen was talking to Fan Xinjue, a deafening sound suddenly came from the bottomless ravine. Following that, everyone felt the ground tremble. What's going on? Many martial artists cried out in panic. The expression of the hidden dragon rank expert standing in the front row flickered slightly as he gazed at the bottomless gully. All of a sudden, a beam of golden light shot out of the gully, and a floating bridge appeared in it, connecting it to the edge of the shattered plain. Could it be? Jin Zhong and the others exclaimed. Immediately, countless martial artists realized that they had to cross the pontoon bridge to enter the ancient sect. For a moment, many martial artists were eager to step onto the pontoon bridge. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed, and an ancient voice entered everyone's ears. If you want to enter my water god sect, you have to pass the pontoon bridge. This ancient voice made many martial artists cry out in surprise. They didn't know what kind of test the pontoon bridge was, but after the voice came out, they didn't say anything. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, Jin Zhong took the lead and said, "Let me Jin Zhong try." Because they didn't know what kind of test was on the pontoon bridge, and whether it was dangerous, Jin Zhong was willing to be the first to try. No one objected. After Jin Zhong stepped onto the pontoon bridge, he disappeared instantly. Everyone looked at the pontoon bridge in confusion. Before long, a dazzling light burst out from the pontoon bridge. In that light, a large, vigorous character vaguely appeared. Xian. Xian? What does that mean? When everyone saw the character, they exclaimed in surprise. Why would there be a character? At this moment, Jin Zhong came out. His figure flashed, and he directly jumped onto the shattered plains. In his hand was a wooden tablet with the character, Xian, written on it. Jin Zhong, what's going on? The priest asked first. The pontoon bridge is actually a comprehensive test for martial artists. The Water God sect has set up a total of 4 levels of tests: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. The higher the level of the test, the greater the opportunity after entering the Water God sect. Jin Zhong said in a low voice, his face a little pale. Out of the 4 major tests of Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, he had only barely passed the Profound grade test. This left him speechless. I see. The priest nodded. Even you could only pass the Xian level test. How strong are the Earth level and Heaven level tests? Hong Wu asked coldly. Instantly, countless martial artists on the shattered plains began to discuss spiritedly. They were all trying to figure out what this so-called pontoon bridge test was all about. After a brief commotion, the priest made his move. The priest was a formation grandmaster. Although his fighting strength was definitely not as good as Jin Zhong's, his comprehensive fighting strength was still extremely formidable. At this moment, Fang Chen and Fan Xinjue arrived at the back of the shattered plain side by side. The two of them were discussing. Brother Fang, what kind of test do you think the priest will pass? Fan Xinjue asked. It might be the Earth level test, Fang Chen said. He had fought the priest head-on before, and had to admit that the priest was a genius in formations. If he hadn't suppressed the priest with his attainment in formations, he would have been the one to lose that day. Oh, Brother Fong thinks so highly of the priest. Fan Xinjue was a little surprised. Before long, the priest came out. He had really passed the Earth level test. His vigorous and powerful Earth character in the sky illuminated the entire land. The priest held the wooden tablet with the character Earth in his hand, his face full of excitement. The Water God sect had 4 major tests in total. Since he had passed the second major test, he should be able to obtain a lot of treasures. I wonder who among you will be able to pass the heaven level test. The priest looked at Fong Qin as he spoke. After the priest passed the test, one hidden dragon ranking expert after another took the pontoon bridge test. Several of them passed the Xian level test, while 2 passed the Earth level test. They were Fan Xinjue, who was ranked 30th, and Xia He, who was ranked 32nd. In just an hour, all of the hidden dragon ranking experts had passed the pontoon bridge test. Now, it was time for the ordinary disciples to take the pontoon bridge test. So far, only Fan Xinjue, Xia He, and the priest had passed the Earth level test. As for the others, they had all passed the Xian level test. After Fan Xinjue came out of the pontoon bridge, he looked at Fong Qin and said, "Brother Fong, why don't you go try it?" Fong Qin nodded and took a step forward, stepping into the pontoon bridge. The pontoon bridge test isn't a joke. It'll be ridiculous if you accidentally lose your life, said Hongwu coldly. Her heart was filled with hatred for Fong Qin. She wished that Fong Qin would die in the pontoon bridge test. Chapter 646. After Fong Qin stepped onto the pontoon, his figure disappeared in an instant. Shi Huan net when he saw his surroundings clearly. He found himself in a hazy sealed space. In this sealed space, there was only extremely dense spiritual energy. This place seems like a battlefield, Fong Qin muttered to himself. Crash! At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared, followed by the appearance of a warrior. This warrior's face was stiff, without any signs of life. It was a puppet. A puppet! Fong Qin exclaimed in a low voice. Human, I am a yellow-grade puppet. Defeat me, and you will be able to challenge a black-grade puppet, the yellow-grade puppet said in a low voice. Hearing this, Fong Qin instantly understood. So the so-called test of the pontoon was to defeat the puppet in front of him. Just as Fong Qin stared at the puppet, the yellow-grade puppet instantly launched a fierce attack. Bang! In his haste, Fong Qin exchanged a punch with the puppet. In an instant, the puppet's body was sent flying. It's not that strong, Fong Qin muttered, and then a dense black flame appeared around his body. He clenched his fist, and the black flame wrapped around his fist as he threw a punch at the yellow-grade puppet. Bang! Without any fancy movements, Fong Qin's simple punch directly landed on the puppet's body. Suddenly, the black flame from his fist was transmitted into the puppet's body. Crack! Fong Qin heard a cracking sound, and then the yellow-grade puppet actually shattered in front of him. Looking at the shattered puppet, Fong Qin was speechless. This puppet was too weak. Just as Fong Qin was thinking, a dazzling light suddenly shot out. Then a puppet appeared. Human, you have damaged the yellow-grade puppet. You will be punished by the Water God sect, the puppet said. Punishment won't happen, right? Fong Qin was a little speechless. Could it be that he could only defeat the puppet but not damage it? However, the puppet didn't give Fong Qin any chance to explain, and directly said, Human, the Water God sect's punishment is to accept the heavenly trial. If you fail, you will be directly kicked out of the Water God sect. If you win, you will receive a heaven-grade wooden token. Hearing the puppet's words, Fong Qin was speechless. Didn't he just damage a yellow-grade puppet? The Water God sect actually sent a heaven-grade puppet to fight him. Even Fan Xinjue could only defeat an earth-grade puppet. One could imagine how strong a heaven-grade puppet was. Even Fang Qin didn't have any confidence in defeating it. However, he had no choice but to brace himself and fight. The heaven-grade puppet bellowed and suddenly launched a fierce and overbearing attack. Water ripples appeared in the air, and then the heaven-grade puppet's palm. The ripples turned into a long spear directly pierced towards Fang. How is this possible? Seeing the heaven-grade puppet's technique, Fang Qin was completely shocked. What kind of sect was the water god sect? Even a puppet could control the water element aura like this, and it could even turn water ripples into a weapon at will. As expected of the water god sect's heaven-grade puppet, it was too overbearing. Although he was shocked, Fang Qin was still the fastest to act. He used the flowing water sword technique. In the sealed space, water ripples constantly emerged and finally turned into sword light that pierced towards the long spear. Bang! Under Fang Qin's gaze, the long spear directly pierced through Fang Qin's sword light and rapidly shot towards Fang Qin. At this moment, Fang Qin discovered that the illusory long sword actually contained the concept of water. Was this heaven-grade puppet so heaven-defying? Void, plundering array. Fang Qin knew that it was impossible to defeat the heaven-grade puppet with just the flowing water sword technique, so he did not hesitate to set up the void, plundering array. Of course, this time, Fang Qin used supreme-grade spirit stones to set up the array. Even if he was a tycoon, he did not have that many purple crystal stones, and purple crystal stones were so valuable. Crash! After the void, plundering array appeared, it immediately enveloped the heaven-grade puppet. However, the heaven-grade puppet did not change at all. It still controlled the concept of water and launched a fierce attack on Fang Qin. Hiss! Fang Qin controlled the void plundering array and constantly plundered the heaven-grade puppet's water concept. The heaven-grade puppet seemed to have realized this, and its attacks on Fang Qin became even fiercer. Flowing water, sword technique. The entry-level flowing water sword technique was displayed to the extreme by Fang Qin. Countless sword lights of water suddenly shot out and collided with the heaven-grade puppet's water spear. With the void plundering array, Fang Qin could clearly feel that the concept of water on the heaven-grade puppet was slowly dissipating. Without the support of the concept of water, the heaven-grade puppet was just SOSO. After discovering this, Fang Qin adopted a roundabout strategy. He did not meet the heaven-grade puppet head-on. Instead, he constantly dodged. At the same time, he urged the concept of fire to use the black flames to attack the heaven-grade puppet. Of course, the biggest threat to the heaven-grade puppet was the void plundering array. The void plundering array was constantly absorbing the concept of water on the puppet's body. After a short while, the puppet became much weaker. After 3 minutes, the heaven-grade puppet's combat strength had dropped to the level of an earth-grade puppet. This allowed Fang Qin to defeat it very easily. Boom! When Fang Qin defeated the heaven-grade puppet, a golden light rushed out of the pontoon. At this time, on the shattered plain, everyone was curiously staring at the pontoon. Fang Qin had been in there for a long time, but he still had not come out. What was going on? Humph, he hasn't come out for such a long time. Did he die in the pontoon test? Hong Wu's eyes flickered as she said, coldly, "Even if it's an Earth-grade test, it shouldn't have taken so long." The priest was a little confused. Jin Zhong gazed at the pontoon and said in a low voice, maybe he was arrogant enough to challenge the heaven-grade puppet and was killed by it. Hearing Jin Zhong's words, the experts on the hidden dragon list around him nodded. If a formation grandmaster and a priest could pass the Earth-grade test, then Fang Qin must have been arrogant enough to challenge the heaven-grade test and was killed by the heaven-grade puppet. Fan Xinjue narrowed his eyes and stared at the pontoon. He did not believe that Fang Qin had died in the pontoon test. On the shattered plain, many martial artists were also discussing the matter. After a while, Fang Qin still did not come out. Hong Wu and the others were even more convinced that Fang Qin had died in the pontoon. Her face was full of smiles. Humph, he overestimated himself, Hong Wu said disdainfully. Jin Zhong was about to say something when he suddenly saw a change in the pontoon. He shouted, "The pontoon is changing." As soon as Jin Zhong's words left his mouth, a beam of golden light suddenly shot up into the sky. The power contained in the beam of golden light was so strong that it made countless warriors on the shattered plains tremble. The golden light floated in the sky for a long time. The golden light slowly spread out, and in the center of it was a large Tian character. Tian! Fan Xinjue exclaimed in disbelief when he saw the character in the golden light. How is that possible? The character has appeared. Did Fang Qin pass the test? Many experts on the hidden dragon list exclaimed in disbelief. Hong Wu, Fan Xinjue, and Fan Xinjue's faces were extremely gloomy as they stared at the pontoon. At this moment, a figure walked out of the pontoon with a faint smile on his face and a wooden token with the character Tian in his hand. Fang Qin, I told you that you wouldn't die so easily, Fan Xinjue said with a smile. The way the other experts on the hidden dragon list looked at Fang Qin also changed slightly. The appearance of the wooden token with the character Tian shocked all the martial artists. It's actually the wooden token with the character Tian. Even Fan Xinjue didn't get it. Priest got the wooden token with the character Earth, while Fang Qin got the wooden token with the character Tian. Both of them are experts in formations. Does the pontoon test have something to do with formations? It must be. Otherwise, with Fang Qin's strength, he wouldn't have been able to get the token with the character Tian. Among the 4 tests, the Tian test was the most difficult one. Even Fan Xinjue, who was ranked 30th on the Hidden Dragon list, couldn't pass it, let alone Fang Qin. Although a formation grandmaster was very powerful, in front of absolute strength, everything else was nothing. And now, Fan Xinjue was the absolute strength for Fang Qin. Many martial artists thought that since even Fan Xinjue saw he couldn't pass the heaven grade test, Fang Qin must have passed it by luck because of formations. However, even so, it was still shocking enough. Some martial artists who had underestimated Fang Qin felt their faces burning, as if they had been slapped. Hong Wu, who was dressed in red, had a gloomy face. Her heart was full of hatred as she stared coldly at Fang Qin. How could this be? Why is he so lucky every time? Li Xiaoka also walked up to Fang Qin and congratulated him in a low voice. For a moment, Fang Qin became the focus of everyone on the shattered plain. Of course, although everyone was shocked, the pontoon test had to continue. All the martial artists had to pass the pontoon test. Only those who got a wooden token could enter the Water God sect. Because of Fang Qin's Tian wooden token, almost none of the martial artists who took part in the test attracted attention. The strongest one only got a Xian wooden token. Of course, there were also some weaker martial artists who actually died directly within the pontoon bridge test. 2 hours later, all the cultivators had finally passed the floating bridge test. On the entire shattered plain, Fang Qin was the only one with a Tian wooden token, followed by 3 earth wooden tokens. As for the others, they had Xian wooden tokens and Huang wooden tokens. The pontoon test is over. Next, those with wooden tokens will be sent to the Water God sect. The ancient voice rang out once again. As soon as the voice sounded, the hazy aura on the pontoon instantly disappeared. Everyone looked over and saw a bottomless gully. This was the first time the gully had shown its true appearance. The bottomless gully was filled with an extremely rich ancient aura, which shocked countless martial artists. Chapter 647. It was said that the bloody space used to be a continent, and there were many sect members on it. Chapter 11, however, for some unknown reason, the continent was shattered into countless small fragments, and the bloody space was one of them. The Water God sect was a sect that existed on this small fragment, and their sect was destroyed here. The almighty experts of the Water God sect had set up for major tests here, hoping that their successors would be able to obtain the inheritance of the Water God sect and rebuild it. Therefore, Fong Qin and the others encountered the test of the pontoon bridge. In fact, for Fong Qin, this was a great advantage. Although the heaven rank puppet was strong, it was still a puppet in the end. It couldn't effectively resist the plundering of the void plundering array. Therefore, the concept of water in its body became weaker and weaker, and its combat strength increased until it was easily defeated by Fong Qin. If the almighty experts of the Water God sect knew about this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood in the underworld. The test they had set up on the verge of death had been easily solved by Fong Qin. In any case, it was a fact that Fong Qin had obtained the Heaven Wooden Token. Therefore, after the Water God sect opened, the hazy aura on the pontoon bridge instantly disappeared, and the bottomless ravine revealed its true appearance for the first time. It was also at this moment that all the martialists holding wooden tokens felt a strong, attractive force pulling them in. Their bodies uncontrollably moved toward the ravine. What's going on? Some of the martial artists were terrified by this scene. This bottomless ravine was too terrifying. Once they fell in, they would die without a doubt. "No, I don't want to die," a martial artist shouted. On the other hand, the experts on the Hidden Dragon list were much quieter. Since the Water God sect had set up a test of the pontoon bridge, and they had passed it, this attractive force should be attracting them to the Water God sect. Hiss! Hiss! In the blink of an eye, all the martial artists holding wooden tokens appeared on the pontoon bridge. Then the pontoon bridge disappeared. Bang! All the martial artists directly fell into the ravine. At this moment, all the martial artists' expressions changed dramatically. They wanted to stop it, but there was nothing they could do. They fell very fast, and soon they couldn't see the shattered plains anymore. It was also at this moment that the falling crowd suddenly disappeared into thin air. Fong Qin felt himself being sucked into a very quiet area by a mysterious force. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a vast city. Where is this? Fong Qin was puzzled. Human, it's been a long time since someone was able to obtain a heaven wooden tablet. You're not bad. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared in the sky above the city. This illusory figure looked at Fong Qin and said in a deep voice, "Someone has been here before." Fong Qin asked curiously, "Every time the bloody battle space opens, our Water God sect will look for outstanding geniuses. However, the cultivators that have come here in the past are simply too weak. They can't even pass the heaven rank test," the illusory figure said. Fong Qin was stunned. Whenever the bloody battle space opened, many warriors would come here to take the test. In other words, he was the first martial artist to obtain the Heaven Wooden Tablet. That's right. Since our Water God sect was destroyed, you're the first martial artist to obtain a Heaven Wooden Tablet. So you were directly sent here, the illusory figure said. Where is this? Fong Qin asked. The Water God sect is most famous for its 4 cities, namely Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. The city you're in is the Heaven City of the Water God sect, the illusory figure said. Fong Qin nodded, indicating that he understood. Whichever wooden tablet one obtained would be sent to the corresponding city. What's in the Heaven City? Fong Qin asked. The Heaven City contains the Water God sect's supreme cultivation methods and many inheritances. As long as you can find them, you can take them away at will, the illusory figure said. Human, you're the first one to come here, so you can obtain everything here. However, some of the martial artists who went to the other 3 cities might even return empty-handed. No martial artist had ever come to the Heaven City. As for the other 3 cities, who knew how many martial artists had gone there, every time they went there would be 1 less inheritance treasure. Over time, the inheritance treasures in the other 3 cities would be pitifully few. As for the Heaven City, it was Fong Qin's first time here. No one had come here before, so nothing had been touched. Moreover, the Heaven City contained the Water God sect's top cultivation methods and the Water God sect's top inheritances. Thinking of this, Fong Qin was extremely excited. Human, don't be happy too early. In the Water God sect, if you want to obtain something, you have to pay the price. The illusory figure pointed at the tower in the center of the Sky City and said, "That tower is called the Sky Tower. Everything in the Sky City is in the Sky Tower. You need to go and challenge the tower. It will depend on your luck if you can reach the basic level of the saber." Hearing the illusory figure's words, Fong Qin couldn't help but curse. Originally, when he came to the Heaven City, he would be able to obtain the Water God sect's inheritance treasure. He didn't expect that he would have to challenge the tower. However, you have obtained the Heaven Wooden Token. Naturally, there will be a reward. As the illusory figure spoke, a laser suddenly shot towards Fong Qin. The latter reached out and caught it. Then he looked down and found that it was the map introduction of the Heaven Tower. This, before Fong Qin could speak, the illusory figure spoke first. "This is the detailed introduction of the inheritance treasure in the Heaven Tower. You can take a closer look and challenge the tower accordingly." After the illusory figure finished speaking, he disappeared instantly. Fong Qin looked at the map in his hand and felt a little helpless. However, since he had come here, he couldn't go back empty-handed. Then, Fong Qin began to carefully study the map in his hand. At the same time, in the other 3 cities, many martial artists were challenging the tower. They were different from Fong Qin. Without a map, they could only challenge the tower randomly. Moreover, they had to worry about others successfully challenging the tower and snatching the inheritance. In the center of the Earth City, before the Earth Tower, 3 figures stood quietly. "I'll go in first." Fan Xinjue grinned and entered the Earth Tower. Seeing this, Shahi also quickly went into the Earth Tower. Only the priest was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he sat cross-legged in front of the Earth Tower and began to cultivate. "As long as I study this array, everything in here will be mine," the priest whispered. Just now, during the test on the pontoon bridge, the priest felt that he seemed to have a clue about the array that he had been painstakingly studying. Therefore, at this moment, he was not in a hurry to enter. Relatively speaking, the competition in the Xian City was more intense than in the Earth City. Those who could come here were basically experts on the Hidden Dragon Roll. With Hong Wu as the leader, many experts on the Hidden Dragon Roll quickly went into the Xian Tower. "Fong Qin, after I receive the inheritance, it will be the time of your death." A terrifying murderous intent shot out from Hong Wu's eyes. She held half of the fiery red whip in her hand and entered the Xian Tower. Among the 4 cities, the competition was the fiercest in the Yellow City. In the huge Yellow City, everyone had started fighting before they even entered the Xian Tower. In just a short period of time, the Yellow City was filled with countless corpses. There were even some powerful warriors who joined forces to clean up the weaker warriors. In short, the 4 cities of the Water God sect were all different. When Fong Qin and the others entered the Water God sect to look for opportunities, the geniuses of the other 3 divisions were also looking for their own opportunities. In a secluded place, there was a dense forest filled with evil aura. There were several martial artists from the Yellow Spring sect here. "How's the harvest?" One of the Yellow Spring sect members asked in a hoarse voice. "The harvest is great. In just a short period of time, we've killed more than 30 geniuses," another Yellow Spring sect member said. "What about the losses?" "Currently, the losses have not been calculated. However, according to preliminary estimates, our losses should be very small. Only a few people." The Nether Spring sect member from before revealed a trace of a gloomy smile when he heard this, and then he said, "Next, our target will be the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Only the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon rankings have the best chance of entering the 5-Element Academy. The geniuses on the Hidden Dragon list are all looking for opportunities. It's very difficult to find one, but we have plenty of chances. Okay, pass down the message. Be careful. Don't ruin the Spiritual Pupils King's plan." The few remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect finished their discussion in a short while and then disappeared into the darkness. The remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect carried out a series of assassinations on the hidden dragon list experts. However, the geniuses in the bloody battle space were unaware of this. On a mountain peak in the south, a white-clothed martial artist had just come out of a ruin. Suddenly, he felt a vibration from his communication jade pendant. He immediately took out his communication jade pendant. After a short while, the white-clothed man's face became completely gloomy. Fong Qin, the white-clothed man said in a cold voice. His body was emitting a terrifying, murderous intent. The message was sent by Zhou Kunshan a few days ago. He was in the ruin. Due to the special environment, he did not receive the message. He only received it now. Before Zhou Kunshan died, he sent a message to inform him that he was about to die. It was a martial artist called Fong Qin who killed him. Kunshan, I will definitely avenge you, Zhu Hai said in a hoarse voice. Bang! As soon as Zhu Hai's voice fell, he suddenly threw a punch. Immediately, a large hole appeared on the mountain peak. The mountain peak was shaking. Zhu Hai was venting his anger. Zhou Kunshan was his good brother. Before they entered the bloody battle space, they had once said that no matter who obtained a powerful inheritance, they had to share it with the other party selflessly. Now, Zhu Hai had received the news of Zhou Kunshan's death. Zhu Hai was infuriated. Chapter 648. In the Water God sect, countless warriors in the 4 great cities were fighting for opportunities and challenging the tower. In the Sky City, Fong Qin leisurely entered the Sky Tower. The Sky Tower contained the highest inheritance of the Water God sect. Fong Qin was the only one who came to the Sky City, and no one fought with him. The Sky Tower had a total of 2 floors. The first floor contained treasures, while the second floor contained cultivation techniques and 2 great inheritances. After Fong Qin entered the Sky Tower, his surroundings instantly changed. Immediately after, he found himself in a sealed space, and there was a strong aura of water element around him. Is this the first floor of the Sky Tower? Fong Qin squinted his eyes, looked around, and said softly. Ever since he entered the Water God sect, Fong Qin found that this place was filled with the aura of water element. If he guessed correctly, the Water God sect should be good at water cultivation techniques. Fong Qin possessed the water essence. As long as he could obtain the inheritance of the Water God sect, his water essence would definitely improve. At that time, his flowing water swordsmanship might also improve. If that was the case, Fong Qin's strength would be even stronger. Crash! Just as Fong Qin was pondering, a skinny old man suddenly appeared in front of Fong Qin. Human, if you defeat me, you can obtain any treasure in the first floor of the Sky Tower, the skinny old man said. Before Fong Qin entered the Heaven Pagoda, he had obtained a detailed map of the Heaven Pagoda. He had already studied it thoroughly. The map also said that the test of the first level of the Heaven Pagoda was to defeat this skinny old man. Although the skinny old man's aura was weak, his strength was very strong. His combat strength had to be at least at the peak of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm to defeat the old man. Of course, what Fong Qin feared the most was that the old man had mastered the water essence. He had already reached the complete realm of the 3rd minor realm and could use the water essence freely. This was what Fong Qin feared the most. The Water God sect was good at water cultivation techniques. Coupled with the complete realm of water essence, Fong Qin wasn't sure how strong it would be. Fong Qin looked at the skinny old man warily. A smile appeared on the old man's withered face. He had been alone here for a long time. Finally, a martial artist came here. Human, take note. As soon as the skinny old man finished speaking, a rich aura of water element suddenly appeared around him. Immediately after, the perfect realm of water concept exploded. The majestic aura engulfed the entire first level of the Heaven Pagoda and instantly enveloped Fong Qin's body. Seeing this, Fong Qin's pupils shrank. He instantly activated the concept of water with all his might to resist it. However, Fang Chen's water concept was only at the peak of the second minor realm. It was far from the skinny old man's water concept. Hiss, hiss, hiss when the gentle concept of water wrapped around Fang Chen. It became extremely powerful and directly bound Fang Chen. Flowing water, sword technique. Fang Chen struggled to free his hands. Then he took out the hidden star sword and directly displayed the flowing water sword technique. The beginner level flowing water sword technique was displayed. The majestic sword light directly pierced the rich water concept around him. Too weak. Seeing this, the skinny old man shook his head slightly. His palms trembled constantly. The rich water concept in the air appeared and disappeared mysteriously under his control, constantly attacking Fang Chen. Crack! Under the attack of the skinny old man, Fang Chen's flowing water sword technique couldn't even hit the skinny old man. Finally, after a fierce battle, Fang Chen was sent flying by the skinny old man with a punch. "Human, you're too weak," the skinny old man said. "However, after so many years, you're the first person to come here. I won't kill you. Come back after you've cultivated well." After saying this, the skinny old man disappeared. Fang Chen was sent out of the heaven pagoda. His heart was shaken and couldn't calm down for a long time. Is that the water concept at the perfection realm? Fang Chen was shocked. That skinny old man has mastered the complete concept of water. Furthermore, he is very strong. If you wish to defeat him, you will need to at least break through to the third minor realm of the concept of water or increase the power of your flowing water sword technique, Ancestor Bronze suddenly said. Fang Chen nodded as a determined glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. The battle with the skinny old man had deepened his recognition of the concept of water. Fang Chen believed that this was also an opportunity. In the process of fighting with the skinny old man, his concept of water had also been improving. "Maybe I can break through during the battle," Fang Chen whispered with a burning gaze. Then Fang Chen sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend the water concept. Fang Chen's body was filled with a rich water concept. The water element aura between heaven and earth was quickly absorbed into his body. At this moment, Fang Chen's mind was also filled with endless water concept. He was comprehending the water concept. Recalling the water concept that the skinny old man had mastered, Fang Chen was shocked. He could clearly feel the power of the perfection realm of the water concept. At this moment, at the top of the heaven pagoda, the skinny old man suddenly appeared out of thin air. He looked at Fang Chen, who was cultivating below, and said in a low voice, "This kid has good comprehension." After fighting with him once, he could comprehend the water concept. It was indeed good. After 6 hours, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His comprehension of the water concept had deepened. Moreover, Fang Chen found that the water concept had reached a bottleneck. He needed an opportunity to break through to the third minor realm. "Let's try again," Fang Chen said inwardly. Then he entered the first level of the heaven pagoda. The skinny old man appeared out of thin air with a smile on his face. He looked at Fang Chen and said, "Human, you can't beat me." "How do you know if you don't try?" Fang Chen said. This time, Fang Chen took the lead. The boundless water concept immediately merged into the hidden star sword, and the flowing water sword was directly used. The exquisite and peerless sword technique was operated from the hidden star sword. Combined with the water concept, it displayed an extremely powerful power. The skinny old man glanced at Fang Chen and nodded in satisfaction. He could clearly feel that Fang Chen's control of the water concept seemed to have improved a little. However, just this alone is not enough. The skinny old man shouted in a low voice. He continued to use the perfection realm of the water concept to directly crush Fang Chen. Bang, 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 the entire battle was almost one-sided. Fang Chen could not resist the skinny old man's attacks. This made the skinny old man feel very helpless. Let's try this move. After Fang Chen's attack was defeated by the skinny old man, his eyes flickered as he thought to himself. At this moment, the rich ripples of water around Fang Chen's body instantly disappeared and were replaced by boundless black flames. After these black flames appeared, they directly wrapped around Fang Chen's body. The surrounding air temperature rapidly increased. The water element aura around Fang Chen was instantly evaporated by the black flames. The skinny old man was surprised when he saw this scene. He immediately discovered that Fang Chen's black flames were a little similar to the undying flame of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. Undying flame! The skinny old man exclaimed. However, he immediately shook his head. After careful observation, he discovered that the black flames were very different from the undying flame. After thinking for a while, the skinny old man knew that Fang Chen must have obtained the undying bird's blood essence and refined it. What a lucky guy! The skinny old man naturally knew how precious the undying bird's blood essence was. Even in ancient times, the undying bird's blood essence was extremely precious. He did not expect this kid to be able to obtain the approval of the undying bird's blood essence and refine it. Even his own flames were transformed into black flames. Fortunately, it's not the undying flame. Otherwise, you would have easily passed the first level. After the skinny old man finished speaking, he continued to activate his perfect realm of water concept. Then his body flashed, and a trace of light flickered on his fist. Oscillating fist. The skinny old man growled and performed oscillating fist. Suddenly, the rich concept of water in the sky turned into ripples and blasted towards Fang Chen with a tyrannical force. Bang, bang, bang. When the light of the oscillating fist blasted towards Fang Chen, the latter discovered that the black flames could not evaporate the light of the oscillating fist. Bang, bang. In the end, Fang Chen was sent flying by the skinny old man's punch. Kid, you have great potential. Cultivate well. The skinny old man looked at Fang Chen with a strange expression. After saying this, he disappeared from the first level of the Heaven Pagoda. Fang Chen left the Heaven Pagoda gloomily and continued to cultivate. Even the black flames could not do anything to the skinny old man. This made Fang Chen speechless. However, this time he clearly felt that the skinny old man attached great importance to the black flames. I will definitely defeat you, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Anyway, the bloody battle space would be open for a long time. Fang Chen was not worried. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. In this way, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this half a month, Fang Chen fought with the skinny old man no less than 10 times. However, he was sent flying by the old man's punch each time. Chapter 649. One day, half a month later, Fang Chen's body was surrounded by a strong essence of water. He suddenly opened his eyes. In half a month, I haven't had a breakthrough in the essence of water, but my flowing water swordsmanship has reached the small success level, Fang Chen whispered. The flowing water swordsmanship was a rank 6 cultivation technique. It was very powerful, and the flowing water swordsmanship that had reached the small success level was even more powerful. Let's try again. Fang Chen slowly stood up and said in a low voice. Then he entered the first floor of the Heaven Pagoda again. Human, you've had a breakthrough. The skinny old man stared at Fang Chen and asked. I've had a breakthrough, Fang Chen said. Okay, let me try, the skinny old man said. For a long time, he had been very lonely here. Now that a warrior had come here, of course, he had to play with him. Take this. Fang Chen shouted and waved the hidden star sword in his hand. A strong essence of water emerged around him, and the flowing water swordsmanship at the small success level was fully activated. Suddenly, countless water ripples appeared in the sky. These water ripples turned into water splashes under the control of Fang Chen. The water splashes contained an extremely majestic sword essence. Crash! Above Fang Chen's head, the golden Dharma idol sword was activated. A strong sword essence shot out from the golden Dharma idol sword and poured into Fong Chen's hidden star sword. This was Fong Chen's strongest attack. If even this move couldn't defeat the skinny old man, then he could only cultivate again. The skinny old man noticed the abnormality of Fong Chen's Dharma idol. His face changed slightly, and he immediately used Hadouken. During this time, whenever Fong Chen came to challenge him, the skinny old man would use Hadouken against Fong Chen. The result was that Fong Chen was blown away by Hadouken. Hadouken was a unique skill of the Water God sect. It was very powerful. Moreover, Hadouken contained the perfect essence of water, which allowed Fong Chen to deeply understand the mysteries of the essence of water. Rumble the skinny old man used his oscillating fist and punched towards Fong Chen. At the same time, the latter controlled the water in the sky and blasted it toward the fluctuating fist aura. Bang! After the two collided, the shockwave of the fist shattered Fong Chen's water splashes. However, one of the water splashes still slipped through the net. Poochie, this water splash dodged the fluctuating fist light and hit the skinny old man's body. In an instant, the skinny old man's clothes were torn apart. The skinny old man lowered his head and looked at his tattered clothes. A smile of admiration appeared on his face. "Human, your improvement is very fast," the skinny old man said. Fong Chen curled his lips, feeling a little helpless. Even the lesser mastery of the flowing water swordsmanship couldn't defeat the skinny old man. However, being able to hit the skinny old man was still a small improvement. Just as Fong Chen was about to speak, the essence of water suddenly vibrated in his mind. Then his face became very serious, and he hurriedly left the Heaven Pagoda. Just a moment ago, Fong Chen suddenly had an epiphany. He had a new understanding of the essence of water and needed to quickly go into seclusion to cultivate. Seeing Fong Chen leave, the skinny old man nodded his head in satisfaction. "Although this kid's strength is a little weak, he has great potential," the skinny old man said. Especially when the skinny old man felt Fong Chen's golden Dharma idol, he was a little puzzled. A Dharma idol that even he couldn't see through was really strange. "It's a pity that this kid was born to be a sword cultivator," the skinny old man said with a little loneliness. The Water God sect was good at water cultivation techniques. Therefore, when looking for a successor, they hoped to find a water warrior. Although Fong Chen also had the essence of water, the skinny old man knew that he was a natural sword cultivator. He was most suitable for the way of the sword. In the Heaven Pagoda, Fong Chen sat cross-legged. In his mind, he recalled the oscillating fist that the skinny old man had just used. The fist radiance contained a majestic essence of water. In his soul, there was a vast ocean. There were surging waves in the ocean. Fong Chen carefully observed every wave that flew up. Time passed bit by bit. The essence of water around him became more and more intense. After about 6 hours, the vast ocean in Fong Chen's mind suddenly disappeared. Then, a deafening sound came from Fong Chen's body. Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. There was a hint of joy on his face. After 6 hours of enlightenment, he finally discovered the true essence of water. "Breakthrough!" Fong Chen shouted. The aura of the essence of water around him rose rapidly. In a short while, it rose to the critical point. Then it easily broke through to the third minor realm. When the state of water rose to the third minor realm, Fong Chen's mind suddenly opened up. Countless ripples of water filled his mind and spun around. Essence of water, the third minor realm. There was a hint of joy on Fong Chen's face. In more than half a month, he had raised the essence of water to the third minor realm. It could be considered a great improvement. Of course, this was all thanks to the skinny old man on the first floor of the Heaven Pagoda. "Now, I think I should have the strength to defeat the skinny old man," Fong Chen said to himself. Half a month ago, he couldn't even touch the skinny old man's clothes. Half a month later, he was confident that he could defeat the skinny old man. Even the skinny old man blushed with shame at such a speed of growth. Since the essence of water had just broken through, Fang Qin didn't rush to challenge the skinny old man. Instead, he first stabilized the essence of water. After a day, he completely stabilized the essence of water. At this time, Fang Qin stood up and entered the first floor of the Heaven Pagoda. "Senior, I think I should be able to defeat you this time." Fang Qin cupped his hands and said to the skinny old man, "Oh." Hearing this, the skinny old man's eyes lit up. He carefully sized up Fang Qin. Then he discovered that Fang Qin's essence of water had reached the third minor realm. "Kid, I was right. You have great potential. If there are no accidents, you will definitely be famous in the ancient Sword Continent." The skinny old man laughed. Fang Qin's essence of water could reach the third minor realm. He was also very happy. "Senior, I am going to make my move." Fang Qin said, "Don't worry. Make your move." The skinny old man said. Swoosh, the third minor realm of the essence of water instantly emerged. Then Fang Qin displayed the small success level of the flowing water swordsmanship. In the sky, countless water splashes with biting cold sword essence pierced towards the skinny old man. This attack was clean and neat. The skinny old man's Hadouken was actually unable to block Fang Qin's attack. Countless water splashes directly shattered the skinny old man's Hadouken and then bombarded the skinny old man's body. Hiss, 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 the skinny old man's body slowly collapsed. "Human, you have passed the first level. You can choose any treasure on the first floor." After the skinny old man finished speaking, his body collapsed in the first floor. Seeing this scene, he was a little disappointed. After fighting with the skinny old man for more than half a month, he couldn't accept this fact for a while. "Senior." Fang Qin called out, but no one responded. In the end, Fang Qin shook his head and restrained his emotions. While at this moment, countless weapons appeared on the first floor. These weapons were placed in an orderly manner on the first floor. These are the weapons of the Water God sect. Fang Qin thought to himself. Fang Qin only took a cursory look and found that the lowest grade of these weapons was a spiritual grade weapon. There were also many profound grade weapons. What treasure should I choose? Fang Qin was puzzled. As a sword cultivator, you already have the Hidden Star Sword. There is no need to choose a weapon. Choose some other treasures. Ancestor Bronze reminded. Fang Qin nodded and then left the weapons area and walked to the treasure area. There were many weapons on the first floor, but very few treasures. Fang Qin took a closer look. There were a total of 5 utmost treasures here. Only 5 treasures. Fang Qin was a little puzzled, but he still walked to the treasures and began to choose. Water Cloud Shuttle, infused with the essence of water. It can explode with the combat power of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Waterfall, infused with the essence of water. During battle, it can change its form at will. It is extremely powerful. The 5 treasures were all water attribute treasures. Fang Qin took a closer look and finally fixed his eyes on a jade pendant. Water Jade, this is an auxiliary treasure. It contains a majestic essence of water. The warrior who wears this jade pendant can increase his comprehension of the essence of water. When Fang Qin saw the aqua jade, a smile appeared on his face. He said, "This is it." Then Fang Qin picked up the water jade and wore it around his neck. Suddenly, a cool feeling came from the water jade. In an instant, Fang Qin felt the essence of water in his mind rolling. Good stuff. The other 4 true treasures were all combat type true treasures. Only this one was an auxiliary true treasure. If it was someone else, they might want to increase their strength and choose the other 4 treasures. But Fang Qin chose the auxiliary treasure, the water jade. Through his conversation with the skinny old man, Fang Qin knew that after passing the first level's test, he could only choose one treasure because it had to be left for the later generations. As for the weapons, he could take any. After Fang Qin chose the water jade, he naturally didn't hold back. With a wave of his sleeve, He put all the weapons into his spatial ring. Although these weapons were useless to him, he could give them away. I wonder how powerful the second level's inheritance is. After Fang Chen put away the weapons, he looked at the entrance to the second level with a burning gaze. The water god sex treasures weren't very useful to Fang Chen. But as for the inheritance, Fang Chen cared a lot about it. When Fang Chen obtained the treasures, the priest in the Earth City suddenly opened his eyes. His face was full of smiles. Ha ha ha! I've finally researched this array formation. The inheritance treasures in the Earth City pagoda all belong to me, the priest. The priest laughed wildly. After spending half a month, he had successfully upgraded the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array by 1 level. This allowed the priest to vaguely touch the threshold of the array, Grandmaster Ray. Chapter 650. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes stared at the entrance to the second level, and then directly entered the second level. After entering the second level, Fang Chen discovered that it was still a sealed space, very similar to the first level. Is this the second level? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in the sealed space of the second level. When Fang Chen saw the figure, he was completely shocked. Wasn't this the skinny old man from the first level? He was clearly defeated by Fang Chen on the first level and then scattered. Why would he appear on the second level? As if he knew Fang Chen's doubts, the skinny old man chuckled and said, "Kid, the one on the first level was just a clone of mine. Of course, I'm also just a clone now." Hearing the skinny old man's words, Fang Chen was shocked. If a clone could have such powerful combat power, then how powerful was his original body? Fang Chen's gaze towards the skinny old man was filled with a fiery passion. The skinny old man's strength was completely beyond Fang Chen's expectations, and it shocked Fang Chen. "Kid, the strength of this clone of mine is comparable to the third level of the spiritual vortex realm. You can only pass the second level's test if you defeat me." The skinny old man chuckled and said. After interacting with Fang Chen on the first level, the skinny old man realized that although Fang Chen's strength was not strong, his potential was extremely heaven-defying. One had to know that the weak looked at strength, while the truly strong looked at potential. This was because in the early stages, one could make up for the lack of potential through hard work. However, in the later stages, especially when advancing to the real martial realm, one could not advance to the real martial realm without heaven-defying potential. The ancient sword continent was huge, and there were very few strong people who could advance to the real martial realm. Countless martial artists spent their entire lives and were eventually trapped in the spiritual vortex realm. When their time came, they died unwillingly. Fang Chen's rapid improvement surprised the skinny old man. The skinny old man believed that with Fang Chen's heaven-defying potential, as long as he did not die halfway, advancing to the real martial realm was just a matter of time. It was not impossible for him to surpass the real martial realm in the future. The skinny old man seemed to be a keeper, but he was actually a qualified sparring partner. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard the skinny old man's words and felt a little helpless. After half a month of hard work, he had finally improved his strength and defeated the skinny old man who was at the peak of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. He did not expect the skinny old man on the second level to be comparable to a martial artist at the third level of the spiritual vortex realm. One should know that a martial artist at the third level of the spiritual vortex realm could already enter the top 30 of the hidden dragon roll. However, Fang Chen was not discouraged. After all, he still had a long time. With the skinny old man as his sparring partner, he could quickly improve his strength. He could imagine that if he could successfully leave this place, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. By then, it would not be impossible for him to challenge the top experts on the hidden dragon ranking. This was an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fang Chen would not let it go so easily. "Senior, I am going to make my move." Fang Chen cupped his hands at the skinny old man and said. Just as he finished speaking, a rich water concept emerged and he took out the hidden star sword. Fang Chen pushed the small success, flowing water sword technique to the extreme. Combined with the water concept of the third minor realm, the power of this sword could easily defeat a martial artist at the peak of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Even a martial artist at the beginning of the third level of the spiritual vortex realm would be injured if they faced it head-on. However, Fang Chen was facing the skinny old man. Playing with water in front of the skinny old man was a joke in itself. Sure enough, when he saw that Fang Chen's star-concealing sword was about to pierce his body, a trace of a smile appeared on the skinny old man's face. After that, he suddenly pulled back his palm. Instantly, the wild water concept directly turned into countless splashes of water that shot towards the star-concealing sword. Bang, bang, bang. As expected, Fang Chen was defeated by the skinny old man in one move. His body immediately retreated. When Fang Chen stabilized his body, his face was filled with helplessness as he looked at the skinny old man. The skinny old man nodded and said, "You have great potential, but you can't defeat me for now. Go out and cultivate." Fang Chen cupped his hands at the skinny old man and left the Heaven Pagoda. In the following time, Fang Chen cultivated in Heaven City. He wanted to raise his cultivation to the second level of the spiritual vortex realm in one go. Then, he would be able to compete with the skinny old man. However, it was very difficult to raise his cultivation after reaching the spiritual vortex realm. Fang Chen had been stuck at the peak of the first level of the spiritual vortex realm for a long time. However, he was unable to break through to the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. This made him very frustrated. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this month, Fang Chen's cultivation did not break through. However, his flowing water swordsmanship had a breakthrough. The flowing water swordsmanship's power increased once again when it was upgraded from small completion to great completion. On the day of the flowing water swordsmanship's breakthrough, Fang Chen excitedly rushed into the Heaven Pagoda to challenge the skinny old man. However, he was still met with a punch. A simple punch negated his 1 month of hard work. However, Fang Chen was not discouraged. He continued to cultivate after he came out. After 2 months in the Water God sect, all the warriors in the other 3 cities had left. Only Fang Chen in Heaven City was left. In the outside world, many important things were happening as well. Countless ruins were discovered by martialists one after another. Of course, Fang Chen continued to cultivate in Heaven City as usual. Including the time before, the bloody battle space had been opened for 3 months. Half of the time had passed. During this time, Fang Chen's overall strength had improved a lot. One day, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was cultivating when his eyes suddenly opened. He quickly stood up, and the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. He stabbed out with the flowing water swordsmanship again and again. After his water concept had reached the third minor realm, Fang Chen's comprehension of the flowing water swordsmanship had deepened. Swoosh! The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly stabbed out. Suddenly, countless sword shadows appeared in the void. They carried a majestic sword essence and shot into the distance. Crash! These sword shadows stabbed into the walls of Heaven City, causing the already dilapidated Heaven City to become even more dilapidated. At this moment, the sword essence around Fang Chen's body was extremely dense. His aura was constantly rising. When his aura reached its peak, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword. My cultivation did not break through, but my sword essence has reached the peak of the first minor realm, Fang Chen said with a grin. Ever since he had taken the second step of the sword principle and started cultivating his sword essence again, his sword essence had not improved. During the 2 months he had been cultivating the flowing water swordsmanship, Fang Chen's sword essence had also been quietly improving. Finally, his sword essence had reached the peak of the first minor realm today. Fang Chen's control of the flowing water swordsmanship was as pure as fire. As long as he cultivated for a while, he would definitely be able to reach the great completion realm. I wonder if I can defeat the skinny old man now, Fong Chen muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment, Fong Chen once again entered the second level of the Heaven Pagoda. The skinny old man appeared instantly. Why, you want to challenge me again? The skinny old man asked as he looked at Fong Chen. Senior, I have gained a lot in the past 2 months of cultivation, but I have been unable to break through. I have thought about it carefully. The reason for this is because there is no pressure, Fong Chen said. Indeed, there was no pressure at all when cultivating here. There was no pressure even when breaking through the levels. If he failed this time, there would be another time. If he failed the next time, there would be another time. In short, every time he fought the skinny old man, he did not feel threatened and could not stimulate his own potential. Therefore, Fong Chen made a decision this time. He wanted to feel the threat of death and seek a breakthrough in a battle on the edge of life and death. The path of martial arts was in itself a path that defied the heavens. If one cultivated too smoothly, it would not awaken the hidden nature in the depths of a martial artist's heart. "Oh, what do you want?" the skinny old man asked after hearing this. If it was within the scope of his duties, the skinny old man was willing to help Fong Chen. After all, Fong Chen was the first martial artist to come to the Heaven City in such a long time. Moreover, Fong Chen's potential had already been recognized by the skinny old man. If it was possible, he was still very willing to help. "Senior, please don't hold back in the battle later. Put pressure on me and let me feel the threat of death. Let me seek a breakthrough in a battle on the edge of life and death," Fong Chen said in a deep voice. The skinny old man nodded and said, "Okay, I promise you." As soon as the skinny old man finished speaking, a biting, cold, murderous intent suddenly filled the entire second level and directly pressed towards Fong Chen. What a strong, murderous intent! Seeing this, Fong Chen's eyes revealed a burning look. This was the kind of battle that he wanted. The skinny old man released such a strong, murderous intent to make Fong Chen feel threatened. "Kid, watch carefully." As soon as the skinny old man's voice fell, the murderous intent that filled the second level suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a gentle intent. The more it was like this, the more Fong Chen felt frightened. Before the battle even started, Fong Chen felt a trace of panic, a horror that came from the depths of his soul. However, the more it was like this, the more excited Fong Chen became. For the first time in more than 2 months, he felt a biting, cold, murderous intent. A terrifying light shot out from the skinny old man's eyes as he stared straight at Fong Chen. In an instant, Fong Chen felt his vision blur as a blurry scene appeared in front of him. At this moment, a trace of icy aura flowed out from the golden heart, immediately waking Fong Chen up. At this moment, Fong Chen's heart was filled with shock. What a strong illusion technique! Just by looking at him, he could make him fall into an illusion. The skinny old man's strength was too terrifying. Chapter 651. Flowing Water, Swordsmanship. Above Fong Chen's head, the giant golden sword of Dharma Laksana floated in the air. Within the human-level Dharma Laksana, there was a strong sword essence that resonated with the golden heart. Then, Fong Chen performed the great mastery flowing water swordsmanship. Crash! Fong Chen waved his hand, and suddenly, countless ripples of water appeared in the sky. This was the strongest attack of the great mastery flowing water swordsmanship. At the entry level of the flowing water swordsmanship, one could perform 16 ripples of water. At the small mastery level, one could perform 32 ripples of water at once. At the great mastery flowing water swordsmanship, one could perform 64 ripples of water at once. In the sealed space, 64 ripples of water floated in the sky. The strong sword essence was directly absorbed by the ripples of water. At the same time, Fong Chen's figure flashed, and the hidden star sword in his hand was constantly waving. "Go!" Fong Chen shouted, and the 64 ripples of water in the sky carrying a strong sword essence, directly pierced towards the skinny old man. Seeing this scene, the skinny old man's expression did not change. He clenched his fist, and the sword essence of water shrouded him. Then he performed the Hadouken. Hadouken! The skinny old man was not surprised by Fang Chen's strength. He calmly performed the Hadouken. Crash! As soon as the Hadouken was performed, all the water elemental aura in the sealed space, with the skinny old man as the center, seemed to be sucked out and poured into the Hadouken. This Fang Chen, who was performing the flowing water swordsmanship, was also shocked. This was probably the true essence of the Hadouken. To be able to suck out all the water elemental aura in the sealed space in an instant, so that his flowing water swordsmanship could not be replenished, this was very clever. Boom! The 64 ripples of water violently hit the Hadouken. Bang! Bang! The Hadouken only paused for a moment, and then continued to carry the strong sword essence of water into the center of the 64 ripples of water. Crack! A cracking sound could be heard from the 64 rippling waters. In the next moment, Fang Chin discovered that the rippling waters had been shattered by the fist aura. As the first water ripple was shattered, the water ripples behind it were unable to stop the fist light at all. In the blink of an eye, they were all shattered. What a powerful oscillating fist! Fang Chin could not help but exclaim. The skinny old man's oscillating fist was several times stronger than the one he had used on the first floor. His strongest flowing water sword art attack had been easily broken by the skinny old man. It seemed like he had to show his trump card. Fang Chin narrowed his eyes and stared at the skinny old man, holding the hidden star sword in his hand. He once again rushed in front of the skinny old man. While using the flowing water sword technique, Fang Chin was also secretly arranging an array. His only trump card now was the Void Plundering Array. However, he did not know if the Void Plundering Array would work on the skinny old man. Crash! When the skinny old man once again blocked Fang Chen's attack, he discovered that he had fallen into an array. Array. The skinny old man looked around the array and said faintly, "Kid, since you want to feel the threat of death, I will make an exception this time." The skinny old man knew that the Void Plundering Array was Fang Chen's trump card. This time, in order to make Fang Chen feel the threat of death, he was prepared to use an even more powerful force. Rumble! Fang Chen was controlling the Void Plundering Array when he suddenly felt the array shaking. Then, a shocking aura rushed out from the skinny old man's body. Feeling this aura, Fang Chen's body could not help but tremble. Even his soul was trembling. At this moment, the powerful Void Plundering Array collapsed in an instant. It was like a flood that had broken through a dam. Fang Chen could not help but let out a miserable cry. His soul was in pain. He felt the threat of death. Such strength! Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. The aura released by the skinny old man was not an aura that a spiritual whirlpool realm expert could possess. It was definitely an aura that surpassed the spiritual whirlpool realm. Could it be the true martial realm? No matter what, the skinny old man had successfully made Fang Chen feel the aura of death. No. The skinny old man only glanced at Fang Chen, and the latter felt a splitting headache. It was as if his soul was about to explode. At this moment, he did not have the strength to fight back. He could not even move his body. At this moment, Fang Chen truly felt the threat of death. That fear came from the depths of his heart. Fang Chen shouted unwillingly. At this moment, he had already forgotten that the skinny old man had no intention of killing him. He only wanted him to fight on the edge of life and death. Fang Chen let out a miserable cry. He had fallen into an illusion. Fang Chen's hair was disheveled. His eyes were scarlet red. He saw himself in a battlefield. This battlefield was foul and incomparably bloody. At a glance, there were piles of bones on the battlefield. He was standing on top of a pile of bones. The entire battlefield was filled with dense killing intent. No. Suddenly, Fang Chen saw his father, Fang Tianyu, appear on the battlefield. After that, a martial artist whose entire body was shrouded in a black aura appeared without anyone noticing. He directly launched a fierce attack on his father. Feng Tianyu was not a match for this black figure. In an instant, his chest was pierced by the black figure's spear. Feng Tianyu's body softly fell to the ground. Before he died, he looked at Feng Chen with a complicated gaze. Feng Chen wanted to save him, but he found himself unable to move. His heart was filled with helplessness. No. Feng Chen cried out miserably. He did not want to see his loved ones leave one by one. He had to work hard to change the reality in front of him. I don't believe it. Suddenly, a terrifying golden light shot out from Feng Chen's scarlet eyes. In the next moment, the golden heart trembled rapidly. Feng Chen's soul trembled incessantly. Rumble. Father! Feng Chen roared loudly. Suddenly he opened his eyes. The white bones had completely disappeared. Standing in front of him was a skinny old man. At this moment, Feng Chen's forehead was full of sweat. His body was still trembling. Obviously, the illusion just now was too realistic. Feng Chen was unable to break free for a while. If it was not for the golden heart, he would probably still be in the illusion. That was an illusion. After coming out of the illusion, Feng Chen's eyes were unusually cold. In his qi, the spiritual spirals were constantly rotating. A majestic aura was emitted from his qi. I want to become stronger. I don't want my loved ones to die. Feng Chen screamed in his heart. Although it was an illusion, it had touched his weakness. He did not want to see this happen. Therefore, he wanted to become stronger. With this desire to become stronger, the spiritual energy in Feng Chen's qi began to rotate wildly. Feng Chen's temperament was changing. In his qi, the second spiritual spiral was rapidly condensing. Seeing this scene, the skinny old man retracted his majestic aura. He stood quietly in the sealed space of the second level and watched Feng Chen break through. This kid state of mind is really terrifying, the skinny old man said to himself. Others might not know, but the skinny old man knew best. The illusion just now was so powerful that even some experts in the advanced spiritual spiral realm would not be able to extricate themselves from it. Feng Chen, on the other hand, had relied on his own willpower to wake up from the terrifying illusion. Moreover, he had used it to break through. This kind of genius was considered top-notch even in the Water God sect back in the day. Of course, the skinny old man was referring to his potential. As for his strength, Feng Chen's strength was nothing. At this moment, Feng Chen closed his eyes. The surrounding power of heaven and earth surged into his body. The second spiritual spiral in his qi was gradually forming. As long as the spiritual spiral began to form, it was only a matter of time before it formed. The skinny old man looked at Feng Chen with a smile on his face. In fact, when he had released that despairing aura, he had already broken the rules. However, if he could create a peerless expert, it did not matter even if he broke the rules. According to the rules of the Heaven Pagoda, the strength of the clone on the second level was at most comparable to the third level of the spiritual spiral realm. However, with the strength of the third level of the spiritual spiral realm, it was obviously impossible to put Feng Chen in a life-threatening situation. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the skinny old man finally chose to help Feng Chen. "Young man, I hope you can become a peerless expert in the future," the skinny old man said softly. 2 hours later, Feng Chen's qi let out a loud explosion. In the next moment, Feng Chen opened his eyes and shot out a terrifying golden light. Second level of the spiritual spiral realm. Feng Chen stared at his qi and realized that there were 2 spiritual spirals floating side by side in his qi, rotating quietly. Forming the second spiritual spiral meant that he had stepped into the second level of the spiritual spiral realm. There was a huge difference between the first and second level of the spiritual spiral realm. Feng Chen finally understood. Now he felt that his entire body was filled with strength. He calmed himself down and raised his head to look at the skinny old man. At this moment, the latter was sizing him up with a smile. Not bad. The skinny old man only said 2 words. Thank you, Senior. Fang Chin cupped his hands and thanked him. This gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. If not for the skinny old man's help, Fang Chen would have needed a period of time to break through to the 2nd level of the spiritual spiral realm. This is your own effort. I just helped you along the way, the skinny old man said. No matter what, Fang Chen was very grateful to the skinny old man. Since you have broken through to the 2nd level of the spiritual spiral realm, you have passed the test of the 2nd level, the skinny old man said with a smile. Huh. Fang Chen was a little surprised. Was he not going to fight anymore? After fighting with you for so long, I naturally know your combat power. Although you are only at the 2nd level of the spiritual spiral realm, your true combat power is definitely comparable to the 3rd level of the spiritual spiral realm. There is no need to fight, the skinny old man said. Chapter 652. Thank you, Senior. Fang Chen cupped his hands in thanks to the skinny old man. Although he didn't know who the skinny old man was, Fang Chen guessed that he was most likely a powerhouse of the Water God sect. Since you've successfully passed the 2nd floor's test, you can choose any of the inheritances on the 2nd floor. The skinny old man smiled. Fang Chen's eyes blazed. The Water God sect was an ancient sect. The inheritances within the sect must be extraordinary. Moreover, he could choose any of these inheritances. Crash! As soon as the skinny old man's voice fell, 8 yellow mats appeared in the sealed space of the 2nd floor. Each mat had a completely different aura. Fang Chen guessed that these should be the 8 great inheritances on the 2nd floor. However, what kind of inheritances were these 8 great inheritances? Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry to choose an inheritance. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the skinny old man. He wanted to ask the skinny old man a question. This question had always been hidden in his heart. Senior, Fang Chen said hesitantly, I know what you want to ask. The answer can wait until you accept the inheritance. The skinny old man waved his hand and said in a low voice. This time, the skinny old man's clone didn't disappear. He just smiled at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and walked in front of the 8 mats. On these 8 mats, there are 8 different inheritances. They were all passed down by the upper echelons of the Water God sect. If any of these inheritances were placed in the outside world, it would cause a sensation. Choose carefully, the skinny old man reminded him. Fang Chen nodded and walked to the first mat. As soon as he sat on the first mat, a strong wind blew out. This wind contained an extremely obscure aura. Fang Chen guessed that this first inheritance should be related to the concept of wind. After carefully sensing it, Fang Chen shook his head and stood up. He walked to the second mat. Not every inheritance should be accepted. A cultivator should choose the inheritance that was most suitable for them. The concept of wind inheritance was of no use to Fang Chen, so he directly gave up on it. Fang Chen sat on 8 prayer mats in a row. In the end, he was surprised to discover that besides the inheritance of the concept of water on the 8th prayer mat, the inheritances of the other 7 prayer mats didn't have much to do with him. Fang Chen glanced at the skinny old man and finally sat on the 8th futon. Seeing this, the skinny old man nodded as if everything was within his expectations. Fang Chen sat on the 8th futon. Suddenly, the rich concept of water surged into his body, and the information of the inheritance drilled into his mind. In an instant, Fang Chen fell into a state of epiphany. "I hope you can fully accept the 8th legacy," the skinny old man said with a smile. If Fang Chen could accept the 8th inheritance, perhaps he could try that thing. However, the most important thing now was to wait for Fang Chen to accept the inheritance. Time passed by slowly. Because Fang Chen had the 3rd minor realm of the concept of water, it was exceptionally easy for him to accept the 8th legacy. In just one day, He had completely accepted the 8th legacy. The rest of the time was to joke about the inheritance and improve his cultivation. Half a month later, Fong Qin had digested most of the inheritance. At this time, his concept of water had risen to the complete realm. This made Fong Qin very happy. Seeing that Fong Qin's concept of water had reached the complete realm, the skinny old man's face also revealed a smile. After another half a month, Fong Qin had completely accepted the 8th legacy. At this time, he slowly opened his eyes. "Congratulations," the skinny old man said with a smile. Fong Qin's face was full of smiles. He stood up and cupped his hands at the skinny old man. After entering the Water God sect, he had gained a lot. Not only had his cultivation reached the 2nd level of the spiritual vortex realm, but even his concept of water had reached the complete realm. Of course, because he had accepted the 8th legacy, his concept of water had reached the complete realm. Naturally, his level 6 cultivation technique, the flowing water sword technique, had also reached the transformation realm. The transformation realm level 6 sword technique was even more powerful. One sword strike could shock the world. Now, Fong Qin's overall strength was enough to fight against a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm. With such strength, he was fully qualified to be in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking, or even the top 5. Of course, no one in the outside world knew of Fong Qin's strength. "Senior, how do I get out?" Fong Qin asked. After spending 3 months in the Water God sect, he had finally accepted the inheritance completely. His strength had increased to the limit, so it was time to get out. There were still 2 months before the bloody battle space closed. During this time, Fong Qin wanted to strive to be in the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking. If possible, he also wanted to fight for the 1st place of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Of course, this was not an easy thing to do. "Kid," the skinny old man wanted to say something, but stopped. There was a complicated look in his eyes. It was the first time Fong Qin had seen the skinny old man reveal such an expression. He asked doubtfully, "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it." Hearing this, the skinny old man said, "Kid, actually, I've been helping you with all my strength because I'm a little selfish." "Oh, what does Senior want me to do?" Fong Qin asked. Fong Qin was very touched that the skinny old man was willing to help him like this. Therefore, when he learned that the skinny old man wanted him to do something, he directly asked. Under the Water God sect, there is an ancient beast king suppressed. This beast king went crazy during cultivation and became deranged. Back then, it went on a killing spree. In the end, it was suppressed by the Water God sect. However, not long ago, the seal suppressing this beast king seemed to have loosened a little. If this beast king escapes here, it will be a disaster for the ancient sword continent, the skinny old man said. Hearing this, Fong Qin asked, "Senior, what do you need me to do?" "Help me completely wipe out this beast king's life force," the skinny old man said. Fong Qin was startled and immediately said, "Senior, if even you can't deal with this beast king, then I'm not worth mentioning." The skinny old man waved his hand and said, "I can't deal with this beast king." "Why is that?" Fong Qin clearly felt that the monstrous aura released by the skinny old man had already surpassed the spiritual vortex realm. Fong Qin guessed that the skinny old man was a true martial realm expert. Even a true martial realm expert couldn't deal with this beast king. Wasn't Fong Qin, a martial artist at the 2nd level of the spiritual vortex realm, courting death by going to deal with it? Although Fong Qin was grateful to the skinny old man, he wouldn't blindly send himself to his death. "Because my real body has fallen into a deep sleep," the skinny old man said sadly when he mentioned this matter. Hearing this, Fong Qin's heart was in turmoil. His real body had fallen into a deep sleep. What was going on? Seeing Fong Qin's expression, he knew what Fong Qin was thinking. The skinny old man seemed to recall the events of the past and slowly said, "The battle that year directly led to the destruction of the Water God sect. My real body was also severely injured and fell into a deep sleep." Speaking of this, The skinny old man paused for a moment and then said, "An eternal deep sleep." An eternal deep sleep was no different from death. Hearing this, Fang Chun was shocked. "Senior," Fang Chun asked doubtfully, "my real body is no different from death. The only two clones left are guarding the Heaven Tower, waiting for the fated person to arrive," the skinny old man said. "The reason why I want you to eliminate the life of the Beast King is not only because it will bring disaster to the entire ancient Sword Continent once it escapes. There's an even more important reason, and that's because my true body might have a chance at survival," the skinny old man said with a deep voice. Fang Chen's mouth was agape, but he was unable to say anything. The skinny old man's words had completely shocked him. However, at this moment, an ancient voice sounded in the skinny old man's ears. "Water God, long time no see." Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this voice. It was clearly Ancestor Bronze's voice. Did he know the skinny old man? Then why hadn't Ancestor Bronze told him on the first floor? "Who is it?" the skinny old man asked in a low voice. "Water God, it's been so long. Have you even forgotten me?" Ancestor Bronze continued. His remnant consciousness was residing in the python sword and could not appear, so he could only communicate with the skinny old man. "It's you. You're still alive." At this moment, the skinny old man finally recognized Ancestor Bronze's voice and cried out involuntarily. "Ancestor Bronze, you're actually still alive!" the skinny old man cried out excitedly. Ancestor Bronze was also an expert from the ancient times and had known the skinny old man since the ancient times. "I'm only left with a remnant consciousness, and I'm barely alive," Ancestor Bronze sighed and said. The two of them could be considered good friends in the past. Now, one of them was reduced to at least a remnant consciousness, while the other's real body was in an eternal slumber, leaving behind only two clones, one of which had already dissipated. "Bronze, I didn't expect to meet you here." The skinny old man revealed a smile on his face. After such a long time, to be able to meet a familiar face was a great joy in life. Of course, the skinny old man was even more shocked that Ancestor Bronze's remnant consciousness was residing in Fang Chen's body. One had to know that Ancestor Bronze was an extremely arrogant warrior in the past. There was almost no one in the younger generation who could catch his eye. "Water God, I didn't expect that even your Water God sect would be destroyed," Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen was shocked. The skinny old man in front of him was the sect master of the Water God sect, the Water God. He was a peerless expert from the same era as Ancestor Bronze. "Yes, things have changed with the passage of time. Those old farts from the past are now either dead or in deep slumber. No matter how powerful a warrior is, they will eventually turn into a pile of dirt with the passage of time." The Water God sighed. Chapter 653. You two know each other? After recovering from his shock, Fang Chen licked his dry lips and asked in a low voice. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Water God looked at Fang Chen and nodded. "Kid, I am the Water God that Bronze mentioned. I am also the sect master of the Water God sect. We are warriors of the same era, so of course we know each other. Fang Chen, if you can, please help the Water God," Ancestor Bronze said. His remnant consciousness was residing in the python sword. With the energy provided by Fang Chen, it was fine for the time being. Perhaps one day, when Fang Chen's strength reached an unprecedented height in the ancient Sword Continent, he would be able to reconstruct his physical body. The Water God was different. His true body was in eternal slumber. Once this clone dissipated, he would completely disappear from this space. Ancestor Bronze naturally hoped that Fang Chen could help the Water God if possible. "Ancestor, don't worry. Senior Water God has helped me so much. As long as it is within my power, I will definitely help," Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Water God smiled and said, "Bronze, let's talk later. Let's get down to business first." After saying that, the Water God grabbed Fang Chen's body and disappeared from the Heaven Pagoda. In the next moment, Fang Qin realized that he was already high up in the sky. Strong winds blew past him. This is the sky above the water god sect. Look down, the water god said. When Fang Qin heard this, he lowered his head and looked down. He was surprised to see that there were 4 cities under his feet. These 4 cities were the 4 main cities of the water god sect. At first, Fang Qin didn't notice anything. However, when he looked at it for the second time, he finally discovered the mystery of the location of the 4 main cities. The 4 cities were located in the water god sect according to different rules. This seems to be the Qimin Dunjia technique. Fang Qin muttered to himself. He wasn't sure what it was. In any case, the location of the 4 cities was a little strange. As expected of a genius recognized by bronze, he was able to see the abnormalities in the 4 cities with a single glance. That's right. Back then, in order to suppress the Beast King who had turned into a demon, the 4 cities were specially built. The 4 cities vaguely formed a seal that suppressed the Beast King. The water god nodded and said. Fang Qin instantly came to a realization after hearing this. Presumably, the Beast Kings were being suppressed under the 4 great cities. Senior, with my strength can I kill a Beast King? Asked Fang Qin. That Beast King has been suppressed for such a long time that its spiritual sense is about to collapse. At this time, its weakest point is its spiritual sense. As long as you can destroy its spiritual sense, you can completely kill it, the skinny old man said. Then Fang Qin wanted to ask, but was stopped by the water god with a wave of his hand. I know what you want to ask. You also know that this is a clone of mine. Although it can release an aura that surpasses the spiritual vortex realm, its true battle strength is only at the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm. Once the clone collapses, I will completely disappear. The reason why I ask for your help is because if you take action, there is at least an 80% chance of success, said the water god. 80%? Fang Qin's eyes lit up as he asked. The water god nodded and said, You are a formation, Grandmaster. You can set up the void plundering formation. This is a great advantage for you. Fang Qin nodded and said, I will try my best. Fang Qin's true battle strength had indeed surpassed the water god's clone. Furthermore, Fang Qin could set up a black level formation casually. Altogether, it was very likely that he could wipe out the Beast King's spiritual sense. Wait a moment. I will open a sliver of the seal and send you underground. When you enter, the Beast King will definitely reject you. But don't worry. Once you enter, set up the formation and stabilize yourself first. The water god said, Once you are no match for it, just crush this jade pendant and I will send you out immediately. As the water god said this, he gave Fang Qin a jade pendant. Fang Qin, be careful. When you set up the void plundering formation, use purple crystals directly, reminded Ancestor Bronze. Hearing the words purple crystals, the water god's eyes burned and he hurriedly asked, You have purple crystals? Fang Qin was taken aback and immediately nodded, saying, I had a fortuitous encounter and obtained some. Ha ha ha, you actually have purple crystals. This way, our plan will be flawless. Even the heavens are helping me. The water god was extremely excited and did not have the temperament of a grandmaster at all. However, Fang Qin could understand. His true body was in eternal slumber, and he had finally found a glimmer of hope. He was naturally overjoyed. Fang Qin looked at the water god in confusion. Purple crystals are ores from the outer realms. The energy contained within is extremely great. When you set up the void plundering formation, the Beast King's spiritual sense will definitely crazily absorb the energy within your formation. When that happens, your formation will not be able to maintain itself. If you use purple crystals to set up the formation, its energy will be too great. If the Beast King crazily absorbs it, it will directly cause its spiritual sense to explode, said the water god happily. Fang Qin nodded. So that was the case. Since that was the case, it was time to begin. Get ready, said the water god. Seeing that Fang Chen was ready, the water god waved his hand and the 4 cities below began to slowly move. A crack appeared on the ground, and a ferocious aura instantly spread out. Fang Chen could faintly hear a frenzied roar of rage. Crash! Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a huge suction force pulling his body. Following that, he found himself in a pitch-black space. I'm in. Fang Chen carefully observed his surroundings and found that it was pitch black and filled with an evil aura. Roar! Fang Chen could hear the deafening roar of a beast. He did not hesitate to set up the void plundering formation. Purple crystals flew out of the interspatial ring and landed on the pitch-black ground. Instantly, purple light intertwined and the void plundering formation was formed. Hiss! As soon as the void plundering formation was formed, Fang Chen discovered that a strong suction force was absorbing the energy within the formation. Fang Chen was delighted when he saw this. As expected, said Fang Chen to himself. He could clearly feel that there was a weak aura underground. This should be the Beast King's spiritual sense. After so many years, the suppressed Beast King had become weaker and weaker. Fang Chen quietly observed his surroundings from within the formation. An hour later, the suction force disappeared. The void plundering formation shook and was about to collapse due to the lack of energy. It was at this moment that a heart-wrenching roar suddenly came from the dark underground. Roar! It was the Beast King's roar. At this moment, its spiritual sense was filled with the energy of the purple crystal, and it seemed like it was about to explode. The Beast King was unwilling to give up, but the energy of the purple crystal was not something it could withstand. Crash! It was at this moment that the void plundering formation instantly shattered. Fang Chen saw the huge body of a demonic beast in the depths of the underground. There was a huge head on the demonic beast's body. At this moment, cracks appeared on the head. It was obvious that the energy of the purple crystal had caused it to explode. Attack the head, commanded Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen nodded and displayed the flowing water sword technique at the Great Success stage. He activated the power of the 2nd level of the spiritual vortex realm and attacked the huge head. Swoosh! 64 water ripples appeared in the dark underground. They carried a majestic sword intent and pierced into the huge head. Suddenly, a miserable cry came from the head. The cracks widened and the Beast King's spiritual sense seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Humans! A broken voice came from the huge head. Cooperate with me and unify the world. The Beast King wanted to persuade Fang Chen, but it was obviously impossible. Go to hell! Fang Chen growled, and the power of the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm exploded. The cold hidden star sword stabbed into the Beast King's head. Crack! The Beast King's head was already cracked. When it was stabbed by Fang Chen's hidden star sword, it instantly exploded. Bang! A majestic aura shot out from the Beast King's exploded head and hit Fang Chen directly. The latter's body was instantly sent flying. Fang Chen's body fell to the ground. He felt that his bones were about to shatter. He got up and looked at the Beast King's head. He realized that the Beast King's spiritual sense had completely disappeared. The Beast King's body was also gradually collapsing. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the Beast King had completely disappeared from the space. A heart floated in the dark underground. It was the Beast King's heart. The Beast King's heart is also a good thing. Keep it and give it to the little mouse, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded and kept the Beast King's heart. At this time, he crushed the jade pendant. On the ground, the water god had been waiting anxiously for news. Suddenly, the jade pendant emitted a bright light. He did not hesitate to send Fang Chen out. How is it? The water god asked anxiously. Fang Chen nodded and said, The Beast King has completely disappeared. Hearing this, the water god's face was filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, that's great. The water god was very excited. The Beast King had completely disappeared. This meant that his real body had a glimmer of hope to wake up from his eternal slumber. Chapter 655. He had killed a top-array grandmaster with a single move. This shocked all the martialists in the city. Among them, some of the martialists knew Fong Qin. However, the current Fong Qin gave them a very strange feeling. He was terrifying. With a simple slash of his sword, he had directly split the priest in half. Fong Qin ignored the shock of the crowd and turned to leave. The moment the priest died, two figures suddenly rushed in from outside the city. They had just sensed a majestic aura in the city. They guessed that someone was fighting. The first thing they thought of was the priest. Immediately, their figures flashed and flew directly towards the city. Priest! As soon as they entered the city, they saw the priest who had been split in half. They shouted loudly. Fong Qin turned his head and saw that it was Jin Zhong and Hong Wu. His eyes flickered, and he stopped in his tracks. I don't care who you are. How dare you kill the priest? I want you dead. Jin Zhong roared angrily. He saw Fong Qin's back and did not recognize Fong Qin. A strong aura surged around him, and he was ready to kill Fong Qin. However, just as he finished speaking, Fong Qin suddenly turned around with a disdainful look on his face as he looked at Jin Zhong and Hong Wu. It's you. Obviously, Jin Zhong was also a little surprised. He did not expect that the person who had killed the priest would be Fong Qin. His pupils shrank, and he immediately seemed to think of something. He immediately shouted, "Run!" If it had been someone else, he would still have had the strength to fight. However, he did not have the courage to fight against an array grandmaster. Moreover, Fong Qin seemed to have had an opportunity at this moment. He felt a dangerous aura. Hearing Jin Zhong's words, Hong Wu's delicate body also flashed in an instant. In the next moment, the two of them directly rushed out of the city. Stay! Fong Qin shouted in a low voice. The hidden star sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. Suddenly, a shocking sword light slashed towards Jin Zhong at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Whoosh! Jin Zhong and Hong Wu's speed was still a little too slow. Fong Qin's life-demanding sword light, which carried an extremely majestic aura, pierced towards the two of them. No! Jin Zhong sensed the danger. He roared unwillingly, but it was to no avail. Pucci! In the end, the shocking sword light pierced into Jin Zhong's body, causing him to lose all signs of life. While Jin Zhong was killed by the sword light, Hong Wu's figure flashed. She used blood escape technique and disappeared from the city. Fong Qin, Luo Zhongtian, Hong Wu, Jin Zhong's words. Jin Zhong was Hong Wu's Luo's. Luo was Luo. However, she wanted to escape, so be it. Fong Qin didn't care about a mere Hong Wu. Even if it was the Luo Zhongtian she spoke of, the current Fong Qin still had the strength to fight against him. The martialists in the city retreated one after another, afraid that they would provoke Fong Qin. The strength that Fong Qin had displayed was too strong. Ordinary people simply couldn't withstand it. However, while everyone was still in shock, Fong Qin suddenly received a piece of news. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately left the city. In a few days, the news that Fong Qin had killed the priest and Jin Zhong had spread throughout the bloody battle space. Countless martialists were shocked when they heard the news. The priest was an array grandmaster, and Jin Zhong was a powerhouse on the hidden dragon list. However, he had actually been killed by an unknown martialist. Some people rejoiced when they heard the news, while others were shocked. Of course, there were also some people who were furious. However, this was nothing to Fong Qin. At this moment, he was rushing to the place where the little mouse was at full speed. A few days later, Fong Qin arrived at a plain. On the plain, there were two groups of demonic beasts confronting each other. One of them was led by the little mouse. "Boss, you're here." Upon seeing Fong Qin's arrival, the little mouse smiled and said, Fang Chen nodded and asked, "What's going on?" There were many ancient beasts behind the little mouse. These were the races that the little mouse had conquered in the past few months. The little mouse's current power was also very large. When the ancient beasts heard the little mouse call this human martialist boss, their eyes changed slightly and they fell into deep thought. On the other hand, the little mouse pointed at the group of ancient beasts and said, "Boss, I received news that the old faker from the Banksian shoe encountered some trouble. I originally wanted to lead my subordinates to help, but they intercepted us halfway. I was worried about the old faker's safety, so I sent a message to you." After hearing the little mouse's explanation, Fang Chen turned his head and looked at the opposite side. The ancient beast standing opposite the little mouse were the lizard race. The Lizard King was at the front, and behind him were countless members of the lizard race. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the little mouse's side. What a joke! A dignified ancient beast actually recognizes a human as its boss, the Lizard King said coldly with disdain. The Lizard King was the most tyrannical ancient beast in the north of the bloody battle space. The lizard race that it led was also the most powerful race in the north. Their territory was very wide, but not long ago, the Lizard King received news that a little mouse had appeared out of nowhere. He first led the flying rat race, then the tiger race. Later on, he led the two races to destroy the blazing fire-golden leopard race. In these few months, the little mouse led his subordinates to war in the north and south, constantly expanding their territory. The little mouse invaded the lizard race's territory. At first, the Lizard King looked down on the little mouse, thinking that they were just a bunch of mobs. But later on, the little mouse occupied a large amount of territory and was comparable to the lizard race. Only then did the Lizard King realize that he had underestimated the little mouse. He knew that the lizard race and the little mouse would eventually fight, so he had been secretly investigating the little mouse. Today's attack was premeditated. This time, the Lizard King wanted to completely destroy this potential threat. The little mouse's strength was obviously not as strong as the Lizard King. So, after being stopped by the Lizard King, it did not resist. Instead, it called for its boss, Fang Chen. "You ugly lizard, get out of the way," Fang Chen said directly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the ancient beasts on the little mouse's side all laughed. They had lived in the north for so long and did not dare to call the Lizard King ugly. They did not expect the little mouse's boss to dare say that. After the Lizard King heard this, he was furious and roared, "Brat, do you want to die?" "With your strength, you can't kill me," Fang Chen said casually. The Lizard King's strength was only comparable to the third level of the spiritual vortex realm. The current Fang Chen did not take him seriously. As long as he was not a genius at the peak of the third level of the spiritual vortex realm, Fang Chen could easily deal with him. "Since you want to die, then I'll let you die without a burial ground." The Lizard King roared angrily and was about to attack. However, he was stopped by Fang Chen. "Wait," Fang Chen said. "What are you doing?" the Lizard King asked coldly. "How about this? Let's make a bet." Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a mischievous smile as he said, "What bet?" the Lizard King said impatiently. "If you lose, take your lizard race and submit to it," Fang Chen said as he pointed at the little mouse behind him. "In your dreams, I will never lose," the Lizard King roared. "What if you lose?" Fang Chen had a playful smile on his face. The Lizard King's eyes flashed as he carefully sized up Fang Chen. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "You really want to bet with me?" Fang Chen nodded. The Lizard King laughed and said, "Since you want to bet, then I'll bet with you. If I lose, then I'll do as you say. If you lose, then this stupid rat will take his subordinates and submit to me. How about that?" Before Fang Chen could speak, the little mouse directly nodded in agreement. It had already secretly communicated with Fang Chen earlier, so it had a new understanding of Fang Chen's strength. It believed that Fang Chen could win. "Boss, you're too careless," the Flying Rat King hurriedly said. There were more than 10 races here. It would be fine if they won, but what if they lost? Their fates would be controlled by a human martial artist. This feeling was very unpleasant. To put it bluntly, they did not believe in Fang Chen's strength. That's right, boss. If we lose, then all our efforts over the past few months would have been wasted, the Tiger King also reminded. The Tiger King and the Flying Rat King were the first kings to submit to the Little Mouse. Therefore, they had the most say in the Little Mouse's camp. Hearing their words, the other kings also nodded and supported the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King. Seeing this, the Little Mouse turned around and looked at the crowd. I know what you're thinking, but I can tell you with certainty that we will not lose this battle. After the Little Mouse finished speaking, it did not allow anyone to question it. It directly turned its head and looked at the Lizard King. I hope you can keep your promise. Hearing the Little Mouse's words, the Lizard King also grinned. It did not believe that this seemingly weak human martial artist could be that strong. Brat, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too confident. The Lizard King said coldly. In the next moment, its body quickly moved forward. Dense killing intent surged from its body as it attacked Fang Chen. As the Lizard King moved forward, its large claws fiercely swung at Fang Chen. It carried a majestic aura. Once hit, even if one did not die, they would be severely injured. After the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King saw the Lizard King's attack, their faces became extremely gloomy.